Yeah, it's all good. Once you hit 50, it doesn't matter. That's what I kind of figured out when I was a month. Yeah, Michelle's still a 39. She doesn't quite know what she's going to Disneyland.
I don't know.
How was Disney?
She's like running around Disneyland.
So fun.
It's like my 25th high school reunion. Amazing.
Sell it to Sunday. I know. Change your haircut.
Good. Way too short.
Hey,
I've noticed you.
hey, come take pictures on Sunday, and you have a mammoth hat on, and your kid has a Vegas hat on. I'm like, that is awesome.
This is one way to rebel.
When's he going to break out the Boston hat?
Oh, he has plenty of those.
I'm sure he does.
No Yankees hats. Yeah.
I'd get him a Yankees hat.
Chase the 5-3.
Maybe at the fireplace.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to our work session on May 11th. Tisha, we're ready? We're recording? We're good? All right. On May 11th, 2026, here in the Lehi Civic Center's council chambers, we have a full council today. Councilmember Stallings, Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Newell, Councilmember Harrison, Councilmember Lockhart. And we welcome all of you here and I'm excited for this discussion today. Before we get started, I will offer an invocation and then we'll get started. Our Father in heaven, we bow our heads grateful for this day, for the opportunity we have to meet together and to discuss the budget and the budgetary items that belong to the city and the tax money and the money that the city collects and how we might be able to best use that money to move the city and the needs forward. We're grateful for the residents who live in our city and pray for each of them. We also pray for our first responders and those who are working, that they may also be watched over and protected as they do the work that they've been assigned to do. We ask thee to continue to bless us, that we may work through the challenges that are in front of us, that we may do so with patience, that we might do so with understanding and an eye single to get the job done and do it in the very best way possible. We're thankful again for all that we have when we say these things humbly in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Okay, with that, we'll open item 2, discussion item A, and that's the discussion of electric costs and service and rate design study. So Joel, are you ready?
So Mayor, we are not ready on that one. We need to punt that one.
Okay, just got punted.
For later today or?
No, for 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks.
Punted. Joel, come to the table. You're next. So item B, B1, continue the budget review discussion, power department. Anybody at the table have questions for budgets, the budget for the power department? This may be real short for you, Joel.
Tell me about the reserve fund and how we were able to get that filled more quickly.
From the results back in 2022. Yeah, so luckily we had implemented right before that the new rate design that included a power purchase adjustment clause. So in the situation where wholesale power rates fluctuate severely, we can then implement that power purchase adjustment. If we undercollect what we need to cover our wholesale power costs, we can turn that power purchase adjustment on and correct any of those losses. That was the biggest factor. And then, of course, everywhere else we could delay projects or save on other areas as well.
So with that, with the retail power charge, is that anticipated to not just cover maintenance operations, but also to put on reserve? Is the rate designed that way? Or?
The intent of the PPAC is not to increase fund balance, like your savings. It's meant to maintain it. So if the fund balance needs to increase, that should come over time with rates, with the base.
I'm just, again, that question of just trying to understand. Was it 22?
Yeah, it was like November 22, that's when I saw that first power bill hit. It was really bad into the early 23 year.
Okay, all right, and then, was it 22 that you implemented that power purchase adjustment?
The rates were adopted July of 2022, as I recall.
Okay,
And then it was that November when things
it was in
happened
place.
quickly. We had anticipated waiting until July to implement the power purchase adjustment, do the calculation on whether we over or under collected. But with that hitting, we knew we needed to act quickly, so we implemented it. I think it was February of 23, as I recall.
So, this kind of has to do with the power rate study. But we drew down the reserves, right, in November significantly. But I just remember in past budget discussions, since I've been on the council, you brought up that we are doing really well in our reserves, and we're at that 180 days. So just a few years, and we were able to catch up. So was that because of the power purchase adjustment clause? And
Yeah,
do you get what I'm asking?
Yeah, by far that was the most significant. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but if we would have just done the 1 year collection of the power purchase, it would have been like a 20% increase. It would have been massive. So instead we left it in place knowing we're going to leave that increased adjustment in for a few years till we collect that back. So it was like, and I don't know, do you remember how many years? Was that 2 or 3 years before we could collected that back? I think it was 3 years.
So 23 was a bad year, 24 and 25, and then probably some part of about 2.5 years.
Yeah.
The fact that we reflected back so fast was surprising.
Yeah.
We recovered a lot after that.
Yeah, I think you had the extra revenue from collecting that off the power purchase adjustment. Additionally, by good fortune, wholesale rates remained calm, and we were able to do well in those 2 years too. So luckily those stacked, and that really helped.
But you're kind of wanting to keep that in place.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would recommend that.
Well, again, I'm not sure to ask this now or later, but I'm just wondering if that's enough to build up the capital for the projects that are coming up.
It should not be used to build up reserve, like to cover your capital. It's only just to cover fluctuations in wholesale costs. So you're going to see in that cost of service study, if there's capital projects, based on your question, if there's capital projects that are causing pressure on the wholesale rates, or sorry, on our operations, that's going to have to come out of the rate base, not a power purchase adjustment.
Okay. So if we're back up to our reserves, and that's one thing in the rate study that they talk about how over time, if we keep as is, it's going to deplete the reserves. Maybe a question for later, but it sounds like we're increasing the rate, but we're also keeping the power purchase adjustment clause. It's like we're going to have a lot of money by doing both.
We shouldn't. We should, as it performs, if we do the capital projects that are designated within the capital study, and our wholesale costs are what they are, it should stabilize, and we'll spend the money we need for operations of those capital projects out of the rate piece, and then theoretically the power purchase adjustment would stay stabilized, assuming wholesale rates stay stable. But you almost have two buckets. Your PPAC, your power purchase adjustment, strictly for wholesale energy and fluctuations. Everything else needs to come out of the rate.
But I guess I'm just still confused because the PPA helped us replenish the reserves, so it wasn't necessarily just for the wholesale. The fluctuations there, right?
The wholesale costs, we had a bill due, and it was, $5 million more, let's say, that next month than we anticipated. So we have to pay that bill.
Right.
So we tap those reserves. Now we got to put that back, so we implement a PPAC, and then that refills the savings account until you're full again, and the calculation stabilizes.
Okay, that makes sense then. But
It's a recovery tool.
Can I say one thing on
Yeah.
that too? Just remember that PPAC only comes into impact if the cost of wholesale power is more than the budget. So if the amount that they put in the budget today, if the wholesale cost ends up being that exact amount, which it never is, right? The PPAC is zero, right? So just because there's a PPAC doesn't mean there's necessarily, it could actually be negative.
Yeah.
If the wholesale cost of power was less than what's in that budget, you could actually have a negative PPAC that would reduce the power per kilowatt
Yeah.
charge, if I said that right.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
So it basically stops at 180 days, right? Because the goal is 180.
Yeah, well, we look at what our anticipated revenue collection is for the upcoming year. So we look forward, we say, here's what we think we're going to collect. And then we look backwards and say, what did we collect? And it comes up with an over-under calculation. If we over-collect it and we have enough for next year anticipated, then we would actually put a negative PPAC and then we lower rates. Next year you come around, you do the calculation again. Oh, we under-collected this year, so we need to bump it back up. So it's not directly tied to the reserve fund. It's mostly, that's just where you're going to have to probably come up with the funds in the significant. I would say 22/23 was extreme, that we had to tap that fund so heavily. Normally you probably, I don't know if you have to tap it.
Normally I think there's small fluctuations, but that was $18 million in 1 year. It was,
But we had enough with the PPA to cover whatever fluctuations in wholesale cost of power, but also an additional amount to replenish the reserves. Is that right?
Are you, I'm just trying to clarify your question. You said the PPAC, you kind of illustrated that doing two things. Maybe clarify that for me.
I think if I could maybe restate it and tell me if I'm right or not. So we lost the $18 million, right? Because the wholesale power cost was a lot more than our budget. And so we had to charge a surcharge onto our regular rates to regain the $18 million. Normally you would do that every year, but to regain it all in 1 year was really, really high. So let's do it over 2 or 3 years. I think we're going to do it over like 3 years, but just the number was good.
So the PPA was one thing, and you increase the rate to replenish the reserves. Is that?
The PPAC did increase the rate. It's combined. Like when you get a bill, the PPAC is another item in there that's added to the base charge.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, I'm not
it's
explaining
mixed.
it well.
Yeah, go ahead.
So our goal in the past year was to replenish that reserve fund, right? Because it went way under, and we got to that point. And then I'm just wondering if we continue that route, right? So we've replenished it, and I don't know if that was increasing the rate or because of the PPAC that helped us do that. Do we need to continue that now that we've hit our target?
Well, I think maybe the best, what I would say, I'm saying it right. Kind of we do this rate study, the PPAC kind of starts at zero again. It's not like we carry forward that amount. We have a wholesale power cost, but then we look next year and say that the wholesale power cost was higher than we budgeted. There would be a small PPAC for that, but the wholesale cost of power was less than we budgeted. And actually a negative PPAC to put it back. And so I think in the rate study and the rates he's put together, he's got an amount to keep us at 180 days.
So the PPAC in the past was adjusted enough to replenish that fund,
Yeah.
right? Is that-
And maybe a good example, this might answer your question too, is if we were to go back and look, and we can, of what the PPAC was each year after it was first implemented in 2003, you would see that like year 2023 and 2024, it stayed the same. And I think 25, we actually reduced it a little bit because we could have left it and then shut it off halfway through the year, but we said rather than do that, let's cut it for illustration purposes. We'll cut it in half and do the full year. So you can see we're adjusting it as we come
So
down, as that
adjust
fund
and we
comes
did-
back up, and we hit.
Now that we hit that, we didn't think it'd be If you can send us those numbers
Sure.
over the years, what that was, it might be somewhere that I haven't found.
Yeah, no, actually, it probably, no, I guess it wouldn't be in the fee schedule, would it, Allison? It would be, because it's tied to within the rate, so the PPAC would be different. We'll get it to you. Yeah, we know what it is.
Any other questions from Joel?
I have a question. I'm just curious to know, it looks like the requests that you've made this year, the majority of them are one-time with one ongoing request. What happens to your department if these one-time requests aren't funded?
Yeah, I think we'd end up having to delay it and ask for it again next year.
And what do you, the impact, what are you delaying? Like obviously these specific items, but what's the impact from a project perspective?
It'd probably be specific to the project, what the impacts would be.
Yeah.
But it's delaying capital investment in our infrastructure generally.
Okay.
If there's like specific ones, Brent he's more on the operations side and can dive into the very details of each one.
Yeah, I just am curious to know if there's like a particular project that all of this hinges on, or if this is more just an infrastructure citywide. I'm not a power expert, so when I look at it, I don't fully know.
Brent, would you say these are standalone? Like if one doesn't go through, then it's not like if we don't approve number 6, then 3 others die. Is that kind of your question?
No, and a lot of these projects over the years, we do based off our capital plan, the 10-year plan, and there's a little bit of a cushion built into that, so that it's not like if it's not completed on that exact year that we run into a problem where we have an outage with a particular circuit. And so with the issues that you've been discussing with PPAC, with the trying to replenish the reserve balance, we did push some of these projects off to try and reduce our operating budget and try to help with that. But a lot of these projects do stand alone. They don't necessarily affect each other. It kind of depends on the ones we're looking at. Okay. But a lot of them are individual projects that stand alone.
Okay.
Can you talk about, I have to really delineate in my brain general fund versus enterprise funds, right? Mm-hmm. So what, if we don't, let's say, we don't fund some of these ongoing costs or even the one-time costs, like where are those, it's not like we can use them in the general fund, right? So where's that money? Is that reinvested back?
It goes back to, and I'm not sure which statements you have, but it drops back down to the fund balance line item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Within your department.
Within our department. Yeah, I think it's I can't read that. Wow. There. 53, 50, 50, 0, 0, 1. This is embarrassing. Oh my God. 53, 50, 50, 0, 0, 1. That's our reserve. So like in 26, we're budgeting $2.3 million to go back into that. Is that right? Off your head? That's
the power department, they have their own, if you look in the financial statements, they have their own balance sheet, their own cash balance, their own equities part.
And what they bring in is what they spend, right? So is that, because I just noticed in the other departments there were things that went unfunded, but it looks like all the enterprise funds get to be funded, right? All their requests. And that's, I think, what I'm calling attention to, but I guess I understand they're different funds, but do they essentially have more control of that spending because it's an enterprise fund? Yeah, they have their own revenues.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just different. And they can control the revenue stream through a rate where taxes come in and you set things, and it's not always, like I don't know today what our next year's tax revenues are going to be, but I have a pretty good idea what our utility fund revenues are going to be.
Yeah, that
we
makes
can
sense.
control the revenue side. We can't control the expense side. And that's the tricky one. Because our wholesale, if you look, our wholesale power cost is $43 million on a $61 million budget. So it's a significant
power
piece.
markets stay where we expect, and it's much easier.
And we try to budget, like this year we're planning on $75 per megawatt hour. That's how we come up with that. That's higher than what we've been, so we try to be conservative in that estimate.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And just learning. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions for Joel?
Yeah.
You mentioned that I think in the Sky Area Plan, that the city has to purchase the property for a substation up there.
Yeah.
Is that in this budget or?
It would be,
or
it's in the 73 fund. Is that on the back page?
Impact fee.
That would be out of impact fees. So we have,
impact fee?
yeah, it's our North Point Sky Substation, 735023. And I have that, or, I don't know if I have our, I think I have that number. Anyways, it's,
Page 67.
what is it?
67 of their document.
Page 67?
Of their document.
Okay. So what's the budgeted amount of that?
5.6 million
Okay.
is a change.
So 5.6 million, that's where that is supposed to come out of. The unfortunate part is that we had planned on the property purchase alone, but we've talked a little bit, but there'll be some additional costs based on the area plan with the developer that we're going to have to come up with around $1 million for the excavation cost for that was not planned on.
So excavation costs. So would impact fees cover that?
Yeah.
I believe so,
Yeah.
Oh, that.
It will draw down our impact fee fund
Oh,
balance.
but
But it's eligible to be.
Yeah. It's part of the substation
It
cost.
says here you have like 3.6 in surplus, so we pull from that. Is that what
Yeah.
that's what that's
Yeah,
saying?
there's going to be a portion of that for designated restricted funds for impact fees, so those can be used for that.
Cool.
So that just means you won't have impact fees for other things.
Yeah, I mean, it cuts into our balance. But then what happens is we need to be diligent on when we do our next impact fee study, because this stuff's costing more, and we only do an impact fee study every 10 or 15 years. Right. But for example, if we waited that long, then we're basing our infrastructure costs off old data. So we update regularly, and then we can make sure that those costs are recovered appropriately.
So how often do you do that?
We like to do them every 2 to 3 years. Powers is brand new.
So those
I've been
costs-
involved with a couple of them. When I went into it, I thought, oh, this is really easy. We'll just knock it out in a few months. And
They're
I
hard.
struggled to get across the finish line. So they just take a lot of, I don't know why. It's
A lot of analysis.
Yeah.
Maybe taking.
They're extremely detailed. The information that they're putting into these complicated formulas, and we're going back and forth a lot. And it's just,
So is that something you have to contract out to do or get
we do.
additional help?
I would recommend that,
But it's
because you're
more-
going to be contested.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who don't like impact fees. They're going to question. You might be legally challenged, and I'd hate to say, well, yeah, Dean just did it on the weekend when he bored or whatever. It would be better to have somebody else do that.
It takes an engineering consultant and
Yeah.
finance consultant. There's a handful of people that are really experts on this. By a handful of people, there might be 2, but on the financial part, they really understand the law. And so it just takes some time.
Any other questions for Joel? Okay, Joel, I think you're good. However, are you going to stay up here with Shay?
Yeah.
Brent, thank you.
Hopefully I missed, but
All right.
see.
Do you want to sit closer to Jason so you guys can share glasses? Shay, welcome.
Thank you.
Any questions for Shay on fiber under budget items?
Same kind of thing as, because it's an enterprise fund, you've got revenues, you can kind of have more discretion on your expenditures.
Yes, we have revenues, but most of that right now is bond proceeds. So we build up that customer base.
Cool.
How's the progress?
Good. So I was just looking at it this morning, so our goal was to be able to cover our bond payment within about 3 years of build out, and so we're on track with that right now.
I did have one resident reach out, and they just said, we haven't seen an update like, on social media or publicly about, because I think we were doing that maybe a year or 2 ago, where it was pretty aggressive in informing the public and marketing it. Are we going to continue to do that?
We haven't, just because the initial like phase of construction finished. That's really what that update was for, that just that initial project. We could do something. I know we've talked about maybe doing like a quarterly update or something like that. We do want to do a final update, like once we get the project fully closed out, and even have Strata come in and present kind of the, just the final results of the project. But yeah, we could look at doing something. I don't know that monthly is the right way to do it, just because there's not a huge change. So right now, the changes are mostly like building out new developments, and then also just the increase in customers.
Okay. Yeah, I think quarterly would just be good.
Okay.
I think there's some residents who are following it closely, but haven't seen anything, so I think it would be good.
Okay, we can do that.
So what's our take rate?
So we are just above 29%, so close to 30%, but that take rate, we just have to remember, is based on like a certain number of locations. So that contract was about 22,000, but our number of locations is growing. So really that needed take rate decreases. So we really want to watch like the number of subscriptions. So our target is really more like around 10,500 subscriptions. That's really what we're trying to benchmark.
What's our number today?
We're almost at 6,800.
And we're continuing to like track that, and there's certain milestones we need to be hitting, and we're beyond those every month still. So how that changes, we're optimistic that things are going really well.
Any other questions for Shay or Joe? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Marlon. Let's go to economic development. If you would pull that up. Hi, Marlon. How you doing there? Good. Any questions for Marlon on economic development?
Okay, I'll figure out what page I'm on.
It's 29.
29. Okay, thanks. I don't add any. Thanks for being here.
No questions for Marlon?
I don't think I
Marlon, that may be the first and the last time I ever see you at a table. There's no questions. Thank you.
About the budget. Just wait till 1 a.m. when I'm not at a meeting. I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Marlon.
Thanks for playing.
No problem. Let's stay in a different meeting. BJ's up. Everybody knows BJ Benson. BJ, I'm going to take the opportunity. BJ's father had suffered a heart attack last night.
Yeah, he's doing good.
He's doing well on the road to recovery. So you may want to keep the Bensons in your thoughts, as those are tough things. So, but we're glad you're here. So thanks for coming. Any questions for BJ or for Dave?
I was looking at your budget requests. What would you say are your, can you explain a little bit about them, since I am not?
Which ones you got? There's Class C requests and then general fund requests. Do you have a specific one?
I think I'm looking at general fund right now.
Okay.
Let's start with that. You can, since I wasn't able to be in the budget meetings for streets.
So we have a new employee we're requesting.
Okay.
Just due to all the work we're taking on, we're requesting a new employee. I don't know if you have a specific. We have 3 groups we work with: the sign group, the concrete crew, and the asphalt crew. So he would likely fall on the concrete or the asphalt crew. But each year we're seeing the production go up on both ends of those, like quite a bit. Do you want me to just go through them all?
Sure.
Okay. The next one is the nuisance trees. We're asking for 25,000 more. Last year we had 225. The nuisance trees are those trees that are in the planter strips that are causing damage. We had the big project out in Olympic Park that we took on. We've downscaled that quite a bit to individual people, individual issues, so it's not such a big impact on people. But we have also been working with Jessica, and we're doing a tree inventory of what our city trees, what we own, and where their compliance is. So that should be a big help. They're going to do that study probably pretty quick, first part of June. They were waiting for the leaves to get on all the trees, and it's Davies Tree Company. But yeah, so and it's been we've worked with other ends of the public works too, as far as like some of the trees are planted too close to clean outs or fire hydrants or whatever else. So it's kind of all throughout public works really.
So you're outsourcing the arborist, or you're using the in-house arborist?
They don't have enough in-house arborists to do all of our stuff. So especially like if we're doing a mill and overlay or a chip seal project, we have to go trim a lot of the trees back almost every time. That was just too much for Jessica, because Jessica actually falls in the Parks Department. We don't fund her at all, so she was helping us to do that. But this Davy Tree Company is a program they already use in the parks, and so we're just working with them. They will take an inventory and they'll show us what is outside of our compliance, so we don't have to go out and do it ourselves. And it should be a lot better to help us.
So when you're talking about outside of your compliance, you're talking about trees that are interfering in the park strip, that are interfering with like sidewalks or things like that. Is that what I understand?
Yeah, road height
Okay.
over the road and over the sidewalk, any sidewalks that's being lifted, any of that stuff. So
Okay.
I think that would also include like anything that would be a traffic hazard, like
Yeah.
blocking signs. It's a comprehensive
Okay.
analysis of what trees are causing problems from a range.
Okay. So you outsource kind of arborists, because the arborist we have is under parks.
Yep.
And actually, that was a question I had for Power too, was I hear that Power uses arborists too to help with.
this will actually, it will encompass some of that. We met with the power department briefly about it, but it will also show them their obstructions.
Okay.
So,
If they're within the road right
Yeah.
away. Anything
Yeah.
that would be backlit or things like that wouldn't be covered by this study.
Okay. But that's the 250 that I see.
yeah,
250.
yeah.
Okay.
And that's like just working on trees as we go to. We worked closely with Jessica, and she's, like I said, if she feels like we need to put a new tree there, we do it. If we don't, what the hazards are, taking the tree out. We still take out quite a few trees, and so based on the situation, she either helps us to get a new tree at a reduced price from one of the nurseries or whatever. So that's
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a huge problem. I know some of you that have been with me have seen it. It is a huge problem, but we're making a move in a positive direction, I think. Number 3 is the 10-wheeler or the S22 bed sander. One of our trucks, S22, it was at the point that it needed to be replaced. The sander for snow plowing was falling apart. So what our question was, if we bought a sander, then we would likely keep that truck in the system for longer, but it was due to be replaced. So that was where we were weighing that out. We got the 10-wheeler, a new truck, a new sander, a new bed, instead of just buying that one to prolong something we're going to be getting rid of anyways. But we also are doing this with a wing plow. So it'll have the front plow and a wing plow, and that way it's essentially like having 2 plow trucks.
And so the 10-wheeler and plow replacement, that's a $57,000 ongoing expense, plus the fleet expense would be $375,000 one time, right?
Yeah.
Whereas option 1, the bed and sander replacement, would be $65,000 one time funded, plus $15,000.
But the truck's
Right.
pretty close. I think the truck's 10 years old, probably. Yeah. So, yeah. It would be.
So we're already paying $57,000 a year for that truck that you said would go, right?
Okay.
So you'd basically be taking one truck out, putting the new truck in at $57,000 already in operating costs.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be necessarily a new operating cost, it would be the same, but you'd pick up it would be a newer truck, you'd have an old truck out, but you pick up a double plow, and you would be spending $57,000 on a sander that may go away on a truck in 2 years anyway.
And the S22 is a bobtail. It's a smaller truck. So having the 10-wheeler, we have started doing a lot of our own paving, way more than we have in the past. We use it for chip sealing, we use it for a lot of other stuff, just hauling for the parks or wherever we need to. But yeah, we use 10-wheelers way more than we use the bobtails. So, the next one was some line increases of equipment maintenance. It was like $5,000 difference, so a total of $30,000. Those are just like, we have a spray truck, a distributor, and every year we have a company come in and dry ice, clean off all the oil on it so we can work on it, just because if you'd have to see it to believe it, but it just gets covered in oil. So there's just different things like that we use to work on. The other one is department supplies, like hand tools, cutting edges for our saws, concrete saws and stuff like that. And then the other one was $1,000 for uniforms. When we're doing crack sealing, it's not uncommon for guys to lose a pair of pants, so we started buying some like recyclable bibs and stuff like that that they can use, just because once you get that stuff on it, it's over. Nobody wants that in the washer and dryer. So
Can't wear your bows.
yeah.
Remember that name. It's been a while.
And then we asked for a increase in our overtime budget. A lot of our roads now, especially with chip seals, we're starting to have to do some of that work on Sundays. We did have some leftover overtime funds from this last year just because of the lack of snow we had, but just forecasting the work we do and the snowstorms we typically have, we look like we're going to be really close with that with our personnel. So we just asked to bump that up a little bit.
And the crack seal machine replacement?
Yeah. So I think that's over in Class C. I'll just go through them in our priority list. Our number one priority list for Class C was signal light and signal development. We're asking for another $120,000 on that budget. It was typically $300,000, but we have 27 signals in operation and 28 now since this came out, but we have 3 more in design, so we're starting to need to do some more of the maintenance and updates on some of that signal equipment, some of it's pretty expensive, so we just asked for an extra $120,000 to start doing more of those maintenance costs. So that's signal and signal development. The road maintenance, our budget was 1.7. We're asking for that to come up to 2 million, and if you had 20 million, we could spend it all. So we can always fix the roads. So that's what that goes towards. The next one is ADA sidewalks and sidewalk replacement. We asked for an extra 75,000 on this budget. The ones that live on the north end of town, you'll see there's a sidewalk trail right at the end of 3rd North and 3200 North. We just seal coated that. As you go home, you'll see them. They worked on Sunday doing that. The asphalt trails that are in place of the sidewalks, it's kind of been a gray area for everybody between Steve and I. And so this year, we asked for a little bit more money to help try to maintain some of those trails that are in places of the sidewalk. We'll still do all the sidewalk maintenance, but the 75,000 extra would go to treating those asphalt trails, potentially paving them, repaving them, or seal coating them.
Are you talking about like the Murdoch Canal Trail?
No, that would be,
Okay.
if you look right on the north
I know what
side.
you're talking about, 3200 North.
Yeah.
I know that one, but I agree.
Yeah, and so there's just some of those throughout town. There's some down by the splash pad, on the south end of the splash pad park. I don't know what it's called. So you can have to tell me. But it's just an asphalt trail that nobody's ever done any maintenance on. So
You guys just barely did, right?
yeah, we started doing some of those, but there's way more throughout town that I was like, let's start doing this and see how it goes. But that's what the extra money was for that. But it's not in the parks or anything. That's in Steve's realm.
Okay.
The other one was equipment rental. We're asking for an extra $25,000 in that. When we do our chip seals and stuff, it's a very abrasive cleanup. Our brooms that we have through the street, the storm drain division, it's pretty hard on the equipment. So we've started renting those out. It's a lot easier for us. It's not near the maintenance that we have to do. We also rent a crusher every now and then and crush up the asphalt that we tear out wherever we do. So right now, anything we crush up, we recycle 100%. The city reuses it. So instead of just taking it up and paying to dump it, we crush it up and then we reuse it on projects. So like right now, all of our millings, some of them went to Parks Department, some of them went to our access roads for sewer, water, whatever. And then some of our road base we've reused under our sidewalks and road projects. And we'll probably use some of it on some site work that we'll be doing in our yard. So,
That's great.
yeah.
That's a cost savings.
Yeah.
And that's both concrete and asphalt. He just said asphalt, but we actually crush the concrete as well. It comes off of all of our pullouts. And then we can use that as a road-based material.
We used to just haul it up and dump it. And, before I came here, that's what I did before I came here. So I was like, we can reuse all this, and so it's better than buying it and using it and just dumping it and paying for it. So.
What other rental, like, I used to work on asphalt,
Yeah.
seal coat and crack seal and all that, and those machines are a beast.
Yeah.
Especially crack seal machines, because
Yeah.
it's just so hard to maintain and clean, and so things are always breaking. Are there any cost efficiencies if we were to do more renting of equipment or outsourcing of certain projects, or is it all more cost effective to do it in-house?
Well, the thing is like take for example this year, the paving season typically doesn't start until April 15th. A lot of stuff's not happening until then, as far as paving. So that's a great time for our crews to be doing crack seal because we're not out paving yet. So and they usually end like in October 15th or so. So that window throughout the winter is a great time for our crews to start doing crack seal. It doesn't affect the concrete crew as much, but when we jump over and have our guys crack sealing, outside guys crack sealing, but the machine we've had has lasted us 10 years, or maybe not 10 years, maybe 6 years. So I would have to give it to Jeremy on. I think it's better to have our own to buy it, but I don't know that we would save a lot in renting it.
And then to fully answer that question, James, so we actually hire companies to do crack seal throughout the year as well. So it's a healthy dosage of both. We have our own, we do it when we can to maximize the efficiency and cost effectiveness of our crews. But when they're doing other projects, because we're limited on, we don't have crews that can just crack seal all the time. They have to move towards paving, and that's what he was explaining. Mm-hmm. There are times of the year it makes sense for our guys to do it, and then there's times of the year it's not, but we still continue to have outside contractors that are doing it during those time periods.
Okay. So the $10,000 on the crack seal machine replacement, is that replacing parts only, or is it the whole?
No,
That's their ongoing fleet cost, we buy a new machine.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it'd be a new one. Yeah, the old one is just due. So, like the new one that we're looking at, it's parts. They're telling us it's 6,000 hours of runtime, like the pump and stuff like that. So that's quite a bit of time. That'd be like 10 years of runtime. I'm sure there's going to be little things along the way, but for the most part, it's a pretty durable machine. So.
Does any of your nuisance tree budget go towards education? Like, so that we can prevent maybe some of the people keep planting the trees that keep causing sidewalk problems, right?
And that's the one thing.
Pears
the nuisance trees. Working with Jessica, I know we talked to Michelle and I have talked to Jessica too. It's a huge problem. Even in our new developments, we'll see them planting trees, and Jessica will go out and she's like, "This is the wrong tree." And the problem is we just don't have the manpower to do it. Like I said, Jessica's not really under my realm. Hopefully with that nuisance tree budget, we've handed out flyers. She's talked about getting stuff when they come to get their building permits and stuff like that. They have to sign a paper or something acknowledging like, hey, this is what it is. So she's actively working on that, probably more so than I am, just trying to help educate people.
So that's more of like a communications thing, or like the arborist, like the parks, or maybe development, maybe it's the building. And you guys are more addressing like the already issues.
But we have done that. Some of the roads we're doing maintenance on, we'll go out and put those out, flyers out, and say, hey, this is why we're doing it. We're coming in to do this. This is what type of tree should be there. a lot of education goes into it when we do remove them, though.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to put something right back. Jessica goes over that stuff with them too, so. Jessica's worth her weight in gold.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
A question, just future reference. What costs the city more to maintain the asphalt trails or sidewalks?
It depends where they're at. Asphalt, the worst thing for asphalt is not having traffic on it. It ravels, gets the UV rotted on the top. So concrete's pretty durable. Concrete's way more to repair it and fix it. It's usually a total removal and replacement. Asphalt, you can do some crack seals and some other treatments on it. So it kind of depends where it's at, but for the most part, I would say concrete's more expensive.
Is that mostly because of the tree issue or some kind of?
It just usually costs more. Like asphalt's, $65 a ton. A yard of concrete is $250, $300. So.
I just know that in the past, developers would put in the asphalt trails, and then we get to come back and maintain them, right? So, I mean, is it better to just have them put in wider sidewalks, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is there's a lot of preference with people riding bicycles on the trails, whether they saw cut the joints in or trowel them in. So it's easier asphalt for everybody, I think, because of the
It's
cost.
easier on it's easier impact on your knees too, as a runner.
Yeah. I think that more people prefer that. And honestly, it's probably easier for us to maintain it. We can go out and patch it quickly. Anytime we're removing and replacing concrete, it's a day project. No matter if it's 10 yards or if it's 2 yards. It's an all-day project.
Okay, that's good to know.
Any other questions for BJ?
Okay. If you have any questions, come in. Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Bradley? Hi, Brad.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Good. Brad Kennison from Engineering. Any questions for Brad?
Go to the right page.
You didn't ask for anything, did
There's
you?
a lot.
That's
Just
what-
projects that have impact us.
These are mostly road impact fees and
Yeah.
grant related items.
Correct.
Cold water.
Your engineering budget went down.
Related project.
As far as, I guess, headcount, recently announced retirement, right? So how does that fit into, I guess, the budget for headcount?
So we currently have hired a new traffic engineer. He'll start on Monday. So he'll use the same budget that Luke was using. And the intention would be that's why we don't anticipate any budget changes, because we would hire Lauren's replacement.
Okay. Now, would that, I assume a new replacement would be
Probably
more junior,
less.
right? So there would be a gap of savings there.
That's what we expect.
Aren't you Lauren's replacement?
Little did you know, this is your interview.
It appears our recommendation's been made.
I think you were told that like in 2008, like 3 years. Yeah, was the class?
Yeah, I was told that in 2013.
2013. That's way
You've
off.
had a lot of training then.
Yes.
Yes, good job. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's good to hear we have a traffic engineer. It's great news.
Any other questions for Brad?
Are we going to get an introduction to the new traffic engineer? When did you say you started?
He starts on Monday,
Okay,
this
cool.
coming, in a week, so, yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
David Crew back.
Well, I stayed close.
I noticed you didn't run very far. Hey, Greg.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Any questions for Greg? Mr. Greg Allred or Dave Norman on water, PI, sewer, drainage? These guys are the guys.
If you can go over your budget request, that'd be great. And one thing for Dave, since I was going to ask it again for streets, but there is leftover surplus money from the snow removals from this year, right? For streets. So what's the plan just with that?
Well,
The streets budget. Sorry.
Some years we're over, some years we're under. So I know that they're buying some wear parts for our plows, things like that. That won't encompass all of the budget. We'll fill up the salt shed before the season, before we go into the next budget year. There will be some money left over. But you'd have to ask Harlan and them what they do typically. I mean, I think it rolls over to the next year. It's a little bit of savings because we have had years where we go beyond our salt budget. So.
If there's already salt from last year, right? Because we didn't really use it. So.
There's some, but we always fill up the shed. We always top it off before the season, if we have a budget to do so that we go into the next year prepared.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. No.
Oh, you're
streets.
I'm going to start with the wastewater budget request, and I only have one. And it's an upgrade to an existing sewer lift station that we inherited from Thanksgiving Point, plus or minus 2002. So it's a lift station Thanksgiving Point constructed with the changes in the design and the plan for Thanksgiving Point around the golf station, around the golf course. They changed their plans and they built subdivision. So there's housing units out there that go through this lift station. We feel like we've extended its life by doing some retrofits, some upgrades 4 or 5 years ago. There's some new technology. It's called an Overwatch system. It's a fully enclosed system. We're asking for $360,000 to upgrade that. Essentially, it's a 25-year-old facility. Good on that one? I don't have any budget requests for the drainage department, a minor one, just a increase in supplies and maintenance. It was around $5,000. So I shouldn't say I don't have any, but just that small. On to the drinking water. An additional maintenance crew. We've ordered a new hydro excavation truck. It should be here this year. Jeremy? Yeah. Fingers crossed, it's ordered, it's being built, it's on its way. Part of the budget request for the hydro excavation truck was an additional crew to run it. So I've worked here since 1997. In 1997, we had one maintenance crew that fixed water leaks. It's 2026, we have one maintenance crew that fixes water leaks in town. So this is an additional 4 employees to run that hydro excavation truck. And the main intent of that crew is to chase water leaks, non-serviceable water leaks, fix our water loss numbers.
When did you say it's estimated to, right?
It's ordered. It should be here this summer, late summer.
Okay.
And I think it was 38% leakage.
Yeah.
Is that?
The numbers went down from last year. So about 2 years ago, when our numbers really spiked, we started actively looking for water leaks. So non-surfacing water leaks all over town. I'll give you an example of one subdivision. If you go south of the roundabout on Main Street, not quite to 1900 South, there was 4 employees. They went through that subdivision in about an hour and they found 12 water leaks that didn't surface. They don't show themselves. You can't see them. You can't hear them. They pop the meter lids, put their meter key on the setter, and then they can hear water leaking. So they went and they fixed them. When they got to 12, they stopped. We'll fix these 12. We'll fix the other 10 that pop up in between now and then. And then when they're not fixing water leaks we know about, they go looking for water leaks.
So how long does it take to fix a water leak?
Depends on the water leak, but half a day.
So maybe 2 a day?
Yeah, they're doing 2 a day pretty frequently right now, just to pop up.
Do you know what the percentage is now? What it dropped to?
This year it dropped like, I can't remember. I'd have to look.
I thought I heard 34.
Yeah,
that's
in our
close to
meeting.
that. Yeah, a few percent.
That's
It dropped it some.
I heard the mayor's been spotting
He's been,
Ace?
Don't ask Greg, because I call him all the time now.
he's 50/50.
I'm 50/50 right now.
Found one.
Found one, not the other.
It's interesting the perspective that you have when you get into these kind of situations, right? Because tell me you don't drive around the city now looking at it at a totally different lens than you did before. You know what I mean? The same thing when we get into this world, you know what I mean? You start to see, like I'll go on a trip and I'll see fire hydrants that are totally different style or color or whatever. I've been known to take pictures and send it back to these. Check these fire hydrants. Have you ever seen this before? You know what I mean? Just, it's so, yeah, your lens changes, right?
My second budget request for the water is a maintenance crew service truck. So along with the additional crew, it's a truck, tools, parts, pieces. They'll be required to fix water leaks as well. The third thing was a satellite leak detection system. I can't explain how it works. I still think it's magic. How's that? Astera is a company that's developed a satellite leak detection system. St. George City is using it. Santa Clara City is using it. They've just came from California. The best way I can describe it is treated water, so drinking water that has chlorine in it, reacts with the groundwater in the ground, and it gives off a heat signature that they can see from their satellite. They will help us find water leaks that are non-surfacing, help expedite the process so we don't spend half a day looking for them and then half a day fixing one. This is a year-long program for $150,000. They give us the satellite image, they give us the map, they give us the addresses. We're not asking for an ongoing renewal. We felt like we could, in a year, they could give us enough information. We could keep an additional crew busy for probably 2 years or more. If we felt like we needed it again in a year, we would come and ask for more money for an additional subscription, essentially. It is a 1 year.
And when you had presented this, I know you said it was pretty new technology and you were going to talk to Santa Clara.
Yeah,
Were you able to?
I called and I talked to Santa Clara City. They've instituted it, and he has nothing but good things to say about it. It works. It's as good as promised. Astera sends, they call boots on the ground, right? They send crews with them to help train city staff, show them how to read the map, show them how to read the image that they give them.
Okay.
Yeah. New to Utah, and then new to the Wasatch Front. I know they've talked to Highland City, a bunch of the cities up north, Bountiful, Davis County. I haven't heard whether I've stopped communicating with the salesman from Astera because I told him it's a budget request. I wouldn't know the answer until after July.
So do you feel like the way that you're detecting leaks is insufficient right now?
I think it could be more efficient.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of, like I said, going out and looking for leaks with a meter key and 4 guys walking through subdivision, we could do it and be more efficient and cover the whole city with one image and one program.
And this would potentially show you where the worst leaks are.
Yeah. Yep.
So you can start with those.
We can start with those.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this an ongoing problem? Like once you fix them, are new ones popping up all the time?
Yeah.
Like you're hiring a whole nother crew. That's a big expense.
What we're finding is these are poly service lines that are, some of them are 5 years old, some of them are 20 years old, some of them anywhere in between. There's no rhyme or reason. It's not focused on one area of town. They're doing them on Traverse Mountain. They're doing them out by James's house. They're doing them down by North Lake. They're doing them all over town.
You say they're doing them, are you saying developers are choosing that material type?
It's a spec material type. It's the material type we spec and require.
Okay.
It's pretty industry standard. Provo City uses copper, but I think all of the surrounding cities use the same material type.
That was poly what?
Poly pipe.
Like it's a polyurethane or something. It's a plastic, basically.
It's plastic, and it's only the drinking water. It's not in the pressurized irrigation system.
What is the pressurized irrigation?
No,
Same.
same material, we're just not seeing it.
You're not seeing leaks in pressurized irrigation?
Not as much.
Okay.
Not on the service lines.
And Greg, with his years of experience, he's the one who's brought that up to our attention, because I would have never put that together.
My theory is it's treated water. It's the chlorine. I don't have any basis for that information other than 99% of them are pressurized drinking water services.
So Michelle, I think to maybe help answer your question a little bit, So with the additional crew, for now, we anticipate we will keep very busy just chasing water and fixing water leaks. If there were ever to come a time where, let's say that there were leaks, we didn't have leaks to fix, heaven forbid, heaven help us, right? That would be amazing. Most of these guys, we have really good guys that come from the excavation world. There are projects, potentially, that we could do if we literally had downtime. There are projects that we could potentially do in-house to save money. Right now, that's not even an option. There's been numerous that have come up, and I'll come to Greg and go, do you think our crews have time to do that? And he's like, nope. He's like, we have to hire our crews, do not have the time. And I agree with him. I'm not saying I don't. I agree completely. But if there were ever a time that our crews weren't busy, we could keep them busy with other projects that would save us from hiring contractors to do. I don't see that happening. Probably, I know not in Greg's career. I'm not sure in mine either. But yeah. So is that kind of a concern?
Yes. No. Yeah. Because I'm like, if you catch up to it, are we going to have people that don't have things to do?
Yeah.
Oh, we would always have something to do.
I started here on the maintenance crew fixing water leaks, and I thought, when I'd worked here 15 years, like that's the last galvanized service line we'll ever replace. And that.
You woke up the next day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for one truck, you need 4 people
Yeah.
as a crew? There's not 2?
No, it's not 2. It's a truck, it's a track hoe, it's a backfill.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an entire operation. It's
Okay.
not just 2 guys on a truck, if
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 4-man crew.
So are other cities that use copper pipes getting this same leakage problem?
I don't know.
The copper pipe, yeah, go ahead.
Provo City is the only city that I know of that specs and uses copper.
Could we change, or is that, kind of mix the different pipes?
We could consider it.
Probably more expensive.
Copper's probably a little more expensive. But
Copper, the known challenges that I know of copper, if the line gets dented or, but you have to be a lot more careful when installing it. Because if it can get kinked, it can get dented, it can get dinged, and that'll cause failures in a copper a lot faster. The whole idea with poly was those wouldn't be an issue. The question, and Greg's the one that came up with this, is so our culinary service lines are 3/4 inch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're also potentially, is it a 3/4 inch or is it treated water or is it a combination of both? Where we're seeing with the 1-inch lines in our PI system, we're just not seeing the same amount of leakage. And so
Is it a thicker? It's not thicker
it's
material.
not the wall
It's just
thickness, right?
It's just the diameters. Okay.
diameter's just
Huh.
slightly bigger. It's an SDR rating. The rating is the same. The wall thickness is.
So is it the pressure? Maybe the pressure's causing it?
The pressure in the drinking water system is like 5 pounds more than the pressurized irrigation. There's a slight pressure differential, but
And a smaller pipe.
in a smaller diameter pipe.
Yeah, so that's probably.
The wall thickness is the same.
But even if you had a smaller pipe, I think the pressure on the walls of that pipe would be greater, right? On a smaller pipe with higher, it wouldn't.
Pressure's determined by feet of head, not pipe size.
Interesting. Yeah. One question I had a good conversation with our neighbors out in Saratoga. Their system, I think it's for culinary. They have a system where they're getting, and given they have a much newer city, it's much newer infrastructure, but they have a system where they can detect leaks automatically, like per household. So they'll have, like each household has an app where they can actually see their live usage of water. And then the city has kind of a master view of it where they'll actually call up homes where they notice that water's been running for 4 hours and say, hey, you may have a leak in your house. Is that something we plan to implement? Like, how does that work with Lehi?
So technically, we already have that ability. We're doing it. That's all manually done by Allison and her department because they have to go through the reports. We are now hiring a company that will have a similar portal that people will be able to access, and that will also send us reports that we can automatically generate to the people, letting them know, hey, your water's running excessively, the time it shouldn't be, you need to check. Those leaks are only detecting from the meter to the house.
Right.
So that's not the one type of leaks that we're seeing in our system that are before the meter. Is that? So that's a project we're working on. We've hired them now. We're just starting a kickoff meeting this week with them. So we have to have that implemented here in the next few months. But technically, we already are doing that. We're just having to send people out to notify them rather than generating it automatically.
Okay.
Makes sense.
That's great to know.
The leakage affects bond ratings, correct?
I don't know if it affected our bond rating.
I've been in, and I've presented at those. We've presented what we're doing to Chuck with this new crew and other things that we're doing. I don't feel like it adversely really affected us, do you? You can be heard.
It's a good question. We were asked when the bond raters were interviewing us, that was definitely a question that was asked, and ours was really high. So it's not a positive thing. But I think we got the same bond rating that we had before because that's one measurement thing out of everything. So controlling this water would be very, very important. That's all I can say. Like the cost, you think of how expensive it is to acquire access to water right now, and that's water we don't have to go buy again. So getting the water we already own, it's.
But I would imagine if we don't see progress, that could affect it in the future for sure.
Yeah. I guarantee if we go
through one of them, and it.
Oh yeah,
no, they talk about it, and I guarantee if we go back, they'll look and say maybe it doesn't have to be fixed, but they want it to be better.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I got asked that question every interview we had. I had to explain what we're doing, and they were aware of it, and here's the proactive measures we're taking, and that's why after we had got the budget request approval last year to purchase the truck, but we knew the trucks take a year or more to get. And so part of that budget request was also for this crew, but we said, so in order to get the truck, we're going to have a crew, but obviously we don't want to hire the crew until we have the truck. So that's why this request is in front of you this year, is because we actually presented it last year with the truck, but we knew that it didn't need to be approved with. It did, but it didn't, if that makes sense. They all were aware that yes, we would need a crew to run this truck and the equipment, but there was no reason to have it in the budget last year because we knew we would be hiring them, if that makes sense.
Any last questions?
I have two more.
Oh, keep going.
Sorry.
It's on you then.
This is another drinking water one. Pilgrim's Booster Station. It's a drinking water booster facility that's out by the flight park. It pumps and supplies about half of the water to Traverse Mountain. It's the only drinking water booster station in town that has a single pump and motor. So there's no redundancy in the booster station. This is a request for $350 to add redundancy, so another pump, another motor to the existing facility. Not a bigger building, not more power, nothing like that, just another pump and motor. Redundancy for drinking water for Traverse Mountain.
This might not be appropriate time to say this, but let's pretend that there's development up in West Canyon. You'd have to do a whole bunch of other improvements and boosters and all the things, right?
Yeah. And the developer.
Okay. I mean, the developer would have to, but.
So do we push this?
The developer would
Yes.
build, if they built in West Canyon, it would likely require another tank, another reservoir, another booster station. And this was built in 2000, around 2000, 2003. So it just, when we build new ones, we build one redundancy. They have two lead line, two different pumps, two different motors.
Just in case one fails or something like that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And we have a second pump and motor at our shop on the shelf. So if that does burn up, the pump goes bad, we can take it out of service. Takes half a day to replace it. Yeah. This is a water/sewer. This is a utility extension into Willow Park. It's kind of in conjunction with the Parks Department. They would want to get rid of their pit toilet, put an RV dump and a flush toilet in Willow Park. And then we would like to extend water mains and put the two existing bathrooms on our drinking water system. Currently, we inherited Willow Park's drinking water system, which is a well, a tank, and a booster station that services two bathrooms. And we have spent a significant amount of money over the past 2 years maintaining pumps and motors for wells and booster stations for two bathrooms, seasonal bathrooms. So.
One thing I've talked to my colleagues up here about recently is the Willow Park. I guess, what's our strategy or vision, long-term plan for Willow Park? And I think that's a conversation we should have in the next few months. So where I'm coming from is how much do we invest in this budget in Willow Park, not knowing exactly what we'll do long-term at the park, right? Now, some of these things will have to go in no matter what we do with the park, but what are those things versus just the standard maintenance? And I think Steve Marchbanks, we talked a little bit about that on the park side, but what about from your side?
Yeah. From my side, the importance of this is the city owning a tank, a well, and a booster station for 2 bathrooms instead of 20,000 houses. So I don't have numbers in front of me, and I didn't put them in the budget request, but we probably spent $40,000 to $50,000 replacing booster pumps and doing some well maintenance in the last 2 years at Willow Park, just for those 2 seasonal bathrooms. The park,
That are pit, that are not, they're
flush toilets,
Those are
they go to
flush.
septic.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then
But
you're
it's-
also talking about changing a pit toilet too.
The pit toilet, we would extend the sewer, and that would be a flush toilet that wouldn't be a septic tank, it would go in the sewer.
So, like along James Line, if we don't know exactly what Willow Park will be in the future, would these improvements be necessary no matter what? Or is it like a
If we
nice thing
if
right
we
now?
extend these utilities now, all it does is benefit what you want to do in the future. It extends the water mains in. It gets this water system and the sewer system extended into the park. If you did more development, if you did another building, if you did improved campsites, they would all benefit from this utility extension.
And I think I remember Steve saying the same thing when he was doing his, and we brought this up. He said that from his perspective, this would benefit anything we do in there.
Yeah.
It's a huge improvement for now. It takes off all the challenges with the system that Rick's talked about. It's going to continue to just be a maintenance drain for costs. If we can get these in, those maintenance drains, the costs go down dramatically. And then it allows you to do anything else you want. It fixes the current problem and also helps you if you want to do anything in the future with it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And this is from the enterprise fund, general fund.
Yep.
So, and I have no idea what could potentially happen there, but if for some reason the county decides to sell off the land, I don't know, and development came in, that's the only reason I would kind of pause about this, is that then they would pay for this themselves, right? But that might be so far up there, it never happens.
Can the county sell the land without?
I don't think so, because we have a lease with them.
Correct.
For
So,
100 years?
yeah. So they would have to get, I would imagine they would have to get our sign off before.
We could give,
And then we
if
get
we give it
a
back to them.
refund.
So we can just add that as part
That'd be
of
a part of the
they would
deal,
just part-
just
add it
make
as
them
part
pay
of the
for it.
sale.
Yeah.
The other challenge with the system out there is it doesn't have, it's not chlorinated, right?
Not chlorinated.
So there's always a risk that a bacteria shows up in the water system, right? And then we have a huge cost trying to retrofit the system to chlorinate. If we put just on our system, any of those challenges go away.
Is it connected to the water building out there, or the Parks building?
The Parks building is connected to our system, yeah.
Ours.
And when Steve built the new Parks building, we extended the water mains in. This is just
Okay.
I have a footage on here, 950 more feet further west.
I think I would be interested, like Michelle was just figuring out what the difference is with copper and the poly. Just, I don't know if it's going to be more durable or anything like that, but just since that's just maybe something I'm curious about.
Yeah.
So.
Any other questions?
One more.
Oh, go ahead.
It's not a budget request, it's just a matter of fact. It's a line item increase for water share rentals. Water from Central Utah, water from irrigation companies, assessments, they all go up. It's just, we're asking, every year we do a budget with an incremental increase to keep up with the contract amount. So.
It's not something you have control over.
Not something I have control over, the
Assessment.
price is
Yeah.
set, and we take it, they sell it to us, and we pay for it.
Okay,
That's it for me.
we're good.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a 7-minute break till 2. Everybody good? Take a minute.
That's oddly specific.
Well, I was just looking at my clock, 7 minutes, give everybody enough.
It just seems like we can connect all the fleet requests back to other requests. It's not really your request. This is kind of how it feels from my side of the table. So, yeah, is there anything though that we can do to support your department other than just fulfill other people's requests?
So I do have two things. If we don't replace, we have to repair, and that's why we requested more mechanics. And then the other one is we've got some trucks and trailers that are getting old enough that we can't get parts for. Like a fire truck, you're 4 years out on a build time, so we need to start getting those in the process to replace those. Those are the only two concerns I have.
For tomorrow, I know there's a fleet surplus order. I was actually going to ask you about this anyways, Colleen. What, can you explain that? Like, what is the surplus?
It's the vehicles that we've replaced, and we have to sell them through auction.
So they're like old vehicles.
Correct.
You're going to auction them off. Okay. All right.
So are we repairing more than we're replacing? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. We requested, I think it was just right around 18 million for replacement. I think we're approved for about 5-ish.
Have we ever considered doing, so I know there's like commercial truck leasing.
We checked into leasing quite a bit.
Yeah, like where it's basically like a 2-year thing, right? Where you get a brand new truck, use it for 2 years, swap it out.
The problem that we ran into, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but the problem we ran into is they want us to pay for the vehicle up front. And then that's a guaranteed buyback is how their leasing works. So we're still putting the money up front. If we would turn them over at 2 years, we would probably get about the same amount versus what they're doing.
With the fleet police vehicles, my understanding is that we might get these through another mechanism than purchasing them through the city. Are we?
The grant comes through?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's still yet to be determined. We've cleared a
Okay.
major hurdle by having our legislators put it on their ask list, but we haven't gotten a response yet.
Okay.
Do you know when it rolled out?
No, but it wouldn't affect this budget year anyway. It would be next fiscal year.
Well, and I would maybe speak up just a little bit. Regardless, we would still have that annual cost for that vehicle because it's going to need to be replaced again someday. And not to, I'll speak for Jeremy a little bit. Fleet is underfunded by probably quite a bit. It's just been hard to, it's just super expensive. And we've been trying to put some more money into it, but the cost they replace those vehicles on schedule is, we're just having a hard time getting there.
What determines the schedule that when you replace them?
So we do two different ways. Dean and I put together a list that based on years we replace them, and then we have a point system that we use based on the APWA, which is mileage, age, amount of repairs, and there's two other ones I can't think of off the top of my head.
Okay.
Can I ask, and maybe this is more for the mayor and Jason on the tentative budget, but you requested 18 million in vehicle replacements. We ended up with 5. I just want to understand kind of like how we landed on that number, or the logic.
Just a gap, because we think we can continue to Band-Aid it forward, but I don't know that we can Band-Aid it forward forever. That's kind of where we landed. The 5 million is the base, really ultimately the base need that I saw, and I know Jason and Dean kind of looked at it too the same way.
Yeah, we have, I mean, there's been a lot of years we put money from capital into fleet. In other words, if ideally we would have this amount that goes into the fleet from all of our different departments and different funds in a year, and that would be enough for Jeremy to fix some cars, replace the cars on schedule. And since that money's, it's easier from the enterprise funds, it's harder from the general fund because it's competing with firefighters and police officers and stuff like that. And so we've used capital money sometimes. So we've looked, instead of having that go through the normal process, we said, hey, we got a surplus, we're going to use $500,000, $750,000 of that capital money to buy a batch of vehicles. And if we get the grant, the federal grant, that'd kind of be the same thing. It really helps, but in the long run, we need a steady amount of money going in there. And I wish I had a good answer on how to get there. I mean, it's not hard math. It's just, again, that with other things for resources, so.
So you're saying that the departments are supposed to be paying for their fleet, but there's kind of like a capital upfront cost that fleet pays, and then the other
Right.
departments are kind of paying off their.
Yeah, ideally,
Right?
Jeremy's.
Is that what I understand?
Yeah, ideally, Jeremy's budget would almost be like it's a third party. James kind of talked about a leasing company. It's almost like Jeremy would be the leasing company.
He leases the police, he leases
The police would
fire,
come and say, I
he
need a
leases-
police vehicle, and he'd tell them, oh, that's $9,000 a year or whatever. And so they would always pay him $9,000 a year with the idea that money would be enough to fix the car and get him a new car in 5 years or 7 years or whatever the replacement is. And so right now, there's just not enough money in those departments going into the fleet. It's like I said, it's easier to get it from power or water, but if it's police, I've got to, do I hire a police officer with that, or do I put another $100,000 towards their fleet allocation? And so we just have done this.
It's a hard one. Fleet is
That's
tough.
probably
It's
the
tough.
hardest budget thing. I know we talk about a lot of budget things. For me, that's probably the hardest thing to get to.
How do we, when we acquire vehicles, right, like if you look at the police vehicles, they're mostly Fords and then a couple randoms in there. Like, do we have an arrangement with Ford? And is that the most cost effective? Have we looked at others?
We've looked at other vehicles. They've been the best so far.
Well, and
As
Ford
far as the
specifically,
vehicle
if I can jump in, the other thing that's hurt us is COVID killed the Ford contract. Ford used to supply vehicles at, for government entities. Like they would sell them to us cheaper than the dealer could buy them back in 2018. And that ended with COVID, and it's not really back. We're almost paying full market price more, and which is significant, right? Like, I'm going to throw out a number that's probably wrong, but like maybe instead of $35,000 for a car, we might have been paying $28,000 for a car, like that much less, because it was a national contract, not a local contract.
What's a one F-150 right now? It's 54,000, correct?
So
F-150. If we buy one F-150, it's
for a
50.
police vehicle or for the
Yeah,
regular?
just a truck.
A police vehicle, when it's equipped, you're going to be about 90, 85.
But what's the stock truck? So we buy the
stock
regular
truck
truck.
itself.
Yeah.
56.
Yeah, it's right there, 54, 55, where, yeah, we used to get them so much cheaper. And part of our issue with fleet, too, I think that we run into is supply and demand, because there's I don't know that the supply is fully back to where it was
Jeremy was
prior
buying
to those
cars
days.
off the lot a couple years ago.
We can't, now we have to order them.
Yeah.
You can't just go buy them.
The other thing we did last year or 2 years ago, we did an audit and looked at all the uses for the different vehicles, and where we could, we switched to a more cost-effective vehicle. We switched to a lot of Mavericks. I don't know if you've seen those around town.
The smaller.
Little baby trucks.
March
Yeah. People didn't love them at first, but it saved us a lot of money, and
Yeah.
it continues to do so. So, yeah, we've tried to get creative that way.
Well, and I'm guessing what also extends the life of a vehicle is if it has regular maintenance. And I remember in the meeting you were saying that there are many delayed oil changes or maintenance things, and is there an incentive to have that done or a consequence if it doesn't happen?
Yeah, maybe that's something we can look at. I don't know.
I'm just asking as a question.
Currently, it's up
I
to the
don't know.
department head. I send the department head the
Okay.
notification once a week,
Okay.
and it's up to them to really do anything. I would love to see us do something, have some sort of a consequence. I just don't know what that would be.
I don't know. I just am wondering.
That's
Okay.
something to look at.
A consequence to not performing your maintenance.
Correct.
Get your car taken away. That's what I did.
Not bring it in on time.
Sometimes just making that information available to their department is.
And
You're
then
going to drive a Maverick to...
Yeah, you gotta downgrade.
Mark Banks likes
You
his.
get a bike, an e-bike.
Yeah, there you go.
E-bike. And then I also remembered that there was a significant amount of money spent on idling. It was, I just off the top of my head, I think it was $292,000-ish for the year.
Right.
And I don't know if that's something that, like, it can be explained or addressed, or like if that's just like how it is
And most
You
of
know,
it's
that's just
police,
normal.
right? And police
I don't
have
know
to
if it's
have-
police. I don't know who it is.
I could get an accurate report for the year and let you know which one,
Okay.
which department.
I mean, if you think it's like, this is a normal thing that, you know, I know that people are in their trucks and this is kind of like their office away from home for some of them. And for others, maybe not. I don't really know. I just am curious about the cost. If it's an ongoing cost that we're kind of funding, I mean, that's significant. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. Do you have any ideas?
Especially with higher gas prices.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something I'm having a conversation with the drivers at my home. Like, you got to carpool because this isn't working for me. So,
There is some instances where idling is necessary. I also think that we have a lot of wasted idling. That report is also sent to the department heads once a week, so they see the actual hours and what, over the week, how long their vehicles have been idling for, and it breaks it down per vehicle.
well, and I wonder if it's weather dependent or, yeah, depends on the department. Like, I would just, it would be interesting. And then if certain departments are doing that more, then that's costing them more, right? Or
Because they
it's
pay for their own
not
people.
costing fleet. Okay. Just
They're paying
curious.
that 57.
And depending on the final budget, some of these requests will change, right? Like the SRO for the police, since that fell through with that school,
Yeah, they don't
obviously
need a
that's
vehicle.
65,000. Save that.
That's true.
Any other questions for Jeremy? I know this one's kind of a fun one because it's mixed literally in every department. But
For the, one other question. So most departments have, you know, they'll have a little allocation for like fleet fund charges or something like that. So that's what we're talking about. And then travel and training is not under you, but I understand. But if they're getting, if they're also getting some kind of allocation for yeah, that it's just basically what's within like 50 miles or something is what we're kind of funding is the fleet. Is that what I understand? Of like where they would travel. They're not driving the cars any like.
They are.
They are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have police go down to St. George a lot, and
Okay.
Las Vegas, and they'll drive their police vehicles down there.
Okay.
But normal departments don't.
Okay.
That I'm aware of.
yeah, police and fire don't take them all that often. I don't know that it's in fact, not all of our police cars are doing that, but there may be a few a year, maybe. But yeah,
I don't know. Just a question.
good
Yeah, but
question.
if they're going down to like a training and all the trainings are in St. George, right, they might drive a city vehicle down there.
Correct.
Instead of getting
A
a vehicle
reimbursement.
reimbursement, like a mileage reimbursement or something too. So that would, but those aren't covered. The fleet allocations are just, they look at the number of vehicles and the type of vehicles, and there's a formula that calculates what that should be. It's just some funds in the general fund, we don't have enough to put in the full amount of it.
Mhm.
Just putting in some.
Okay. I just don't. I think we were talking about this last time about how much you get, Mayor, for travel, like kind of and phone and the get, you know, all of that, and we were talking about where we do mileage or not, and those sort of things, and so I'm just kind of trying to ask questions about the process and the decisions made. Since when I was looking, it looks like different department heads get different amounts, and
There's
okay.
car allowance monies, but that's not.
allowance.
Yeah,
Does that not have?
that's
Is that not
all
under?
stuff,
Okay, good to know. Okay, thanks.
You done?
Yeah, are you done?
Jeremy, I think you're done. I know Rachel's. Just,
I'm sharpening my elbows.
I'm ready. Dan, come on down. Hello. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good. Well, let's turn to rec. Fire away. Any questions for Dan?
Can you just explain your request, please? your budget requests. Can you go through them?
Yeah. Let's start with the Legacy Center. So we have a few line item increases that we have requested for the Legacy Center. There was a couple that were 3% or lower, just based off of cost of supplies going up, so we don't have a lot of a write-up for 2 or 3 of those. If it was more than 3%, then we submitted a sheet to go with it. So the first one would be overtime. Our previous amount for overtime is $1,500. We have an individual that does the maintenance for the pool, and he gets called out quite a bit, and he requested that he get paid call-out time for that. So we visited with HR, and they told us that he probably qualified for that. We probably shouldn't be paying him. So that's probably the bulk of where that comes from.
That's the $2,500.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we're one of the lower overtime departments, but that was an increase for us. The next line item that was an increase was only $1,000, but it was more than 3%. It was just for some increased fees for the software we use to send out emails to our patrons. And so that was an additional $1,000. The next one was professional and technical, and that was for credit card processing fees. Those have risen, and so that's where that comes from. We don't have a lot of control over what those fees are.
I had a question about that.
Yes.
I think we talked about it as well. I know there's a couple ways we can either eat that cost, which is what this line item is, or we can do what some private vendors do, where they just charge an extra 2%, right? So
Or whatever the credit card fee
yeah,
is.
whatever the fee is for if you're using a card, especially a credit card, then that fee is passed to the buyer. Is that an option?
Yeah. So probably the best way I would describe that is, best way to describe that is when we opened the Legacy Center, we built those costs into the fees, so that they were paying those. And I think there's a philosophy behind not having that as a separate fee, because we actually want them to pay with credit card. It actually, in reality, costs us less paying those fees than it does paying our employees to take cash or to handle money in different ways. Credit cards they're faster. We can have less people at the front desk. We encourage people to pay for registration online and use credit card fees. So I guess the answer to that is, we would answer that through raising fees, not necessarily having that show as a separate fee and having those numbers be rounded to pennies. They're rounded to the nearest dollar. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I do think, again, when we originally set fees 25 years ago when we opened the center, those fees were considered in what those costs were, and we just raised those fees along the way. So I don't know if that answers your question, James.
Yeah, that makes sense. And not necessarily to encourage people to use cash, because that brings in a whole other set of...
Right, and there's more than cash, but yeah. The most efficient for us as far as our largest cost is our employees. And so we try to do everything we can to try and keep those down, and trying to make those transactions as efficient as possible helps us in that regard.
And debit cards don't have.
It just makes me curious to see why, just because I think that I've seen this in other public entities as well as private entities of having this little charge, and you know as the consumer, it's annoying, right?
Yeah, they call it a convenience.
Like you go to Linden Pool someplace and you're like, well, I mean, it's not them charging me this. You can see it's the 1.7 whatever percent or whatever it is. So I think it in my mind, I think it's worth exploring. It makes sense because it's just being more transparent, and it's not the city that we're increasing these fees. This is
correct.
The credit card companies, right?
Correct.
So I don't know.
That would be an advantage.
I probably would still choose to book my kids' stuff online. Just
right.
I would see the whatever percent fee. That's just me for convenience sake.
Right. I actually had, the last conference, I had a conversation with some directors and did just kind of a straw poll with those that were around me, and there were probably 10 of us. And I think there was only one city that actually showed those separately, probably for a lot of the reasons that I said. But I think their reason for showing that was so that people...
They're not like we're raising.
Pretty much what you said, Rachel,
yeah.
So that it was a little more transparent of where that cost came from. So there are some advantages as well. And so,
Yeah, well, and I know when Alpine, when Skyridge does fundraisers, they use Success Fund, and there's always a fee, and it's because it's now I understand it's online, you're donating, and it's the convenience fee or credit card fee or whatever.
And is that only for credit cards that were also debit?
it's credit card and debit cards.
And debit.
Correct, Allison?
I'm sorry, what?
Our fees in professional and technical are for credit cards and debit cards, both, correct?
Yeah, anyone who pays with a credit card, debit card, or electronic check. I mean, credit cards and debit cards have a merchant fee on top of the transaction fees, but because our payment processor charges us a per transaction fee, so. But also the costs are going up, not because our fees are necessarily being raised, it's the number of transactions that we're processing, which means that we're processing more transactions online than we are.
Right, and again, in a lot of ways, that's positive because the more we can push those fees online, the less staff I need to stand there and take the money, if that makes sense. So, in some ways, it's a positive. Okay. All right, that was professional and technical. Next was birthday party fees. This is a $3,000 increase that we're requesting. That's really just based off of volume. We're doing more and more birthday parties. So we spent $9,000 in 2023. This last year we spent $13,000. Our revenue also aligns with that, but much more so. We went from, in fact, let me look it up. I think it ended up being, oh, here it is. We went from $26,000 to $38,000, so a $12,000 increase for an increase of $3,000 in costs. So really, we want to do more birthday parties because that helps reduce subsidy and ends up being more of a profit for us.
That's great.
Okay. Yeah, that's all of the line item increases. Were there any other questions about any line item increases for the Legacy Center?
No, I do have a question about the study.
That's the next one. What's your question?
What does that study mean to you and your department? What are you expecting to get out of it? What is that going to do for you?
Great question. I think this really originated from City Council, this idea of doing a study to look at, I keep wanting to say feasibility, that's the second part of it, an operations assessment. And I think the idea is you have an outside company come in. There are companies that do that, kind of take a look at what you're doing and see if there are areas where we can be more efficient. Almost like that conversation we just had about credit card fees. Are there ways that we can be smarter about how we're doing things? Can we lower our costs for staff by paying a little bit more in credit cards and overall save more money? And so we're not opposed to that. We're happy to have an outside entity come in and look at that. We are heavily involved in the Utah Recreation and Parks Association, so we compare notes with other cities and try and learn best practices. And we know that we do fairly well in that area, but we're not perfect, and we're not opposed to having someone else come in and take a second look and giving us suggestions. And so that doesn't bother us at all. There is a cost, obviously, associated with doing that. The second part of that is when we did the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, that was completed in November. One of their recommendations is with a facility like the Legacy Center, they said you typically want to have a major renovation of a facility like that every 15 years. We're 25 years in without having had that happen. If you don't do those renovations, you tend to have a higher subsidy. So when we first opened 25 years ago, I've been here the whole time, we were kind of proud of where we were with that subsidy. We were really one of the lowest subsidized facilities in the state. But as time has gone by, as you have facilities that starts to age, if we don't do things to keep up with the times, freshen it up, and make sure we have more. Some of the areas that I think where we're hurting is if you look at like the private sector, if you look at a place like 24 Hour Fitness, or I always say Gold's Gym, Vasa. You can tell I've done this for a long time when I want to call it Gold's Gym. Most of what they have is cardio and weight-room equipment. That's where they make all of their money. And if you look in our area, we're really kind of lacking in there. As a part of that feasibility study, or Parks and Rec Master Plan, they identified those as areas that we were really lacking. And so as a part of a renovation, you might be able to add to those profit centers in our facility that will help us as far as a subsidy as well. And so that's just an opportunity to come in and look at both of those items and see where we can make some improvements or how it might impact us. One example I would use would be Provo. They were operating some older facilities, and they spent a lot of money. They spent $40 million to build a facility, but they're actually breaking even with their rec center right now, which is highly unusual, right? So, yes.
Well, so last meeting we talked about the reno or the redoing of Station 81, and $300,000 was thrown out as like an amount needed to study that issue. So I think I look at the $100,000 and I understand like the operation assessment, but if we're looking at a major renovation, I'm not sure if the $100,000 is going to meet that. Like, are you going to get what you need out of that with that amount of money, or do you need something similar to the 81 conversation, which was more like $300,000?
So I think that's a good question. When I reached out, so the company that I approached to get a budget number from was VCBO. That's the same company that was the architecture firm for this facility that we're sitting in. And they do this for rec centers quite a bit. And so I reached out to them to get that information. And the number they gave me, he said to do both of those, he said 60 to 100,000 would be sufficient to be able to do that.
So is that design drawings?
No. All that does is come back and say, okay, if you were to renovate the facility, here's what we think would help you to be more financially successful. And then you would actually have to go in and spend money on top of that later to go in and get drawings and see what that looks like. This is really the preliminary step before you make any determination whether you want to do something like that.
And does this include the Curtis Center and that pools?
No. So that was just for the Legacy Center. I was just going to get to that. So when we were in the budget meeting before, Jason, he suggested that we might want to look at that with and add the outdoor pool to that. So that could increase that amount.
So it doesn't include the outdoor pool?
It doesn't. That was just the amount for the Legacy Center. So to do the feasibility study. So if we, I guess that was one of the questions I wanted to ask. If we want to look at that, and we could do that for the Curtis Center, for the outdoor pool, and the Legacy Center, we probably would need to get an updated number there. I mean, he told me 60 to 100,000 to do that. We could probably fit the outdoor pool in that. I don't know, but if we're adding the Curtis Center, that we'd want to add more to that.
Why do we want to add the Curtis Center? I mean, we just went and toured it. It seems like it's great. I know you have, goals of getting the city more involved there, but I'm not sure why we would need to involve that in this discussion. It seems more like a Legacy Center outdoor pool conversation.
Well, why was the Curtis Center? Why does the city have the Curtis Center? What's the purpose? What's the vision?
That's a long story.
Well, okay.
Many of us here.
Short.
I'm happy to give that. Long story short, there was an individual that approached a previous mayor, a couple of mayors ago, asking if she has a group that's a nonprofit group that's adult individuals with disabilities and was looking for a home for them. And she asked if she could get money donated to get a facility built, if she could then gift it to the city and have the city run it.
And every year the city spends over $500,000 running that facility, but we don't have much going on in there besides
we don't get the advantage of other programming that we could run out of there. So I put together kind of what those costs would be if we were to run that fully, and as a part of this there were 4 options. We're basically doing option 1, which is the lowest option. Option 4 would roughly cost us a little over $1 million, probably $1.2 million. And that's cost, and then recovery. I have. Sorry, I can pull that up in a minute. We can look at kind of where that was,
But I mean, we have the programming space from what, 4 o'clock on, or something?
We're paying for the building that's sitting there empty. Well, that's not true. So with option 1, we do treat it like we treat like a high school.
Like a school.
Right. So if for junior jazz and for some of our programming, we'll have a site supervisor go in, open the building, we'll run some of those programs just in the gym area, and then close it right behind them, almost like what happens at the high school when we rent that space from the school district. So there's definitely an opportunity there. But back to your question, Emily, I think the difference there is that's a new facility, and we're talking about opening what the cost would be associated with opening that, and I've given some estimates for that. We could bring someone else in that could do that as well and check my math. And I do think that I gave some estimates of what option number 1 was going to cost, and those have been fairly close to where we're running. So
That's kind of why I'm
we're
like,
in the ballpark.
Yeah, I feel like maybe adding the Curtis Center to this study wouldn't be fully necessary. It's more so the outdoor pool and the Legacy Center, because the estimates you have for the Curtis Center seem to be hitting target. So
right, and the whole half of that
paying
study,
for more than that.
and the whole half of that study is to really address. I mean, we have an outdoor pool that's 46 years old. As a part of that study, they told us that the life of that pool is done. And when we get to the pool, I need to give you an update on that as well. So.
Okay. So yeah, I think that was my question. Just what was your expectations out of the study, and then did you have enough?
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing is you might need another 50,000.
Yeah, I would have to ask some questions if we want to add, depending upon what we want to add.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions about that first capital item that we looked at? All right. Some of these we can go through pretty quickly. The second one. Sorry, let me get there. Second one is a boiler replacement. This really comes from Steve and his guys. We had some trouble even having hot water in this last year, and he's telling us that we need to replace. There are 2 boilers. This would be one boiler that we would replace of the 2. They would just purchase the boiler and they would install it themselves to save some money. So that's really what that one is. Next one is fencing. I don't know if you guys got the pictures. If you guys saw that. Basically that fencing is the original fencing around the pool at the Legacy Center, and it's rusting out. And so, yeah, it's time to replace it. It's 21 years old, I believe. So, okay. Stop me when you have a question on something. I'm just going to buzz through this. I think there was one more that was in the mayor's budget. It was structural beam repair in the leisure pool area. So in a previous budget year, we actually wrapped some of the beams that are around the lap pool with some stainless steel. They were corroding, and it took us several years to really find an answer of how to fix that. We think that that's working well for those. So this would be adopting that same principle to some of the beams that are in the middle of the pool area. It's above the tile wall. Some of those larger beams in there, those are rusting, and we continue to grind and paint. And at some point, we need to find some other solution to try and preserve those. That's really what that's about. Okay. Any additional questions about Legacy Center?
Well, back to the study. Sorry, I just thought of one, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
If we know a renovation is needed, why would we spend money on this feasibility study when we already have the answer?
I think it was linked to questions for how that would impact us on the operations. So we do know we're overdue. We're 10 years overdue. So, I mean, potentially we could save that money if council said, hey, we just want to skip that part and just go to getting plans. I don't know that that's wise. I would still recommend that we go through that process, because I think I think some of the value in that study is they help us to understand what areas we want to renovate first, what can be most profitable. Again, adding to our cardio room, our weight room, and our fitness classes, those tend to be are going to have more of an impact on our bottom line. And so getting some of that information can be valuable of what that might look like and how that might help save us some money. So I think spending the money before you spend a couple $1 million to do a renovation, I think there should be some value in it.
For sure. I'm just hearing you say the answers that I think this study will give us. That's why I'm like, I think you know what the study is going to say.
Emily, it's a fair question. I think it's a great question. I do think the value comes in for knowing what to target when we look at that renovation.
Just that confidence that we are doing the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it be all right if I just made one? Because we've talked about the Legacy Center a lot over the past couple of years. And I think what's key is, one thing that I think would be good with this feasibility study, or whatever we call it, is getting maybe a clearer vision from the elected officials on what that facility should accomplish, right? Because we talk about making money, there's a lot of things Dan could do to make more money on it, but it may or may not be what the vision that the council has for a city recreation facility. So for example, if the idea is this is going to provide opportunities for youth in the city that maybe aren't on the elite soccer teams or whatever, like that's a vision for the city and a mission, but it's probably not the most profitable. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And so I think there really needs to be a discussion from you to set what that mission is, because I think Dan it's like he's trying to accomplish his mission, but then being told it's losing money and it's hard for him to get two different messages.
Super huge point. If it's just about making money, then we'll just go open Vasa, right?
You could do that tomorrow.
They cater to single individuals and not families, and it's mostly around cardio weights and fitness classes. And we're really more about family, about community, and about providing opportunities for kids. And the value, and I think I've shared this with the council before, but there was a study done in 2023 that showed that every $1 you spend in recreation facilities like this and parks will save you $4 in police costs and some other costs down the road. And so we can decide where we want to spend that money, right? We want to spend that money as, not that I'm wanting to take any money from our police. I think that money is needed, and I don't discount any of that. But where do we want to spend our money? Do we want to spend our money in trying to reform individuals that are for crimes, or do we want to try and spend that money on places where they can go and spend valuable time? And so I'm happy to share the information from that study with the council, and you guys can poke holes in it and look at it and see if what you think about the information that they provided. But that's not the only study to provide. That there are studies like this that are done fairly regularly that show that information. And so I think back to your point, I guess.
And there's a balance to that, and you have to tell us what the balance is between providing an amenity for the city's residents and not taking up too much of the city's resources. And I think this study could maybe help.
It helps us in balancing that, right?
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons that I think we should include the Curtis Center, because that space that we have that we're not utilizing, it falls under recreation. It's gyms, it's gym space or programming space, what you can call it, and it would be great to see and have someone tell us how we can best utilize that. And I mean, right now we're just paying for it, but we're not really utilizing it. So
I don't think it hurts us to price it out and see what the cost difference would be, because I can't imagine they would charge us that much more.
I'll have them itemize it and add both the Curtis Center and I think there is some economy of scale when they're doing this type of a study, so I don't know that we're talking about a lot more than.
Well, when we're talking about recreation too, I mean, you utilize park space too, so they're going to be looking at that. And if you're talking a lot about, baseball, soccer, whatever the outdoor sports. And yeah, I mean, I think I would like to find a little bit more of a balance so that every year we're not continually sinking more money into, like, more in the red, to be honest, with the Legacy Center and recreation programming. I know that you can do a balance where we are providing these recreational facilities and we have time, but we also, like, let's pretend we have open space at the Curtis Center. You can rent that out to a club who's going to be paying a lot more top dollar to help balance out some of that rec space. Do you know what I mean? Sure. I can see that happening. Like I've said before, I have several friends who own private gym spaces, basketball gyms, who have to find that balance too with the different clubs and just open time for people to come scrimmage or whatever. So, yeah.
I was just going to say that, I don't think anybody expects rec centers to make a profit, right? It's just it's not a thing. It purely is an amenity. And my understanding, based on our previous conversations, is about 75% of the subsidy is for the pools, right?
I don't know if I know what the percentage is, but in a rec center, pools, which are, and I don't want to make this sound negative for pools, because you don't see pools are the most expensive part of what we're doing in a rec center. Yeah. They're the biggest loser when it comes to financials in a rec center. But they're probably one of the most important things we do, because you don't see them replicated anywhere in the private sector because they are so expensive. And so So I don't want that to sound like a negative thing. I think it's a positive thing that we're doing pools. And as a part of the Parks and Rec Master Plan, we had 79% of the people that were polled, and this is statistically relevant study to represent our city. 79% of those individuals that were polled said that they would be willing to spend additional money for additional recreation opportunities. And one of the higher priorities for them was pools. Mm-hmm. And so, but pools cost money. So again, it comes back to that balance a little bit about you don't see pools at Vasa. Sometimes they have one or two lanes to try and make up for not having pools, but
they don't have pools for open plunge. They don't have pools for swimming lessons. They don't offer that stuff. That's
no high schools.
Right.
Our high school swim teams are key, and having enough space for those is a big issue.
Yeah, and I'd like to just chime in that I don't like how politicized the Legacy Center becomes every 2 years with every election cycle. I feel like it causes so much tension with the public and with our city. And if the goal is to provide recreation, slamming on how much it doesn't make is confusing, I think, to residents and also to city, the staff, right? Like, what is your goal? What are you supposed to be doing if we're out every 2 years saying, oh, well, they don't do enough, but then we're not, but residents want more. I just think it's getting political when it doesn't need to be, which is maybe why we should align.
Well, let's go back to the history of that, because I believe the residents voted to not build it, and then it was built.
So I don't know if that's accurate.
Okay.
So I think there was a $19 million facility that was put to vote for the citizens, which included way more than the rec center. So they did vote that down. Mm-hmm. And then the rec center was built separate from that with a special revenue bond, I believe. You'd probably have to tell us a little bit more about how
it went as a GO bond, and it failed, and then the council voted to do it as a revenue bond.
Right. But again, the GO bond was not for a rec center. The GO bond was for a library, for a rec center. It was for 4 or 5 multiple things. So I don't know if that's accurate to say that the rec center failed. I think it was one of 5
Well,
or
I
6
just think that
things
it was politicized many years ago.
Yes.
And there's still those feelings from decades ago that are there.
Sure.
Well, yeah, it just doesn't benefit when we do it.
Over the years, and it's $2.6 million is getting a contribution from the general fund. I think that's significant. We're looking at tax increases every 2 years. So to me, and I've asked for this a long time, let's reduce that at least a little. $1 million would save us, probably the tax increase this year. So it's, whether it's political or not, to me it's financial, it makes financial sense to really look at it. But I did have some questions about the pools. There is $430,000 from swim program revenue, and the expenses for the 2 pools, the outdoor pool, and maybe I'm not reading this right, the expenses, so I guess ongoing, not capital, is like $156,000. The indoor pool is $157,000. The outdoor pool, the revenues is $225,000. So are the costs, the capital improvements that you have to make each year to repair or upgrade or whatever? Because it looks like they're doing well as far as...
Michelle, their wages are included in the salaries and wages for the on the first page.
So we're not seeing that in
so
the
it's not, yeah.
revenue. Okay.
Yeah. I think also you're comparing revenue for the cost of the outdoor pool. That revenue also includes their membership costs, which at the Legacy Center you're comparing those membership costs against the entire rec center, not against just the outdoor pool, the operation costs for the outdoor pool. So I don't think those are apples to apples, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm help me understand where the expenses are. So it's the employees, it's not included in the revenue.
Well, it's included in the cost, not included in the expense page.
Okay, and then the expenditures.
And maybe one other clarification, Michelle, is we're talking about the subsidy for the Legacy Center. The $2.6 million is for all of recreation, not for the Legacy Center. That includes the outdoor pool, that includes the Legacy Center, that includes when we've done the ice rink. So if you look, this last year we didn't, but the previous year
Center,
ice rink.
Yeah.
So maybe more
that also includes outdoor concessions at the ballpark.
So is it fair to say that the Legacy Center loses $2 million a year?
Yeah, honestly, I don't. In the most recent years, I don't know what that is with the way we have that tracked. I guess I'd have to look at it. I can.
But more information there.
Yeah, there could be more information.
Yeah, know where all the costs are going.
If I could rephrase what you just said,
Yeah.
I think an accurate thing would be to say the city's recreation programs cost the general fund
$2.6 million.
$2.6 million.
Yes.
Per year.
Everything.
Per year.
It's everything. Well, and that's again back to the political nature of it all. When you know, we're told by our communications director that we represent the city. So when we get online and we talk about the deficits of these departments and things, I just think we need to be really clear, and we all need to be on the same page of what these are and what they include, because it causes confusion among the residents, and then it causes confusion for staff.
And that's why the council needs more information.
Yeah, we're happy to answer them, Michelle. Not afraid to get any information that you're looking for. So,
can you provide the update on the outdoor pool?
yes. Okay, so that's kind of the next budget to look at. One of the things. So last week, one of the challenges of running an outdoor pool is at the end of the season, you put a cover on it, and then 8 months later, you peel back that cover and see what condition your pool's in, because it's another 8 months. In running through that process last week, the liner, okay, let me back up. The history of the outdoor pool was built in 1980. It was a gunite plaster pool, like what you think of when you were a kid pool. I think it was 2014. I wasn't ever able to go confirm for sure what the date was on that. But not 2014, 2012, I believe is the date that we put this liner in. So Mirtha pools have been kind of what cities are going to when they build pools in the last 30 years. I think that's going to be changing in the future, by the way. We'll discuss that too. But so around 2012, I think it was 2012, we put a Mirtha liner on the inside of the old gunite pool as opposed to replastering the pool. Fast forward, when they peeled back the cover this year, that liner had unattached in most of the deep end. There was a tear in it and water was getting in underneath it. So we approached the company that put that liner in. So Mirtha Liners, there's only one company that's authorized to put those in. Mirtha is a company in Italy that does all of these pools here in the United States. They're telling us that we can't repair that liner. It would need to be a replacement. So we have another company that we deal with for a lot of our pool stuff that gave us a quote that they could, and they believe that we can come in, just take out the liner. They went in and kind of peeled back some areas of the liner to see what condition. So Dean and Allison don't even know this yet. This is like news as of late last week. And actually this morning, as far as what these costs are. But they peeled back some areas of that liner, and they believe that the gunite or plaster is in good enough condition with some minor repairs that we can get through another season. It's open this summer. The cost associated with that is, they said, $15,000 to remove that liner. There is a little bit of a risk that they find something under there that we're not aware of, and then there's some costs associated with that. But we're basically, if we're going to open the pool this summer, that's a cost that we need to incur.
So it wouldn't have a liner?
What's that?
It wouldn't have a liner?
So it wouldn't have a liner. We would go back to that gunite plaster pool that we had prior to the liner. And I know one of the areas, there was an area kind of in the shallow end where it was kind of rough. We'd have to grind that down so we're not scuffing up feet. And that's our best option for getting the pool open for this summer.
Can we do that in a timely manner? Like, what's the timetable on that?
He said as soon as he gets the okay, he could get it done in 10 days. That's with us doing some help and some man work of hauling off all of the liner. They would do all the technical work. We would have to provide the manpower to haul off the liner, have to have a dumpster provided that we'd put it in and then haul it off to the dump. So again, there's a little bit of a risk there because we don't know for sure what's underneath that liner. It's been 15 years. The maintenance, the person that's over maintenance at the outdoor pool was there when that was put in. I talked to him. He seems to think that we would be okay. And so I think that's the right answer. If we want to open the pool this summer, that's how it's going to happen. And then we'd have to look at long term. What does that look like as far as replacing the gunite in the outdoor pool? What would that look like a year from now?
Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. If we replace the gunite, don't we have to adjust the depths and things to make sure that it meets current safety code and standards?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
So I think you can just replaster. So there were some issues associated with that. The diving boards, we don't meet the current state health department requirements for the diving board. So if we replace the diving board, we would have to redo the deep end. Yeah, and that would be a lot of money. We're not deep enough on the shallow end to be able to hold swim meets, for example, so we don't qualify for that. We just can't hold them there. We can hold practices there, and that's what we currently do. So I think that's the issues. So really part of this question is, I think we need to make a decision on what it looks like to get it open for the summer. If that's the case, then we need to look long-term. This is a 46-year-old pool that we're being told by the Parks and Recreation Master Plan that we need to look to replace. And so it doesn't make sense to start spending several $100,000 to replace something that's going to be short-term because we need to replace it anyways.
Well, some of me, I don't know if I want to say it here. Well, I wonder, is it the right location, or do you do where you extend the Legacy Center pool to make it so that it is a long course instead of having two pools? Do you know what I mean?
Correct.
And since it looks like you have to replace the roof of the pool anyways in the Legacy Center and do some other things at Legacy Center, do you do a whole renovation where that is like the pool that you can be indoor outdoor? To me, and then we have the Curtis Center facility and some ground there. I mean, my understanding was that was a potential future site of expanding recreation. So I think those are all things that I would be interested to find out what the recommendations were.
Yeah, there are also some challenges to the current site for the outdoor pool, meaning that there was $1 million given, grant money that was given to build the facility, and it has to meet certain requirements. Whatever we put back there would have to meet those requirements. So that. I was 8 in 1980, so that predates me a little bit. We'd have to do some research to know exactly what that is. I'm under the impression that it really the crux of it is that it has to be an outdoor facility only. So I think that
an outdoor recreation facility needs to be there. Okay.
Yes.
Does that have to be aquatics?
No, I don't believe it has to be aquatics. I think it can be any recreation facility, but that would be something we'd have to check for sure.
Just want to make sure I'm following what you said correctly. So like $1 million grant was given in 1980 that today in 2026
Still
it
applies.
dictates to us what we can use that parcel for.
Correct.
Who gave the grant?
There is a plaque down at the outdoor pool. I'd have to
Are
go
they
down
still
and
alive?
Ronald Reagan.
Why do you email that paperwork?
Yeah, I'd love to see the grant.
I believe it was state.
Lauren would know.
We'll have to do some research there. But I believe it was state funds, and I do believe that organization still exists.
I wonder if we could renegotiate that.
Possibly.
And not that, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of any. I'm just what an odd thing.
That's just one of the challenges, one of the hoops we'd have to jump through. I don't know all the answers to that.
I think this all goes back, I think from my gut tells me, I think we all know, the Legacy Center needs a renovation at some point. The outdoor pool, we need to figure out first, do we want it? And if the answer is yes, what can we do to make it more attractive, to get more people going there? Maybe it's maybe it's one of those bubble pools where the winter it's still open because we have the bubble over it. In the summer it opens up and we can renovate it to the point where you could have meets there. The high schools could use that, so it opens up more
And sometimes,
space. Yeah.
sometimes renovations are more expensive than just building new, right?
The Parks and Rec Master Plan said tear down and rebuild, whether there or another place.
Yeah, and I agree. I think at some point, it's the same with Station 81 that we had other conversation about. It's like I go past the Orem Community Center quite a bit, and I mean their lot is packed, especially in the afternoons. And I'm thinking about all those memberships and everybody going in to pay and how much.
They just went through this process about 4 years ago. Yeah. Really, they had an aging facility that was built in 1977, 78, trying to remember when it was. And financially, they're in a much different place. They still have the capital cost associated with the facility, but their operations costs have improved drastically by building that facility. If you go into that facility, notice the number of cardio, weight room, and just free weights that are available in that facility. Was huge in that facility and really helps in that process.
And have you looked at partnerships at all with like Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCA, sort of thing? Is that
no, because none of those exist in this
Utah?
In this part of the country,
Okay.
in Utah. But those are popular in other places.
Yeah.
And really, in Utah, you don't see those exist, and so cities really build facilities where you might see a Boys and Girls Club or YMCA build them in other places.
So they don't come because we have recreation centers, is what you're saying?
No, I think it's reversed because
Okay.
those are not here. Cities have built rec centers. It's really been in the last 30 years that you've seen cities in bulk building these facilities, and it's because those entities don't exist. They're really addressing a gap in service.
Well, we do have Boys and Girls Clubs. Like I know there's one in Provo, and I think Eagle Mountain may be getting a chapter, but I don't think here in Lehi we have. And it's probably not to the extent that it is back
Correct.
east. Yeah,
Correct.
it's the hybrid version of
Right.
things.
And definitely not YMCA's.
Yeah, definitely not.
I mean, I just know there's YMCA's in Arizona, so you know.
Yes. There's good and bad with
Just saying that.
In some respects, cities are going to pay. Cities get involved in helping to fund some of those operations anyway. And in some respects, I think it's better for the city just to own that operation, pay for that operation, make sure it's run right, correctly, and have control over how that money is spent and make sure that it's done right. So I don't think that it's a bad thing that it's done this way here. I don't have anything negative to say about YMCA's. I think it was a result of our situation here and what's happened in Utah. I don't know that it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
So I think there's only 2 line items right now for the outdoor pool. No.
Correct.
3. I think there's 3, right? So there's the fencing around the outside pool deck, there's the outdoor pool operations and maintenance line item, and then there's the outdoor pool lights. So considering its current state, what should we do?
So the budget committee, their recommendation was for the city council to not fund those lights. I visited with Josh. He's our guy over all of our aquatics, and he thinks we can live with that. So let's not fund the lights.
That was unfunded. Sorry, I misread.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's get through another year at the outdoor pool where it's a little more clear, where we have a better idea of where we're headed with this.
Okay.
So Dan, back to pools. The swim program brings in, it's like pretty good revenue. Is that from the indoor pool or the outdoor pool? Or both?
I'd have to see exactly where we're talking about. Maybe
It's
Allison.
under recreation fund.
Is it on the budget request form part, or is it?
It's just on the
Page
budget.
43.
Are you looking at page 43?
Yeah.
What was your question?
Where does that come from? Is that indoor pool, outdoor pool? Is that like the high schools or probably swim lessons too?
Probably both.
Outdoor pool?
Indoor and outdoor pool. Just any program that's related to swimming to the pool.
Well, there was a time when high schools had swimming pools. In my day.
Yeah, and Alpine has told us that, yeah, they are not going to get into this.
They're smart.
Which is fine, and hopefully they're paying a good amount to help to use the pool. That's what I'm saying. I know that there's competing interests there. There's the USA swim team that is, I applaud the efforts there because I know now that Lehi has a good one.
They would love if we didn't offer
swim
a
team.
USA swim team.
They're fantastic and they have a good program. It draws people from other cities.
Do the high schools use the indoor pool? Is it big enough? I mean, I've heard that it wasn't.
There's not enough pool space for high schools, period. That's kind of a common issue in Utah County. So we currently have 4 high schools that are in using the Legacy Center. One of the challenges for us is some of those are for high schools that are not completely in Lehi, but they come from Alpine School District. And in return, we have to rent space from the high schools. And it's a challenge for us to get enough gym time to run our junior jazz program.
Mm-hmm.
So there's kind of this magical relationship that we have with the district where we try and get enough gym time and they try and get enough pool space from us. And so for us, as the district splits, there's going to be some high schools that are currently using our facility that will no longer have leverage from the school district to provide space for.
Fees went way up.
Yeah, we've been vocal with those cities so that they know what's.
They're well aware.
Yes.
Yeah, they're well aware.
They're building a pool in every high school is what we were told.
Really?
Yeah.
They're going to have some high schools that don't
You
have a
don't
place
need
to
one,
swim.
though, because
Yes, is probably the right answer.
Our kids can go to some of the high schools.
You tell me.
That's it.
We got a
Yeah.
market for
Well,
it.
back to your question, Michelle. If you're looking at, and Allison would have to confirm this, but if you're looking at the difference between this swim program and this outdoor pool fund, I believe this is just Legacy Center and then this is all of them for pools separately. But is that
Yes.
correct, Allison?
Yep.
Okay.
And the swim program revenue is swim lessons,
Right. So this
lifeguard
is
fees.
all Legacy Center.
But it's not outdoor pool.
No.
We don't run swim lessons at outdoor pool.
I just know the USA Swim.
USA Swim is 9 months out of the year run out of the Legacy Center. All of
Okay.
the accounting for that comes out of the Legacy Center, both the revenue in and the expenses out. And so when we're looking at that revenue that shows outdoor pool, that's mostly we're looking at those that pay the daily fee or those that purchase a membership. I guess the only other thing would be rentals.
Rentals and then concessions.
And concessions, right. But one of the challenges, again, as we're talking about the outdoor pools, we're talking about the challenge with this liner that we've come up, that has come up. You know, we've sold memberships since January. We have almost every weekend is reserved for board parties and family parties and business parties. We have most of our staff hired, so this is kind of the challenge we're up against for this summer. Right? Correct.
If you need it in May, right? So we would, this is a budget amendment, not a next year's budget
It's
request,
15,000.
right?
With either amendment.
Correct.
Or maybe there's room in a line item that it already
But
has.
he would need to spend the money before this budget goes into effect.
So this
right?
is a surprise to Dean, so we'll have to go look at that. Right.
Well, 15,000 is better than most numbers.
Right.
100.
That's not right. This could have been a lot worse. Right.
Okay.
So, and maybe I can email you or talk to you later about this, but I would like to know the indoor pool and the outdoor pool, what the expenses are ongoing and then capital, what the revenue is for each one separately, how they are doing. So I've heard that the pools are the biggest expenses, so I want to understand that better. And then, I don't know, if we're going to look at redoing the Legacy Center pools or whatever, do we want two pools? You know, do we want a hybrid where it's indoor and outdoor? I don't know. But
Well, and that's what I wonder about the operations assessment and renovation feasibility. Like, how long do you project that will take? You know, I know it'll give us some information, and then we would have to go from there of probably some kind of architectural whatever design thing. But how long would it take? And yeah.
I don't 100% know the answer to that question, but I'm almost certain that we could provide that information for the budget process next year. I don't think this is, I think it's a 6-month type, roundabout 6-month type process would be my guess.
And then in the meantime, I would support what Michelle's saying to be able to break down the costs.
Yeah, so, and maybe some
Expense
clarification,
of the pools.
Michelle, because some of the information you're asking, we just can't provide. So let me help you to understand that a little bit. When someone purchases a membership to the Legacy Center, I don't know why they're purchasing that money. That's our largest source of income is memberships. I don't know if they're buying it because they want to use the weight room. I don't know if they're buying that because they're going to use the pool or a combination, or part of their family's doing some or not. So we can get that breakdown a little bit better for the outdoor pool, but it's impossible for me to tell you what that.
the membership doesn't include the outdoor pool, right? It's just
It doesn't, right? So for the outdoor pool, we can give that breakdown a little bit better, but for the Legacy Center, it's really hard to separate the pool from the rest of the facility.
It's within the 4 walls.
Right. And so I can just tell you generally, an industry standard is the pools cost more money. It's the reason why you don't see them at a place like Lawson.
Well, and it's interesting because some places will have a tiered membership approach. Which I don't know if, this is me just thinking out loud, but that's something to consider in my mind.
Yeah, and I think there's another thing that maybe connect with Marlon on, where there's another vendor that may be doing a study that would actually be able to include a feasibility, like a financial assessment on the Legacy Center at no cost to the city. So we can connect
Sure.
after on that, but
The only caution I would have for that is I'd want to make sure we get someone that does this on the recreation side, because...
it is, it's a rec.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
Yep. So, but along those lines, I agree with Emily and Rachel and Michelle. Like I think it would make more sense to look at it holistically to see what we want to do with that pool, what we want to, like, what it would cost, right? Like, because if we were to redo the whole Legacy Center from the ground up, it would be a bond, and we would just have to have a good idea of what the costs are. Like, I think we're beyond the Band-Aids, especially for the outdoor pool.
Right.
Maybe I'd love to see what we could do to make it open this year.
Let's get one more Band-Aid to get us through this
right,
year.
but I think it would be the last year before we'd have to do something more serious and permanent with it one way or the other.
Okay, that was any other outdoor pool questions? Let's keep this going. I think really the last one is the Curtis Center. This is the information that I think that I turned in. That's probably not what you have in front of you, but really we have kind of 4 options there. We've kind of had this discussion. The building's there. I honestly think when the city, this is before Jason's time even, I honestly think when the city told the Just for Kids group that they would take over this facility, I don't think they ever thought that she would get it built, and she did. So that's just an opinion. I don't know. I wasn't included in those discussions, to be completely honest, so I don't know the history there very well. But to her credit, she did get it built, and it's an opportunity that's there that we have the opportunity to use. And right now is sitting empty for hours. So her time there is roughly 9:30 in the morning, so we could go in early mornings like we do at the Legacy Center. She's there 9:30 till 3:30, if I remember right. Like 3:30, and then we're available there in the evenings. She has a couple of Saturday evenings and I think Monday evenings, but outside of that, some of the key times that we would use for recreation, right? Kids are in school during the daytime. That's a hard time to fill in rec centers anyway. So it is a pretty good marriage, but that's time that's available to us. Currently, we're using it for overflow for junior jazz, I think some volleyball, soccer, I'm trying to remember, just a couple of indoor programs. Questions about the Curtis Center?
Yeah, 3 of us got, maybe you got it before, Heather, but we got kind of a tour after the Hope of America event that we attended, and there's a lot of programming space. Like, there's several classrooms. It's a good amount of space, and outdoors. I think looking beyond just your purview, Dan, but like there's other opportunities I think we could
100%
to maximize the use and make sure that's used from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
We'd love to run programs there and make that available to our residents and let them enjoy the facility for more than just what it's being used for. So.
Any other questions?
I just put the caution out there because I don't know if you presented to this council the different options and the numbers, but I know like the highest use of that did end up costing the city like $600,000. So there's always costs involved. So.
Yeah, and here I have it projected at $759,000.
And that's why we did move forward on that, even though I know it'd be nice to have programs more accessible for that area of the city. So, when you also consider how much we're spending to make programs accessible for this side of the city, so.
And that's why I wonder, that's why in my mind I think there could be a balance where, you can have these private entities who can come in and they're willing to pay a bit for gym space, right? And we're just leaving it empty, and that can help offset some of the costs of having this space available. Anyways, it's just
I did.
my
Brought that up
perspective.
before. I don't know if it was to you, but to
Say that again, Michelle.
to lease to private entities to use the space instead of us paying.
Yeah, I'll be honest, my preference is to try and make that available to our citizens on the recreation side first. Generally, the private side takes care of that. Most of those facilities that are doing that, Rachel, roughly break even. But we could look at it. It's an opportunity that we should explore.
Well, I think it's better than not
It's
using
sitting
it,
there
like
right now.
just having it sit there and we're hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money paying for it to sit there. So,
Sure.
yeah, something to think about.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else, Michelle? Do you have anything else? I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we'll look forward to your budget amendment.
Yes.
$15,000, right?
Yeah. Well, and then possibly.
$15,000 and some Sanders.
And then.
And I think they should just have the
And then possibly for.
Yeah.
And Dean, and then possibly if we're going to look at the Curtis Center and the outdoor pool as a part of that feasibility and operation.
Okay, so let me ask just real quick on a question. Let's say we go 15, we get this thing. There could be underlying issues there. Are we going to? Do we have a stopgap at a dump where we're going to go? We're not putting any more into it. Where are we at on that?
If I can address this, Jason, you guys can add whatever you want. I think the answer is we pay the 15 and see if that takes care of it. Get it opened up and see what's there.
Right.
And I'm being told there's a good chance that that's likely what the cost is. But then you'll see what the costs are and know what those are and can make those decisions now.
Okay.
But
I just don't want. I don't want to pull out
that's
the liner
15.
off.
That's 15. We're risking by doing that.
Right. Right. I just don't want to get it off and say, hey, we'll never
without
have
spending the
400
15.
into it.
Sorry, what's that?
You can't operate without spending the 15.
Correct.
Right, so you're dead in the water today. You have to spend the 15.
So Schrodinger's box.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you have to spend the 15, but you, yeah.
In the water.
You're sorry.
We have lifeguards for
You're
that.
floating in no water. I don't know. I don't know what the saying
It's not
is.
operational.
We have a pool with no water.
We have a pool with water.
Yeah. So you have to spend the 15,
We're gonna
and then
tell you.
depending on that, you may or may not have to spend more, or we just call it and cancel all the reservations and all of the parties
Okay.
and
I just want to make sure we were good there. That
all the
was my
sad.
And back to
Okay.
Jason's question, how soon? As soon as I get the go-ahead, and we're 2 weeks away from opening time.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm talking about.
as soon as I get the
I
go-ahead,
know,
we're
that's
told
why I
10 days before they would have that process completed. If we can provide some, so if Parks can help us provide some guys, and we can utilize some lifeguards to go down there and help clear out the liner as they're tearing it out.
So you need the budget amendment tomorrow.
So,
You need
Steve's like, what?
Yeah, I heard Parks help what?
Yeah. So,
I'm going to stand up for that one.
Turn off the liner.
turn out the liner.
We need
So,
facilities.
if that's the case, then and his guys are busy. If that's the case, they tell us 10 business days.
So what if we have them do it? How much more does that cost?
I can ask them.
That would be my hope at this point.
I do think that we can utilize lifeguards for a
Awesome.
big chunk of that, meaning that we've got lifeguards that are down there prepping the facility to be ready.
Okay.
So it might be.
I'm going to say 20, and then at that point, because if we can get a little bit extra money involved in this, and I can get dumpsters there, and we don't have to do the work, I'm happier.
So what I'm hearing is you need a budget amendment on the agenda tomorrow in our regular meeting, or you won't get the funding in time to be ready for the parties.
Correct.
That's what I'm hearing.
We would have to do a budget amendment later because you need a 7-day.
Oh,
You have to.
You can approve it.
But you
Cancel
can
the
tell
parties.
me that
Yeah.
when you see it in a month that you.
It's important
Okay,
it happens
okay.
at ASAP.
When was this? Sorry, what was the date that it was supposed to open officially? Was it
Memorial Day
Memorial
weekend.
Day?
Yeah.
Correct. We do some training in the month of May that's not going to happen. So we do some deep water training for our lifeguards. We've made arrangements for another facility to be able to do that. The fire department comes in and does some training in there that they're not going to be able to do in there as well. So outside of that, I think we've made arrangements for all of that. It's just being open for Memorial Day weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to put out the notice to residents soon and just kind of explain what's
Right.
going on and the structural issues and everything, just so
Volunteer.
they can.
This is a late last week
Oh, yeah,
emergency
I know.
that came
This is
up.
all
And,
Fresh.
John Till will have that
Communications
headache.
got it, right?
right. Okay, thanks, Steve. We
Thank
were going
you.
to talk. We'll talk more.
We're good, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, one more item, non-departmental. Who's leading that one?
There's not really any requests, but I'd be happy to answer questions or I had some great questions on, and I can address some of the questions I've had, or you can ask me questions.
Anybody have any questions for Dean? And when you get Dean live in person,
Well,
this is a big deal.
Non-departmental, it looks like we're removing the museum project Thanksgiving Point because we're funded out to the park town.
Right, and I should say this budget hasn't changed.
Okay.
In other words, we're not making a change every week just because I thought that would be really.
Yeah, this one hasn't.
So,
Okay. So like credit card and bank charges, is that a similar issue where we're having to pay fees for the whole, basically the whole city is paying these fees?
Yeah.
That were
How about
just
utilities?
like
Utilities aren't in here,
rec
right?
center is
That's
paying
one more.
$20,000 plus for.
Yeah, Allison knows better on this.
Okay.
Because I think that doesn't come anywhere near what we pay for the utility.
Yeah, no, the utilities each pay for their credit card fees. This would be for like fees for development fees, like
General fund related.
general fund related
items.
fees. If somebody comes in to get their passport, if somebody comes in.
Okay. So these are transactional credit
Yeah.
card and bank charges?
Just merchant fees.
And then we
Okay,
have,
merchant
and then
fees that we end up paying.
And then we have a monthly charge for our bank, for our sweep account. It's very minimal, but each of the utilities has a billing expense that pays for certain credit card fees and other fees that go along with the bill.
So I have a question about the contributions to the chamber. I've always heard that we rent out space, or we give them space in the train depot in lieu of membership fees, but is
Oh,
this
I don't
just
know.
separate?
We've always paid a fee every year I've been here.
This
Yeah,
is
I asked-
charging the rent,
It's like $1.
Yeah.
I asked about that in an email.
$1?
Yeah, we don't charge them.
No, they just get it.
Yeah. I think it was it 20? And it moved to 12. I think it's gone down a little bit.
Yeah, it was
Every year I've
20
been
and
here,
moved down to 10 and then
we
they
raised
raised it to 12.
Marlon can speak to that. I can get it back here.
And just a heads up on the Fox Hollow Golf Course, do you want to explain that?
Yeah, I've had, Rachel's asking some questions too, so everybody probably understands, but I'll just go really quick and really basic. So Fox Hollow Golf Course is owned by the three cities, Lehi, American Fork, Pleasant Grove, are joint owner. So it's kind of our facility, but it's kind of share it, right? We each have responsibilities. 20-ish years ago or so, they issued bonds to build a new clubhouse. There's a long story in that, and we can talk more. Maybe it didn't produce the revenue that they thought, which happens sometimes. Anyways, so there's bonds outstanding related to Fox Hollow Golf Course. In order to issue the bonds, they needed a pledge from each of the three cities, basically saying that we'll make sure that the golf course is bringing in enough money to pay for operations and pay for the bond. And so the three cities are kind of jointly obligated for those bonds. But that last bond payment is next year, October 2027. And what happens after that, I don't really, Brian's here, he would know better than I would, but I don't know what happens next. I'm sure the golf course will say we have other improvements that we'd like to do and keep receiving money from the cities, but there's not like a promise. So
There's not a contractual agreement.
the three councils are going to have to work with the Fox Hollow board to figure out what happens next.
Would that have to be unanimous with the
I
two
think so,
cities?
yeah.
You can't outvote us.
Unanimous, yeah, majority of each city council, not all 15 unanimous, but yeah.
So like our city council can choose to do something different than a different city council.
Well, 3 of you would have to agree with 3 from American Fork and 3 from PG.
Like I'm guessing if they wanted to continue, like if they wanted to do a project, they
Yeah.
need a majority of all 3 councils to move
I
ahead.
think Michelle's question was, it has to be all 3 cities, not just 2
I don't
of the
think
3,
2
right?
cities could force.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
has to be all three from every city. You'd have that majority from every city.
Yeah.
So it'd probably have to be unanimous, whatever happens, because we're partners in it.
So like I'm sorry,
I was just
like in
gonna-
December, they gave that presentation on the new driving range improvements that they wanted.
And the top golf, big
Yes,
golf,
yes, yeah,
everything you want to have.
So that's going to be their next ask. So you guys will have to decide whether or not you.
I'm just saying, there's potentially 250, 275.
275.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a future budget that is there. I don't have
I think it'd be good
there's
to-
going to be a lot of discussion between the 3 councils, and it's been 20 years now, so it'll be good to have.
So it's Lehi, American Fork, and
Pleasant
Pleasant
Grove.
Grove. Okay.
I think it'd be good to have that as an agenda item in the future, coming months, just to figure out, like maybe we could come up with what we want to do or not do with it.
And
kind of
then
along the way.
they need to come sell it to
Yeah.
the 3 cities.
I was just gonna make that suggestion, yeah. They ought to come and pitch to you guys what they see their vision is, and you guys can decide whether or not.
Okay, so wait for them.
Did you get that
Yeah,
presentation?
Emily?
Since it's, I know I'm trying to not interrupt people, it's like, but I'm not perfect. Anyway, since, you know how we do like the transportation meetings where we'll get all the cities together and talk about it? I wonder, because it's been 20 years, we're all new and different from 20 years ago, maybe we should put one of those on the books for 2026, saying, hey, we know next year this is coming up, and just like as an opportunity to talk about it with the 18 of us. I mean, we could host, or if you guys want, but it just might be a good time to just get us all in the same room and talk.
Before or after they present?
I think both. Do one in 2026, present, do one in 2027, talk about it, like notice it.
Our last bond payment's the 2027, correct? October.
Yeah, it's actually in
end of next year.
Not the upcoming fiscal year,
Following fiscal year. So we still have one.
Anyway, just an idea, just a thought.
It's just it's a decision this council is probably going to need to make on
Yeah.
what the next step with Foxhole is.
My recommendation, I think maybe we have Fox Hollow come in and present so that you guys understand the context of what we're talking about. And then when we meet with the other cities, you guys can.
Then you know.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe we should make sure that we're together-ish.
I'll tell you, and again, this is, I don't work for those cities. I don't know as intimately as their city managers do, but they seem very pro golf course, the other 2 cities. So.
Well, one
And
of
it's,
hosts.
the golf course at Addison's now is breaking even, it's doing well.
It's doing
They
well.
just want to expand these other venues. Like I said, when they presented, I think Kelly was there. Did you go? I don't know. But they were talking about miniature golf and a top golf kind of thing. So it's new things that they want to add. We keep
The idea, their hope is that it would make it even more profitable. But again, that remains to be seen.
Did they do a study on that, or they just kind of had research to show?
I don't think on the driving range they did a study.
Yeah.
Although they did a study on the golf, on the clubhouse.
I can tell you right now that I get enough money from NIL from BYU on that north end. I can tell you that right now. Tony Finau's parked out there every day. I go there too much. Other questions?
Yeah, on the dispatch costs, is that based on, like how are they coming up with that number?
I think they base it on, there's a formula, it's based on calls.
Per call.
So is this
just to cover
is this
their-
transactional? Is this just like
It's to cover their payroll, part of their payroll costs and their costs.
Just
to run
seems
the dispatch center.
really high, but I don't know enough about their business model, right? I haven't been there or anything, but I'm like, that's really high. And if we get more officers, is that one of those like domino effects where like you increase your police department and then this balloons as well as the court? Like, do you know, is that related?
I mean, I do
The
believe
money
that it's
that's
all
budgeted
based
there
on,
may be a little shy.
yeah, it's based on call volume, so.
Yeah.
So
I
the
don't know
more
if it's
calls
possible.
for
I'd love
service
to
we
be able
get,
to
the
go
more-
and see the facility and talk to them. Not
Sure,
that
I'm sure
I'm not
it's
going to
possible.
negotiate on the city's
Yeah.
behalf, but I'm just so curious.
Yeah, totally, you can arrange that.
Cool.
So is there a way to recoup any of those costs? I mean, I know that is there a way to recoup any of those costs? I mean, I know that there's like ambulance charges, but that's about it, right?
We do get, and we keep our ambulance charges. I mean,
Yeah,
they're not.
but I mean, are the
necessarily
other-
linked, But I guess maybe some of those calls we would see in higher ambulance revenue.
Maybe.
But like a 911 call, I don't know that we recoup any of that or things like that.
And are we paying, so if I'm a Lehi resident, but I'm in Eagle Mountain and an incident occurs and I call, is it charging Lehi because that's where my billing address is on my cell phone, or is it charging Eagle Mountain for where the incident occurred?
I could be wrong. I think it's charged to where the call you have to respond to.
I think it's the
Where the
the
incident-
responding
Yeah.
entity's dispatch call.
So like if you call from Eagle Mountain and said, hey, my relative is being assaulted in Lehi, I need you to respond there.
Lehi would get it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would love to know more.
Health insurance reserve fund, can you explain that to me? Oh, sorry, I'm looking down.
Oh, no, I know Marlon came running it. I don't know.
Oh, he's good whenever. We can answer Richard's question first.
Health
insurance reserves fund is not really an expense. We are trying to set aside funds to possibly be self-insured for health insurance somewhere in the future. We set aside $600,000 last year. Again, we didn't spend it. It's just there. This is to set aside another $600,000, and that might give us an option in the future to have a really different health plan that would be primarily self-insured.
Oh, okay.
We've been talking with our broker the past few years. At some point, it might make sense.
David had to go to some interviews, so.
David could give you a lot more better.
We're not there yet.
This is payment 2 of 3.
Right,
think
yeah.
so,
Okay. When we talked about it originally, the reserve fund to be in a good spot was $1.8 million.
In order to be self-insured, we need a pool of money to draw on in a bad year.
But it would help us manage and be able to keep our costs down because we could.
You're talking about health insurance, right?
We could manage the deductibles.
You shop
and
different, your
stuff.
buying power is different. Because you're self-insured, you're taking more risk.
Police office is risk management. What
How,
we're talking about.
do you know how much that 25% increase is costing us for the medical insurance?
In dollars?
Well, we mitigated that though.
Yeah, it's not 25 anymore.
Yeah.
So there's been a
Because
lot of
the-
discussion.
yeah.
I don't have all the answers.
The plan that we renewed is not the same plan that we were on, so it's.
We had to make
less
some
ex-
modifications.
yeah.
We had to make some modifications.
It's a less expensive plan to fit into the estimated cost that they built into the budget, which was 10%.
10.5%. So.
Yeah.
So that is reflected. Health insurance costs are covered in
there, and it's at the 10%.
Marlon,
We had
I
to
think-
change the plan to get to where we
Yeah.
were budgeted.
Marlon, you ready? He's
Marlon.
ready.
I think we were just asking about the contribution to the chamber.
I think you have to consider.
Why we make one?
And since they're not,
How did they
they're in the
rent for
training.
We're giving them their space for free, so why are we making a contribution?
So currently the contract is actually through the Hutchings Museum, and they're just a subsidiary of the Hutchings Museum for that contract at the training museum. So yes, you are correct. We do cover. They don't pay lease. We cover the electric bill and stuff like that, and then we do give membership donation, which is the $12,000. It was at $22,000 at one point. I whittled that back. We did $10,000 a couple of years ago, and then when Marcy came on board, because the chamber started to ramp up, they're now at revenue neutral, and so we bumped our membership to $12,000.
But who owns the train depot?
We do.
So we own it, but Hutchings Museum has
Leases it. They have the lease on it.
a lease.
They're leasing it to the chamber?
Well, they have a lease.
Yes.
Part of that lease
Oh,
includes the
letting-
chamber, letting the chamber utilize it.
So the city lets Hutchings use the museum, and Hutchings lets the chamber use.
Let me take a step back.
Okay.
I apologize,
Just
Councilwoman
trying.
Freeman. No, you're trying to understand.
Okay.
So I think the lease agreement was signed in like 2017, 2018, and that included when the basement was utilized as the train museum. So there was artifacts in there, everything was in there, and then the Chamber of Commerce was just the upstairs. Since then, all the artifacts have been removed from the train depot. They utilize that main room. If there's like a large meeting or something, they've utilized that. Other organizations have utilized that meeting space there as well. And then the chamber currently maintains an office on the upper floors, as well as they're utilizing some space over at the Kiln building, so they go between the two buildings.
Okay. Because my understanding is that COVID kind of changed things where it was more of a museum, and I don't know, fourth graders or some like kids would come and do field trips there.
Yep.
Until COVID basically kind of changed that dynamic, and
The-
then is that true or no?
Well, the director at the time, when COVID came, they did take out, again, all the artifacts that were in the base on that first floor, and then they turned that into office space for Daniela and I think one or two other employees.
in that main area. And so they kind of utilized it. There was a room that was set aside for podcasts in the back. Daniela's office podcast, and in the main room, I think they had like 1 or 2 desks in there, and then they were utilizing it for miscellaneous sign storage. You know, if they were swapping out signs, different things like that.
But the city
So 2
owns
offices.
the train depot
Yes.
and the surrounding land. I
Yes.
believe, I looked at the contract, and Hutchings is only supposed to utilize that space and have that space if they keep it operational as a museum.
That is correct.
And
They can't use it as storage and stuff. I
cannot-
don't think we
yeah.
clarified that they had to leave it as a museum, but we did clarify they could. Our concern was that they would move the train museum out and then utilize it as storage. So
This
that
is a
was
very
one big
historic
sticky-
building.
Yes.
Yeah. It was moved from, like, yeah.
It's not, it's not original to Lehi.
No.
It was brought in. But
And
it's
then
still historic.
Hutchings has given the chamber permission to use the space.
As
No, it's
part
just
of,
part of the contract.
it's part of the contract.
Okay.
City.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other non-departmental questions?
Yeah, the contribution to recreation facilities fund, the 24%, just help me understand where that shows up.
Yeah. So if you're asking why it's gone up, it's mostly just related to salaries and things for recreation employees. But this number is going to match, this expense number is going to match the revenue number on the legacy center
On page 43.
So is this why they're saying 2.6?
Yeah. That's the
This is why.
That is the number.
This is where it comes from. Thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Any other questions?
Well, and then I see there's contributions to like risk fund, IT fund, things like that. Like it's just, these are the expenses of the city to run, have these things, right? That's what
They are.
Okay.
Back on the chamber, can you let us know how much other cities pay too? Like, are they the same?
There's only one other city, and that would be Saratoga Springs, and I'm not quite sure what they pay. I'm going to shoot myself in the foot on this. I want to say it's 6,000, between 6,000 and 8,000. I know they're not at the 12,000 mark. I do know that.
Is that based on like membership tiers? With the difference between what we're paying and they're paying?
No. The chamber itself, the history of the chamber used to be a city function. And then they they went to 501c6 and kind of split off. And that's why we were at the 22, we were at a large amount and we've slowly ratcheted it down. I think we've stayed at where we're at now, just out of trying to be consistent for the chamber to help them with funding. Their annual budget's about $230,000.
They're based in Lehi.
Yes, they're based in Lehi.
There's a membership fee for those who join the chamber.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So they actually support Saratoga Springs, Lehi. They do have businesses from American Fork, Eagle Mountain, and stuff like that. But American Fork has their own chamber. Pleasant Grove has their own chamber. American Fork has their own chamber.
And it's common for cities to be involved in chambers. Like,
Yes.
It's
Oh,
super
yeah.
common.
Oh, yeah. That's
like,
very common.
I'm involved in the chambers in Salt Lake County, and
Yeah.
there's cities in all of them.
Well, and the opportunity for us to also utilize the chamber, like with grand opening, ribbon cuttings, support the small business community. I'm on the board with Marcy as the city side. I'm not on the executive board or anything, but so I do go to all the board meetings. I try and attend all the functions that Marcy does and stuff like that.
Cool.
And we do, as a part of our membership, we do have access to all of those functions as well. So you as city council members have the opportunity for all the ribbon cuttings and the luncheons and everything like that.
Can I ask about the employee wellness, since I've done that some professionally. Is that just a benefit that we have to employees? That doesn't have anything to do with the health insurance? That's the wellness aspect, right?
It's the wellness aspect, and then we have, is this where we pay NICE out of?
Yeah.
Is that where we pay NICE out of? Yeah.
Is that, okay.
And so, yeah, we have a separate company that provides like telehealth at a reduced cost to employees that we pay for that. So
It's
yes,
one of
I
the
guess the
benefits that
question is
employees
a benefit to employees.
Okay.
Yes.
With the idea, hopefully that would save us on some help.
It's supposed to.
Yeah.
That's what.
Right. I mean,
I've been
we've talked about whether it's worth still keeping or
Yeah.
not, and so we've gone back and forth. But
Okay.
we're going to do it one more year and try and push it to employees a little bit more to see if we can get more utilization on it, try and reduce costs.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Let's take a break. Then we'll come back. Get out. Okay, as we kind of lead into this next one, let me maybe start or give some preface and help us lead the discussion a little bit. When we put forth this budget, you all know that we put forth a tax increase. So we went through it. That's the kind of where we landed. We have prepared by law to do so in the case that this council comes to the point that we feel that that's the way to do. So all of that part's been taken. Now, if the council comes to the point that we don't take tax, that's okay. That's all been determined. So I think maybe where we start is, where do we start? So are we in a tax? Are we out of a tax? If we're out of a tax, there's then some things that happen there along the bottom. I don't know that this necessarily needs to become a line-by-line issue. We have professionals that do this stuff every day, lead and guide, direct that, and I think that I think we need to get them the information of council-wise where we sit. Then that group can then lead the charge on making sure everything runs from the top down. So, with that said, any comments to that, Jason?
I was just going to add, obviously we want to respect the council's priorities and things that you want to see. But as far as, getting too far into the specifics, like the mayor said, I think we kind of take it back to the departments and get some feedback from them. Let them be a part of the process also. But certainly like capital projects or things like that you guys, really want to see happen in this budget year, certainly, we can talk about those at length.
So with that said, I am going to kind of throw a hard stop in here at 6. So I have a good 2 hours to start going. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, that's true.
Awesome. Okay. Well, that's great news to start. That we do have a hard stop set at 6. So with that, let me go ahead and open the floor and let's have a discussion and kind of see where everyone's feeling. And we're all going to come from maybe a little bit of a different spot. So kind of give us your opinion as we're moving forward. Then we'll have a little bit of a consensus as to which way to go and where we go. So, Emily.
Mayor, I was just wondering if we don't do the tax increase, where are your priorities? Like, are you going to give us okay, if you don't do this, this is what I think we need? Or is that, what direction would you like us to go if that's what's chosen?
I think that's to be determined by the council as we move forward. I think that's a talking point that we can make as we move forward. But I don't know that there's necessarily any direction. If there's no tax increase, then it will be a top-down look. I think everyone that is on the table to be looked at. Public safety, parks, it all then comes into play. I don't think it's one necessarily or the other. I think it's across the board. So that would be my answer to that question.
Mayor, I think I had a really good conversation with Jason and Dean earlier just to try to try to make it as clear as possible so that staff has the right direction. And I think the first thing that would be helpful for Jason and Dean is to know, are we in favor of the tax increase or some version of it or zero tax increase, at least from the majority? And would that be helpful, Jason? If we just did it?
Again, sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback from that mic. Yes, that would be helpful to kind of set some parameters as to what we can work from. And then I think the second set of parameters would be, okay, based on other things that you've heard, or priorities that you don't feel that the mayor's budget addressed, things that you would like us to consider. Basically, we have the pie, then we decide how big to make the pieces, right? That's what we're talking about. So.
All right, well,
Go ahead.
I'll go first. For me, I am not in favor of any tax increase personally, and after my other colleagues speak, I think it would be good for us to kind of go through, I guess, the very top. Each one of us can kind of talk about our very top level priorities in the budget, and then maybe if we have any additions or subtractions that are very, very important to us, I think we could just mention them and see where we're at.
So do you want to do your priorities, or do you want to do this round
I think
first?
you want to go? Do you want to do a quick straw poll on, is everybody else, I guess who else is anybody else same feeling as me as far as
I've done my research, so I'm good.
I don't want to raise taxes. That being said, if we go after our current employees to fund campaign promises, I'm going to have big beef with that. So I guess it's not for me, it's not this binary taxes, yes or no. What are we doing if we're not raising taxes, and who's going to bear the brunt of that plays into my decision.
Well, so this is just, so my preference would be no tax increase. And I think if the majority of the council feels that way, then it gives staff direction to kind of go through with a scalpel, and instead of us just kind of hammering away at different items in the budget, not knowing all of the implications it can have. So I think that's where we can start. We're not voting on the budget or a tax increase right now.
Could I say one thing that maybe answers that question? So maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, I go away. But I think if we don't do a tax increase, right now in that budget, basically it has 4% for each employee, right? If we don't do a tax increase of some sort, it's whatever the pay plan, it's got to be less than that.
So no matter what,
well, in the policy, the HR policy that David Kitchen passed, each one, both COLA and merit, it says based on the availability of funds in each one of those. So obviously, I just want to make sure that we can operate within the budget, and it's and then maybe the version 2 that staff can come up with will have some other options maybe we haven't thought of. Some of the cuts can be more evenly distributed. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, and I know you and I have talked about different approaches, right? There and ways in which it can be done, and we've both had ideas about that. I think again, for me, it's not this black and white issue of taxes or not. I don't want to raise taxes. That being said, if we don't raise taxes, who's bearing the cost of increased services? Or are we not increasing services at all? But it sounds to me like if we don't raise taxes, our employees will bear that cost because we can't meet the 4%. And that, I hope we can talk about that philosophically. How do we feel asking our employees to take that on?
I don't know if that's necessarily what you're
just
asking
about.
about.
Just said.
Because you can, well, that's what Dean said. Yes, but there's other cuts that could also be made and looked at.
And for me, philosophically, right? If the tax increase is putting that burden on the residents, right? And we can say well, it's $35 a year or $36, whatever it is. But you add that into taxes from the county, from the school districts, from inflation generally. My personal opinion is, I know financially it's much easier to raise a little bit of taxes every couple of years on a regular basis. I get it from a financial standpoint. From a kind of moral issue for me, I think the city needs to operate on a continual basis identifying cuts. And I have a hard time going to the residents, because I don't represent the city. Right, I represent the residents to the city, and so for me, I want to be able to explain. We have done all the cuts possible. We've trimmed all the fat. We're operating very, very efficiently, and we've looked at every corner of the budget. And now we have to raise taxes. I don't think that's this year.
Okay.
So that's just my personal thought on it, but I think if the majority feels like I'm not going to vote for a tax increase this year, period.
So are you not voting for more officers then?
No, I will, and I think we can find the space
How?
to, well,
That's
we have.
what the discussions will be about.
Well, yeah, and
That's why we're discussing.
Well, I thought we were doing a straw poll first.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. It's like if the majority say we're not going to vote for a tax increase, that changes the discussion afterward.
Okay, and I'll
makes
just clarify. I don't want to raise taxes. That being said, I don't know what my options are unless we get into the weeds. So I really am trying to understand, what are you cutting and what are you asking of our employees before I say yes or no? But I can be last. Instead of second, I'll go
if we're
last.
making those decisions of all the things that
Right,
we're cutting,
but
because
staff needs to go.
That's administrative. That'll
Some of
take,
it.
So here's what happens ultimately, and you know that. So you're gonna pull a number that's gonna go back to staff. Staff's gonna figure out how to run it through the
Most
budget
of their budgets are people.
Correct.
So when we say cuts, we're not talking about subscriptions to a, Cowabunga Bay for employee appreciation. We are talking about people.
Right.
That most of their budgets are people. So even if we gave them a number and said cut $2 million, that is people.
So are you, the thing that you're most worried about is having a 4% raise for employees every year?
No, what I'm worried about is how it gets done. And I don't have answers. That's why I'm not quite sure. So I'll go last. You guys keep, I'll go last, but I don't know how you're going to do that without putting it on our employees.
Well, no, it's not going to be up to the council to identify all those. That's what we're doing, is enabling staff to take our preference of, do we want a tax increase or not? If you don't, then you can say, I don't want a tax increase. They can go to work, we can give them some input, and then they can give us another version of the tentative budget that identifies where they've identified cuts.
Yes, and
Okay, so
all the conversations I've had thus far have been, if they make cuts, 2%, 3%, 5% cut in their budgets, it's people. That's why I'm just...
Well, some of it's even just like, okay, we don't need an SRO, so let's think
Well,
about that.
some of those things have already changed,
Or
too.
the park tax
Right.
coming out is how many hundreds, and that's not in this budget right now, right?
Right.
But that's some stuff that is
I
wiggle
guess I've
room
just
there.
had questions answered already that answer that for me, but again, I will go last.
Well, I guess we can go around and just...
I would prefer not to do a tax increase. And if we're talking about people, we're also talking about the people that we tax. And again, it's a small amount, but we do it every other year. It adds up, and there's people that are struggling. So I would prefer not to, and I've said how I felt about it before, that, we're in a period of growth, and there was a study, and I probably should have brought it, but growing cities in Utah, this is from the Utah Taxpayers Association, that it's every 7 to 8 years to look at a tax increase, not every other year, and not even a big one. So I want to get out of this cycle of every 2 years. I want to be more conservative in our spending, and I think there are some ways to find more efficiencies, and it might not be this year that we find that, and I think we need more, and I've asked for this for a long time now, maybe we'll get it, but I've asked for more information of how current money is being spent, not just the new ask, but, if the library comes and they want whatever X more dollars in books, how much are they spending now in books? I kind of want to know the whole context, not just the new request. But I think there's creative ways to reduce spending, and I hope we'll have enough time this year to look into that, but definitely for next year. I know I've talked to Dean about this, about maybe in the fall, to start in on the process of looking where money is being spent in each department. But
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
More than, because you have that in the budget document, what's being spent. Like what, when you say you want more information,
it's
help me
pretty
understand what.
broad.
Like how many books total we're buying, or help me understand that.
Well, it's kind of like with the pool,
Okay.
how much how much revenue, really where the numbers are, and just more clarity in the budget, I think would be helpful. I mean, we have miscellaneous things, professional, what does that mean? What are they spending it on? You know, really go back and justify current spending. And I know there are things where we approved expenditures for previous years, and I kind of want to go back. How is that working? You know, has that been helpful? Because I know, like, for instance, an auditor was one of the positions we funded last year. So do we have an auditor now? Did he get hired? How is that working? What is that worth? You know, what we're spending the money on. You know, so maybe revisit some of those things. That kind of thing. And I've talked to enough of the other cities to know some of them that do that, take that approach. That's what I prefer. But basically, I would prefer not to do a tax increase this year.
So I always said that I would prefer to not raise taxes, that I would do everything else, figure out what else can be done before that. I see that as kind of a last resort. Obviously, I've kind of hashed this budget and gone through it a lot. And I think that I know we're going to try to not get in the weeds, but if departments need some help, I think the council we've spent the time, we've lost sleep over this budget because we're concerned about that we're serving our residents we're providing enough services, we're meeting the obligations of previous councils, and that we have as a city, we're helping our employees that will help our residents, right? And we're being accountable to like taxpayers. And I know, I'm sure that the mayor has been similar when he put this together, and I appreciate all the work that he did and all the work that you guys did as a budget committee. It's no easy task, and I really appreciate that. But so that's where I stand. Is what I've seen. I would say no tax increase. So
I don't think anybody ever runs for office and says they want to do a tax increase. Like, I think it's, like nobody, I think we could all say nobody wants a tax increase. My concerns are how we go about doing it. I'm not okay with robbing Peter to pay Paul. So I think that I think it's a good idea to go back to the departments. My most important thing to me is employee retention, taking care of our employees. I don't want to get down this rut of we put this on the backs of our employees. 5 years down the line and 10 years down the line, we have to do major wage increases because there's market studies that are done to show that we haven't kept up with inflation. I mean, Social Security keeps up with inflation. They do. So it's like, I don't want, we're already at the low end. I appreciate Dean showing like what the other cities are proposing for their raises. And we're already at the bottom of that. There's only a couple of cities that are below us, so I want to be really careful with that. I also want to be really careful that we as a council don't take the surgical knife. I think if we went back to the departments and said, hey, this is the amount of money that you have. How do you want it to be? What's most important to you? Is it going to be wages? Do you want to not offer so much in wages? Is it in hiring this year more important? And put it back on them and determine where it really is at. Because I feel like when we've gone to departments before in the past, it's always been, we need the wages to keep who we have. I'm concerned about making this so political that our employees leave based on principle and based on the fact that they can be paid more elsewhere. And so I don't want to have to pay for the cost of turnover either. So I'm totally on board if we're going to go through it. It's hard to say no tax increase when we don't know what that actually looks like. We kind of have an idea of like, here's the things that would have been funded with the tax increase, but what does that actually mean to each department if we're going back to each department and saying, hey, we're not going to do this. So I think it would, like, still having our options available. If we're going to do a tax increase, I think do it and don't just like, I almost kind of wish like that they had just done, instead of 2 small tax increases, do 1. The 2 and 4 years ago and just put it all together. But maybe that's just the political mind speaking, because you ask residents and they're like, would rather just pay an extra $1 a month than to have to go do that. But if that's the direction council is going, I'm all supportive of it. But I will, I have really strong feelings about becoming the city that decides to fund it on the backs of employees and their families. So,
Mayor, can I add to that?
Yep.
So last time we talked about the council mayor's budget, and I proposed that we not take 2 trips to DC every year, and there was resistance against that. We have a $50,000 line item for special projects. Like, before we turn to our departments and ask them to do more with less, what are we going to cut?
No,
It
I
better
agree.
be DC trips. It better
That's
be
fine.
increases.
I
It
did
better
say
be the
that's
special
on the table,
projects.
But the thing is, we're looking this every 2 years, so I feel like there's an ongoing problem here. If we have to raise taxes every 2 years, why? I mean, there were many years when we didn't, and we weren't necessarily behind because of that. And somehow, I mean, to me, it's the thing now. And a lot of that, I think, might be the wage war with our police officers and our firefighters, right?
Well, and you have to remember, for a long time, inflation was next to zero for over a decade. It was next to zero. And now we've seen inflation push through the roof. And the way Utah tax structure is set, there's no way to capture inflation without going through the taxation.
For property taxes,
For property
but we
tax,
have
correct.
other revenues.
We do. But property tax is still a very stable, important part of our tax base. So, we do have other tax revenues that do capture inflation. As the cost of goods go up, we capture more sales tax. But you also have to remember that property tax, we still have to pay for inflationary costs as well. Employee costs, stuff we buy, widgets that we buy to implement, those cost more. Everything costs more for us, just like it does for the school district, just like it does for the county as well.
So I have to say, if we're going to keep the dollar steady, then that means our services have to go down. And inflation's gone up by 25% in the last 5 years. We need to offer 25% less services. That's how it would
But our
to
budget
keep
is increasing,
taxes
our sales tax
steady.
is increasing, our other
Well,
revenues
yeah,
are increasing.
absolutely.
Our property taxes are increasing with new growth. So again, we're a growing city still.
Well,
when I'm talking
it is, the total dollars is increasing, but also the total lane miles that we have to maintain increases. The total number of lane miles we have to plow. So the demand on services also increases as we grow.
And a lot of those things come from our special funds, right, that are dedicated to those things. So what I'm seeing, though, is not...
Those are both general fund
right,
costs.
for some of the streets. But what I'm seeing is not necessarily... their biggest increase is always the employees. And it hasn't...
Yeah.
Looking back historically over at our budget, there hasn't always been this 4% increase for all employees.
You're right.
I mean, I look back and sometimes a lot of times it was zero, sometimes there were a lot of market adjustments there. So what I'm seeing now lately, and I sent David Kitchens a ton of questions about this, but it's we've kind of changed things. So now that we are 4% is expected, which is significant. I mean, it's not like we're cutting wages. You're just not getting as much more. You're getting more, but maybe a little less more. So you're getting more, right?
Sure.
And that, I mean, we could talk about public and private sector and how nice that is to get that, but it hasn't always been that way, and it's more recently that's been the expectation, along with every 2 years, let's increase taxes. So that's where I'm seeing this coming from, and that's not the direction I would like to continue.
Great.
And Michelle, I understand that and I respect that. Since I've been here, raises have never been zero. That's not been a thing since I've been here. But even with us doing 3%, 4%, 5% every year, we still fall behind in certain positions, and we have to do market increases on top of that.
And I would like to see more where that's coming from.
We have
It's
extensive...
like, oh no, if we don't do the 4%, we're going to lose employees. But, you know, where are we losing employees? Are they going to other cities laterally for the same job at better wages? Or are they going for a career move? You know, I've seen some do that.
Yeah. I don't remember the exact year, but we lost a bunch to Riverton, a bunch of police officers to Riverton. We lose firefighters to different agencies.
So is this those two departments, or
We
is there
lost
competition
streets
in
to
that?
Yeah, streets to Draper.
And that, again, that's, I asked David those specific things, which departments?
Here's the thing though, on a, and this is a question for you, Jason, on when someone comes in and they move, you don't have that data. Like when someone comes to me and they quit, I don't ask them where they're going.
We have general.
Well, no, but if you're looking for strong data, I don't know that you'll have data.
I said as
that
much
way.
as possible, let
Right.
me know if it's allowed.
So I'd be curious too, but anyway. So Jason, with that, I think our consensus is a no tax, and so I think we changed the conversation then to, okay, where do we go? And
What are the sacred cows? Like if you're giving us direction, okay, we need to make all these priorities fit within this pie. Yeah, what are the sacred cows? What can we not touch, or what must we include?
I mean, I'm fine getting rid of the council special projects. I don't have any special projects.
Well, again, from a leadership perspective, this council better be ready to make its own cuts. We cannot ask departments to go cut
We
without.
cut any increase in the salary, which I was happy about. I'm happy to look at other cuts, like whatever we need to do.
Look, let's not go to DC twice a year.
Well, yeah, and I'm
But I
good with
I kind of feel like we're throwing out pennies.
I know,
I think
I know.
6,000 now
But
council is almost as
but
like-
from a leadership perspective, we need to be able to take those two. We lead the city.
I agree, and I'm on board with whatever cuts we need to make in our own,
I
little
want to
budget.
clarify too the percent increases for employees really quick. So I have them all right here. In 2019, I'm not going to go back to when Jason started, but we've never had zero. Jason's correct about that. 2019 we had 4%. 2020 we had 4%. 2021 we had 3%. 2022 we had 3%. 5% in 2022. 2023 we had 7%. 2024 we had 4%. 2025 we had 4%. 2026 we had 4%.
Is that every department?
Yes.
Because if you look,
Yeah, that's the merit and the COLA together.
But it's not the market boost.
Some departments might have more because
A
they have
selective
market
increase.
adjustment. We might have hired an
Yes.
employee
That doesn't
at a
include
higher
the
wage.
police or the fire. Police also had additional above those, and there was a couple times when fire did, but police
And
had
building and a few other
Yes,
departments.
we've had some selective to try and keep different industry or different
engineering.
Yes.
Yeah.
no, I mean, if you look, and back, this is FY20, and it used to have another column where it showed the percent increase and decrease, and that I noticed went missing. But there's some where the number of employees stayed the same. Fire, wages and salary, percent increase, decrease is 0% there. No change in employees. That's what I'm talking about. I went through that. And then there's others that there was one, I think it was finance, that got like a 2% increase. So it wasn't always.
Well, a lot of it
4%.
has to do with turnover because we budget according to the person. And let's say, take for example, before Dean was hired here, we had a finance director that was paid probably more than him. He came in, and so it would go down. Kind of depends on what happens in the year. But the numbers that I just gave you were across the. They were the
That's
amounts that were
budgeted.
given. Yes.
The budget. So
Yes.
it doesn't necessarily reflect across.
On the actual.
On the
Yes,
actual
on the actual,
budget,
because it's based on people.
Because
Well-
last year's budget might have included some people that were lower paid and now they're higher paid. And we have market adjustments. We have different employees. Some departments have part-time employees that we have to adjust the amount of their part-time employees because we didn't quite budget enough last year and they were short.
So are
we
you
have to
saying that
adjust it.
always it's been 4% forever?
Yeah, I have it clear back to
Well, it used
to
to be-
2012, and there's been a raise every single year since 2012.
But they're not all 4%.
Yeah.
No, they're not all 4%. They're
3,
different.
5, 7, 4.
Yeah.
Some got quite a bit more.
Yeah.
But those might have been market adjustments.
Well,
they might have been
or-
And
adjustments to their.
every year something different is coming up, right?
Yeah, on that budget document, it doesn't necessarily,
Yeah.
just because their salaries increased by more than 4% doesn't mean that we gave that department.
Yeah.
So again, what are some things that we need to make sure that are
I think it'd be helpful if we just went around, because I think maybe most of us have some similar things that we agree maybe shouldn't be in there, or maybe we should add, and so it would probably save time if we just kind of went around the horn.
Well,
maybe.
Rachel, you're up.
Sure. I think, speaking with the Justice Corps and having him here, I feel like the 2 full-time clerks, or if you want to do 4 part-time, I don't know, but just supporting that, because they seem to provide and recoup whatever costs that they spend. And I especially, and he said whether or not police increases, they're drowning. And they've made requests for multiple years, and I see that as a priority. I also think police, a part-time record clerk is something that they said. Well, I think they said full-time, but I think I would support part-time.
Would it be the same?
Because
if we move our part-time recorder to full-time,
then you'd have.
Would it be this? It would cost more than if you bring in a part-time, right?
2 part-times is cheaper than a full-time.
Right.
Because the benefits could be as high as 40%.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, that's kind of what I think some other people might want to speak on the police. I think what I landed on was only 3 police were needed instead of the ones requested, and I would support the 3 officers.
Can someone be calculating a total cost? Is that okay?
Allison's on it.
Is that okay, Allison? Because I can write it down, I just can't.
I will do my best.
So my understanding of the police, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, because it's gone back and forth even since this tentative budget came out. We're at currently, the original request was 9. They reevaluated their metrics and said, actually, we're just going to put in 5. But one of those was an SRO that went away.
Yep.
So now we're at 4.
But
one's
only
already-
if you give the AI tool. Because the AI tool is how they're justifying not needing the.
One's
Right, and I'm
funded
good
through
with
their
AIT.
regular
And
budget
I'm good with
without-
AIT.
Sorry, I just wanted
I'm
to
good with
include it. I just
Yeah,
wanted to include
yeah.
it to make sure you knew the decrease was because they're utilizing the AI tool, which came up in the police department meeting.
And I'm supportive of both the AI tool and the 4 head count for police.
Yeah, and I'd say 3. But,
I think it went down to 3. It went from
Did it go to 3?
I think it's 3.
well, I think 1 is funded through without a tax increase.
Yeah, I believe so.
So
yeah, we're talking about
it's
total.
only 2 in addition.
3 plus.
Without a tax increase.
Maybe it's 2.
I think it was 3. I wrote down changes 9 to 3.
It's just on the back of the little thing. Yeah.
Do we know, Jason?
What?
How many,
officers?
without the tax increase, how many
It's
new
2.
officer
It
positions
was
do you
2.
fund?
So basically 1.
I thought it was
additional.
3. Is it 2?
It's 2.
It's
2.
2 without it.
And then 3 with the tax
What-
increase.
3 additional
Yeah.
with the
for
tax
to make
increase.
5. But
To make
he
5.
amended his request to 3
Yeah, that's-
with the AI tool.
Oh.
He
Well, the
eliminated
AI
2.
tool was in there.
He said the AI tool was equivalent to 2 officers. So and then he wanted to use those wages, those 2 officer dollars for an increase to wages at about $1.80 per hour.
Right. So he didn't.
So he didn't
really
change
take
his
anything
request. He
away.
changed how he allocated the money.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm not touching that, but I do think from my experience, just working shifts and everything, I feel like fire is something that is a little bit easier to commute somewhere else when you're working a 48-hour shift versus somewhere else. Like, that's something where, I mean, I've even known people, they'll fly from, as a travel nurse, you go to a different state because you're working your shift, and that retention to me seems like it would be more difficult for us to keep than the police, in my opinion. So I think I can understand why Chief Kraft was like, this is really important to increase the fire wages so that those are competitive, because just with my experience with shift work, that's something I see. So, yeah.
I'd be supportive.
So what did she, sorry, what was she saying for
Fire wages increasing.
The whole amount?
To keep it to what it was.
That's what I would.
So I think it was
I think it's 820,
820.
819.2. But we've got one of our chiefs in here if he wants to correct me.
I think I would be supportive just based on Chief Kraft's presentation a couple weeks ago, which was very insightful. I would be supportive if he can wait another year potentially for the assistant fire chief position.
Yeah.
Then let's give the full
Yeah, and I think that's what he said too, that the wages become priority, not secondary.
And I'm okay. I'm fine with that.
Both police and fire said
I would
that they
say
prefer
that
wages over
too,
headcount.
if we're not doing a tax increase, it's really hard to justify hiring if that means like people are not getting their full wages. So if there's two that comes with like not having to do a tax increase, I would have a hard time pushing it beyond that. Unless there's like, if we can do it. And
the
we
difference
fund
in wages is like less than $2 now.
And everybody's, including where police and fire both need the increase in wages, that would be more of a priority than hiring new headcount.
And the only headcount, from my understanding, was for fire was the assistant fire chief, plus the vehicle.
I mean, the police wages, what they're talking about is a difference between $29.99 to $31.47 an hour.
Yeah, it was like $1.49 an hour extra, or something like that.
Just, to break it down. I know looking at jobs myself, and I get paid hourly sometimes. I mean, sometimes you choose different jobs based on convenience, location too. But if you're commuting for a 48-hour shift, it's a different matter, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you hear that with fire a lot, people coming from.
Yeah, so I'm saying this is for the police shift differential is what I'm talking about, these numbers.
But when I asked Chief what he wanted, do you want head count and the AI tool, or do you want wages? He said wages first, and then he'd want head count, AI tool. And that's the same thing that fire said. They would want wages first, then head count.
Dean, can you talk about we did a wage increase for the police 2 years ago, we did a tax increase for that. And maybe you're not the one to ask, I don't know, but can you explain how they decided to use that money? It wasn't based on position and percent. It was kind of across the board.
I think they all got a certain amount per hour raise, regardless of position. Like, I don't think it was a percentage. I think it was like
a fixed dollar amount.
Yeah. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so they all got the same dollar amount raise.
Something like that. So.
How would that affect their averages when they compare to other cities? Would it or what?
I don't know. Every time
Every time
they've asked for a number of things, I think they've always gotten it, but then it's just kind of a death loop, I guess. Like,
or like
when we give a raise, other agencies.
Yeah, like it's just like this bidding war with all these cities.
Well, there's cities that have come out and said we will be the highest paid agency, and they put that.
Yeah,
Salt Lake wrote in their contract.
So just crazy.
So if I could just say, I know sometimes there's the message that we're not taking care of police and fire because they're behind wages. Like in the years I've been here, I would say every year we've done something for police and fire that we haven't done for everybody else. So I think we're making an effort. And I'm not saying we're where they are. You know, we've looked at some of these things. If you look at the property taxes that you pay if you're in Harriman or Riverton or some of these other cities, it's just a lot more per household, right? And so it makes it hard for us to compete. But yeah, we've tried to do things, but then from just a money perspective, I get frustrated or just it's discouraging a little that you think you're doing something and then you come back 6 months later and it's like, we're here again, it's not enough. And
So I'll just be more specific about what we did. They got the regular raise that I said, but for police, in 2022, every single one of them got a $3 an hour raise. In 2023, they each got a $1 an hour raise. In 2024, we gave them $120,000, and then they split it, but I'm not exactly sure if it was even. And then fire they got $60,000. And then in 2025, police, for that property tax increase that you were talking about, were given $601,000, and fire was given $650,000. And so, and not exactly how those were administered. So the last 4 years, they've got an additional targeted raise in addition to the regular raises that the city employees receive.
But that's based on the market, like where we're
Yes.
at in the bell curve.
We're trying to catch up.
Right?
We keep trying to catch up every year.
Yeah.
Well, we want to be above. We want to be above like 60%.
So we don't
Yeah, we've targeted the 60%.
Which that's the goal.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying is if you're looking at $1.48 an hour difference for the police, I mean, like I'm looking at jobs as a nurse practitioner, and I'm like, okay, what I see is that this was. Sometimes it'll be a few dollars an hour difference, but sometimes I'm like, I would rather work at that place because of the things they have, people, that job, we have some fantastic facilities here for our police, and I just think it's a whole picture. So I don't know. I mean, if Chief Paul said that he prefers wages over people, I didn't hear that. I don't remember that conversation. But
He mentioned that to me, that, yeah, his priorities changed. He did ask for people, and then he wanted to switch to wages.
Okay. This is hard. Sure. And you want to take care of your people, for sure. But we do have to look at the needs of the city, not necessarily the desires of the employees and the departments. And, I mean, I spent a lot of time on that study, and we went back and tweaked it, came down, and that sort of thing. But I want to be careful that we don't get behind on our police officers by giving them pay increases. So if you don't have enough people, you don't have enough people, no matter how much you pay them. I get we want to retain people as well, those with experience especially. But anyway, just want to throw that out.
Sure.
That,
Yeah. And it does. Oh, I'm sorry. Finish that.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and we don't have to pick between one or the other. It can be a hybrid of both.
If
Or
we
do you
don't
just
raise
say-
taxes, we do.
Or do you just say this is an amount? Peace be the journey. You decided.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know.
you don't have to think, well, I'm choosing between 5 officers and raises. It can be 3 officers and raises, or 2 officers and raises, or, and differing amounts. But
Well, you could look at 2 police officers and a shift differential, and then you
yeah,
And they
take
don't-
care of that issue. Or, there's a lot of different.
Yeah, the
But
shift
we can
differential is
go-
powerful.
but to
We can
Emily's
look
point,
at-
without a tax increase, we can't do it all.
No, you can't
There's
get
not
No.
enough money to do
No.
one of these things, hardly.
Well, they can
right?
already get 2 officers without even raising taxes. It's in there.
No, there's
it's in the
right,
budget.
there's
Yeah,
just-
2. Yeah, 2.
So,
I just mean as the
2
whole
in the
pie. We can't give everything, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, the total budget requests were like $30 million.
We can't do it all,
Right? Like, we
period.
can't do it all. It's just a matter
We're
of.
definitely not going to do
So
some
Rachel, you
without
wanted
an
3
increase.
officers, right?
yeah, because there's 2 already, so it's basically 1 additional is what. That was from my last conversation that I walked away with, and maybe that was not the most recent update from
Well,
police.
and what I'm looking at, I think maybe there's a gap here. I'm looking at the 1.7 that the mayor approved through the proposed tax increase. How do we get to that 1.7 through other savings and efficiencies? So when I look at the police, and I know this is outdated already because of the SRO, but if Chief Paul's like, no, I'm good with 3 patrol officers and a wage increase, then I'm good with that. And then that's the number we operate against the overall number of 1.7.
Or if he's good with that and shift differential. I don't know.
It's just going to shift. The funds are going to shift. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
Where
like,
we take here, there's still a gap.
you can't have
There's
shift
still-
differential and
Right.
wage increase.
And was shift differential is the 3rd priority underneath the other items.
Yeah,
The
it's
thing
like
is, I think it
111.
keeps changing.
But I also think he's the one that's going to know the best. I mean, you talk to officers and it's like, and yeah, they want head count. But then you talk to them and say, what's more important to you, retaining experience or head count? They're like, experience all day long. I'd rather have an experienced officer have my back. And so it comes down to other things too, more than just, hey, I want a wage increase. They care about who they work with. And rightfully so, more than anybody, about who's got their back. So I think I wouldn't feel comfortable making this decision. This is a chief decision for the best chief in the state to know exactly what his team needs with the money that is available.
Well, to be honest, sorry.
No, I was just going to say maybe since Chief Paul's not in here, maybe I think we're kind of getting there
Yeah.
to where we think we should be, but maybe in version 2 of the tentative budget, you could
So I think police is one definitely let's go look at.
Okay.
Sit with Chief Paul on.
Yep.
Well, and something that I thought he said to me was he would like to see a little bit increase in COLA for the lower earners than the higher earners, because that makes the base pay look higher than it is to recruit.
Sure.
And so anyway, so that's a whole thing when you're doing calculations about if you're not having COLA be exactly the same. Maybe you're having it be the same. Maybe you're having it be a number. Maybe you're saying it's 1,200 instead of saying 1%, because it's a higher percentage for those lower earners than higher earners. You know, that's an idea.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So, fire
I'm good.
police.
Yeah, I'm good. You guys go. Come on, someone else
So,
talk.
fire, that's the only things that the
And I
court,
think justice, I guess.
court, police, and fire, you don't, like, there's,
Isn't
of the
that-
tax increase, there's no other things that are priced. Because Parks was another one.
Well, I'm sure, yeah, there are. I'm just,
But haven't we hit our max, right? If we do the full fire increase and what we just talked about with police, we can't do anything else.
No.
I said one police officer, so I don't know, but that's what I
And
said.
then with all the,
I said
You
three.
down to one now?
I said three. Two are already funded, so one is extra.
Oh, okay,
That's what
that's what
I'm
Oh,
saying.
the two that we already hired.
There's already two that are new. That's where I'm at.
So the two from the grant, is that what?
From the grant, I assume that's.
That's what
Is
I'm
that
saying.
So
Yeah.
when it says two in the budget, there were new, two of those were part of the grant
no,
already?
those are
There's
two.
two on top of
No,
that,
they're
right?
two new, but they're not with the tax increase.
Those
So
are
they were
extra.
included
Okay.
in the new money. Like,
So, but you're talking three without a tax increase on top of them?
no,
Just one up.
Just
Basically,
one.
it'd be one extra
Okay.
For a total of 3.
for a total of three.
Because there's two that are already part of the,
Part of
Just
it.
because there's already
Yes,
two.
And
yeah,
is that under
And there's not an
Ones that
SRO
you approved.
anymore.
yeah.
And
That's
that's
under
the
that.
funded ongoing?
the funded ongoing, yeah.
Right.
But I
So
think we're
there's a
done.
tax increase column.
Right,
That's all we can do.
I thought the
Yeah.
two,
We're done.
the disjoint were part of last year's budget.
No, because they're already in.
They were in the
They're
base.
in the base, they're in the base budget, because we
Okay.
hired them, so they're in the base budget.
Okay.
And so the two are increased.
So
Got it,
just
okay.
to recap, we have full fire wage increase plus one more additional officer and the AI tool. That's it?
She had two clerks.
Oh, the
half
two
record
clerks, the two clerks.
And the
For-
part-time
for-
And then
recorder?
part-time records clerk and stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
and now that's it, like we've maxed out without an increase, I honestly think that's probably more than what we can do.
Yeah.
I'm good
Probably
with
more, but
It's probably more.
Well,
than
and then
what
we back out the park money, because that's not reflected in that
Yeah.
1.7. So we back out
It's
that.
Right
Which is
there.
almost 500,000.
The other thing
I
the
think
tax
we're-
increase was supposed to fund was park, right?
Employees, yeah, they won't
Employees,
get
yeah.
any.
Parks.
So
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that also needs to be looked at too.
yeah. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess to start, I agree. I think we need two clerks at the Justice Center. I would be okay if we did one this year, one next year, if that helps.
I would start with one. I would prefer to start with one.
Because I know they do need help. I mean, they didn't request this last year. These are two net new, first time seeing this year. So I think if we did one this year, one next year, I think they'd
If
still
we
be
did
in
a tax
good shape.
increase, it'd be two, but I'm with you, where the tax increase proposed budget only has one. So like we're already, like, I agree with doing it over 2 years.
Yeah, so the part transfers were 473,000, I believe.
473, yeah.
Yeah, and we cut out our little portion of council stuff, and I'm happy to look at more within our own budget. I think there's some other just line items that we haven't really talked about when it comes to like the fridge for events.
Yeah.
Well,
there
is
might
that
be one.
one time?
That's
Do
a
you wanna
one-time,
finish
but
ongoing?
ongoing, like, I'd like to. We talked a little bit about the arborists. I'd like to kind of know and Steve, you're welcome to comment if that is like the dire end all be all, or if that we could potentially push that to another year, because that's 100,000.
I need park staff. If it's an arborist, I'll use it as an arborist. Frankly, the way that we're operating, we pool all of our acreage. Everybody does a lot of the same work. Our arborists are a little bit specialized. I mean, they're up in the trees, they're using chainsaws, all that kind of stuff. If you gave me a guy instead of an arborist, I would put them as a general parks employee. I can't keep adding acreage and acreage and acreage and just expecting more out of the staff. Can't. So something's going to fail. I mean, if you go drive around our parks right now, you see it's failing. We're not keeping up to our own standards. So yeah, we need help. So, I don't know if that answers it.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, parks is.
No money.
Steve, what about
about your irrigation?
Well, that's just like this year. Irrigation tech this year is going to be vital. I need that too.
What are you doing now?
Right now I have 2 full-time guys running to every park, checking heads, replacing heads, main lights, all of that. They're going crazy. I have a part-time employee. So the reason that one's decreased from the other ones is there's no vehicle involved in that. I already have 3 vehicles for that. We hire part-time kids to do some of it. This way I could actually put a part-time kid with each person and actually have a full working crew so that they're getting done. Yeah.
So is that just summertime?
No, I mean,
This request that he's making?
the request I'm
Well,
making is a
the
full-time employee.
Well, some of this, I wonder if this speaks to the bigger parks conversation, because when I was at the Parks Committee meeting, and then you start realizing how many new parks we're going to have, and how to manage that is...
So I'll just speak to that really quickly. You guys heard me say other cities are about 22 acres per park. I'm 36 acres per per full-time employee right now. 36, 1.5. That's full everything that we do. That's not just trees. That's not just park maintenance. I'm not just taking out trash. That's not cleaning restrooms. That's everything. So if I can decrease that number any way I can, that's what I'm after.
With an arborist or with a person?
Yeah, you tell me that I can only have 3 entry-level employees. I'm going to put them to work, and we're going to be happy. But I need people here, and that's part of the problem. Is we're so spread out that it takes me. Half of what we do is in travel time. Half of because I have a park in this neighborhood, and a park in that neighborhood, and a park in this neighborhood. We've already outsourced all of our mowing, decreasing our FTEs by 8. We've already, we're hiring out everything that we can. We don't even do special projects anymore. Everything we do is hired out because we don't have enough manpower to go and do it ourselves, which in one way is good, and the other way it's biting us because if I need an upgrade, I'm hiring that out. I'm not doing it for cheap as what we could do it for. I have to hire it out. It's no different than what the conversation with the outdoor pool is. I'm worried about taking guys off of what they're doing right now to go and pull out a liner. I don't have the manpower to do it. And if I do, we're going to get complaints somewhere else.
Well, and didn't you say that with the Dry Creek Lake?
Dry Creek Lake's ready,
one
and
entire employee?
I'm really worried it's going to. And do I have that to give to it? No, I don't. And so when you guys get complaints about it here in a month and a half, I'm going to have to go, yeah, we're trying. How else do you want me to try it?
Can I ask you a general question?
Yeah.
What type of parks are your biggest maintenance demands?
Sports parks.
Which one?
Sports.
Sports, and then what?
Well, we only have the 2, sports and leisure.
Okay. Well, there are some that are more.
Well,
natural settings,
our
and some that are-
regional parks, like Family Park, I'll say Family Parks are number 1. But we have more visitors to Family Park than we do even our sports parks.
See, I would imagine weeding, you outsource mowing, so I guess that's, but trimming trees, and that, to me, that seems more labor intensive than taking care of a playground, but so.
Yes and no. We have playground regulations that we have to have monthly inspections on. There's a lot that goes into everything that we do. It's not like yes, I can get away with hiring entry-level people to a certain extent, but the playground inspection course that we have to take, 75% of people that actually study for it and take it fail it. It's an intensive thing that we have to know, and certifications and documentation that we have to do on everything that we do. And so it's not, I don't know. I want to say I can just take general labor everywhere we go, but I can't. But I have a good base core, but I'm wearing that base core out by giving them so much to do that, can't keep going. I don't know if that answers it. And to Rachel's point, within the next 5 years, just with impact fees, things that are already committed to, we're going to gain another 200 acres. We're only sitting at 250, so we're going to double. There's no way that if we keep going status quo on our staffing, on our equipment, on everything that we have,
That's
that
why I
we're
want
gonna
to
do.
know which ones are.
Can you tell us again how much toilet paper Temple Court goes through on a weekend?
6 cases.
6 cases, so that's a lot.
That was
Like,
2 years ago when we actually investigated it for our big pretty plan.
It's like 4, it's, how much is that besides cases? I think you told us. That's towards the Parks Committee, so I just thought that was
It's crazy.
interesting.
I mean, everything that we do is and let me go this way. I have very high standards for our restrooms, for our parks, for everything that we have. And for the last 10 years, every year, I have to curb my standard and go, okay, it's all right. Take 3 deep breaths. It doesn't matter. We're okay. We're doing the best we can. That's not the way to operate. That's awful. So.
One of you brought up Dry Creek Reservoir. One of the things we talked about with the previous council, there was discussion about charging for parking, which I don't appreciate.
I've already investigated it, and you'll have a presentation on it before I open.
Oh, do you? What I'd like to see is just a drop box for, because Temple Fork's like that, where people, the honor system.
But then we also have people. They also have people monitoring it and go up on weekends and making sure.
We need to do a Venmo QR code.
So
yes,
Instead of a drop box.
yes, there are very many ways that we can help recoup some of these costs. But I'm going to say it's just like Dan. What do you want me to do? I mean, do you want me to recoup costs? Because sure, let's go. I'm all in. Donate to this park by X.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's, but then that creates a whole nother accounting nightmare. If somebody wants to donate 25 cents, is that really worth the
transaction
fee? No, it's not.
I tell you, it happens.
I mean, but that's the thing is, every time I have a small donation, it's like, oh, okay, here we go. You know, we can go down. I mean, if that's what we're after, if you want me to try and recoup costs, sure, let's go for it. I've already told you guys,
just offset a bit.
And
it was a discussion before, right?
Yeah. And I think for the lake, that still needs to be a discussion that we currently have. We're currently working on that information to present to you. Before I open it up, you'll have it.
Okay.
So, anyway, anything else? Sorry. I don't want to go on too many rants.
You're good, thanks, Steve.
Does anyone move on for me, guys?
Well, that's the ongoing costs. Are there any other ongoing costs? Because we should move to one time. Are there any other ongoing?
Ongoing includes like the merit COLA discussion, allowances. If we want to go into that, we can now, or we could go to one time. But I think most of this is the ongoing expense.
Yeah, because one time we've got a little bit of a pad, but we do need to decide what we want to spend.
So is the one time just from the like 30% saving thing? Is it like how is that? You know,
One-time money would just be money that we collected in previous years that we didn't spend.
like 30%?
So most years we have a bit of a surplus, right? You would hope we bring in a little more money than we budgeted, and we don't spend every dollar we budgeted. So by and large, that's where the one-time money comes from to spend.
But don't we have the $4.5 million of the reserve funds that are over our required amount?
We do.
So that,
Now,
not
some
that
of
we
that's-
should spend that.
Some
but,
of that's budgeted to be spent in here.
Yeah,
I can't remember the dollar amount.
Fire engine.
But I think that's something we should also need to know that bucket exists. And I'm not advocating to spend it all. But I don't even think there's enough requests to spend it all. Maybe. But that it does exist.
And that was a question I think I emailed Dean maybe last week. Just how, could we use that potentially to help cover some of these costs? Obviously, it's not something we want to do regularly.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
the problem is it starts you in a hole, right? Because if I'm $500,000 upside down to start with, then my first $500,000 of new revenue needs to get there to break even. Right? So it makes it harder next year to put a budget together.
But I'll say this, and maybe I'm not going to say it the right way, but for the one-time expenditures, I guess I would like to know philosophically if you're for or against it, but don't feel like you need to cut it necessarily to help balance the budget, if that makes sense.
Right.
It's more of a philosophical thing.
Exactly.
Would I buy it anyway?
Are you wanting us to go through every?
No.
No, what I was
Okay.
saying is like the AI tool is a one-time cost. That if that's a priority to us, we need to write that down so they know.
But it'll be ongoing.
Subscription.
Oh, I thought they were just going to do it for 1 year.
Well, it's a 1-year trial, but if
That's
we
what
want
I-
to continue it, then.
Well, yeah. So are you okay?
It's
Because
a-
I thought we would try.
You put it in as ongoing because my guess is that
They'll
it's going
keep
to
it.
work.
Because I remember Chief said like he wasn't sure if he was going to continue on. We were going to trial it, but okay. So that one's not it.
You're
but
both
like,
right.
I mean, you could consider it, but
okay.
Allison,
Well,
was
can
it-
this year it be out of the one-time bucket so that we're not taking 84 grand or whatever out of the ongoing?
Being that it is a trial, do you want to
Yeah,
do it as a
can I?
trial?
Because that frees up 84K.
It just defers it.
Yep.
Then he has to ask for it again.
Yeah, and he has to ask for it again next
Is
year.
it worth it? Then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's potential that you could fund
Yeah.
a partial.
We could get a parks employee from the ongoing bucket and put that one in the 4.5 million. And I know that's not, maybe you hate that, but I'm trying.
So the finance guys are like this.
I'm trying.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
trying.
you
We'll
know,
be
like
okay.
you're not taking $500,000 from us next year. Like we would freak if you did that.
But again, we just need to let Chief know he has to ask for it again. It's a 1-year trial.
But Allison, wasn't it a 2-year, 40-something each year, or a 2-year trial? Is that what it was?
I don't have it memorized, but because it came in at the last.
I mean, either way, it would be the same amount, 84,000, I think, was the total.
I
Yeah.
For 1 year?
The total, we only have the 84,000, but if it was
Yeah,
a
but I
2-year
think on the-
subscription, then it's 40.
The requested.
I took it off of the request, so I don't.
Anyway, the Station 81 thing, that would come out of the one-time funds,
It
right?
is
Like
a
stuff like
2-year
that.
Same with the Legacy Center.
Yeah, so we just need to get to them.
Operational, yeah.
These are the priorities.
Doesn't have to.
Well, I think
It's
that
a
those are
2-year
all,
term.
I think the
Perfect.
one-times are a go.
But it's not.
It's the ongoing that's
I don't
questionable.
know if the one-times.
I think the one time, that's what my understanding is. Is that what my understanding is?
Well, one question would be on some of those one-time capital things.
Like the fridge and freezer, you didn't want to do,
Oh,
right?
what? Yeah.
Some of those
Okay with that.
one-time capital things are being paid, budgeted being paid for park tax. I don't, and then
Well, and I
we need to
think we
decide if we're okay
haven't,
with
I
that.
don't think that's the thing is we haven't had that discussion
I
with
just want to make
parks
sure you
about their
don't end up
priorities.
getting things and you're like, I don't know.
Did I listen? I don't know.
Like you're talking on the park tax side?
So, not on a study.
Yes, yes, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here's an easy one, maybe 20,000, the Legacy Center credit card fees. Can we just add that to increase the fees? Instead of having.
I think I looked at the fee schedule for that's on the agenda tomorrow. It looks like they're increasing a lot of fees, but
They are. I mean, it's just to cover their costs.
They increase the fees every year.
So, I mean, I think that they increase their fees to cover that request. Like,
Oh,
So there
their
already
request of increasing the
well,
fees.
there are some fees.
Oh, so they have to budget to expend it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
and that's, and a fee increase.
Yeah, I mean, they did propose to raise fees tomorrow, which should increase revenues, which should cover those additional costs.
Gene,
The
were you asking-
$20,000 increase is really just making their budget match what they're spending. Not-
Because they're
it's not an
actually
increase
paying more than $20,000 in credit card fees.
in addition to what they've already
Yeah.
been paying, yes. It's really
We
just-
pay a lot of fees for credit cards. Yeah,
That's how people do business, and that's where it's at.
yeah.
So, Mayor, is there anything on the ongoing list that we did not put on this list? Because that you feel is,
That's why there's an ongoing.
yeah, I
that's
just want to
why
make sure.
we channeled that out, so you had with no tax, with tax. That's why we built it out that way.
Well, I think
But
Dean
is
was
there
just asking
something
about
you
parks.
want that we didn't include here? Okay.
Do you want your $90,000 mayor special project?
Yeah.
What's that for?
He's going to pay all the employees.
Every year something comes up.
Something comes up.
Well, the truth is, there is some, I mean, you laugh, but there is something every year. If there's some study that needs to be done or something.
I mean, I'm buying the book box downstairs. Just
Yeah,
kidding.
it could be the book box.
I want to see that. Where's the
That
sign?
reminds me
That's
of
what I want to know.
The reimbursement from Aspen Peaks.
Oh,
When does that?
For what?
yeah, good question.
That's going to be coming
The
in. When is
reimbursement
it?
from the
This
school
year.
district study.
past.
Because
But that
Yeah,
is
it's
what
one-time
we,
funds.
that is what we used that line item for.
Yeah, so
was
it goes-
all
I'm like
the
thinking,
costs.
it was his special, it was Mayor's special project
That was
that
up.
already funded
Right,
that,
but I
yeah.
just, like, when you say, are you willing to give that up? Like, yes, but then we're going to be coming to you with a budget amendment that we need to spend this much money on a study
Something, yeah.
or something, and so sometimes we just need, because we don't know what's going to happen during the year. But you could certainly take it.
And just on the fire thing, so if we swap those two, if we choose the wages and take away the assistant fire chief position, that's a net gain for us in a budget of about $80,000, because the assistant fire chief is more than the overall fire wage. So that's 80,000 saved.
Is that
Plus
even
the vehicle.
My
and-
understanding is mayor's budget did not accurately, no shade, did not accurately increase the wage correctly.
We didn't fund it the entire.
It wasn't
It didn't
fully
fund it.
funded.
That's because
Right.
he didn't give us the full number.
Right.
Because initially he didn't want the full number. He said, get us up to the level. That's what we did. We raised him to the level. Then he came to your meeting that I was not here. He said, I need the full level. And so it
Which
doesn't.
was 180 more.
Correct. So it doesn't show. It only shows 50%.
Okay.
So your 80 is probably a net loss of 80, quite honestly.
Well, I did the math based on if we funded it through what was already approved plus the tax increase, adding on to that would be 180,000.
Is there something approved?
Yeah, so
you
what's-
partially approved some wages.
What's approved is what's approved was 250.
No, that
No,
was
it's
unfunded.
unfunded.
Oh, sorry.
390 was of the tax increase.
Oh, 390.
And the assistant fire chief was part of the tax increase.
So there's no wages without
So
a
by
tax
you
increase.
by you wanting to do the 820 in fire wages, that's coming from
That's
the
right.
funded column that we have to take something away.
Fire wages and a cop is basically what we can get
Then, for
without
some-
an increase.
Chief Kraft said something about 180.
Yeah, I have that. The 180 is the 28% of the 640, which is the benefits, which makes that.
Okay.
That's how that happened. But Mayor at the time didn't know that part. He only knew the
We
640
didn't know
part.
that. We only knew the initial ask. I can only build a budget on what I know.
That's why I said no shade. I
It's
said
a
no
city
shade.
budget. It's not just on you. It's on all of us.
So currently in there, there's.
We got it.
There are
With the
We
increase.
got it.
there are some additional scores in here to get to 8. That's not even right.
Talked to Jerry Gray about this.
So they asked for
420.
they're asked for 640.
It takes everyone.
We did 390. They
To
need
get to
820.
820 would need another 420.
That's
Well,
why
you really need 820
It's
because
the
nothing
entire
was
part
funded
tax
in
change.
the normal budget.
That's why we don't.
It certainly helps.
Yeah, but it's the entire park tax change.
Well, the heavy rescue apparatus, I mean, that's something that is, like, I don't know if there's a decision made on that, but that's funded ongoing. That'd be $131,000. And
Well, that's something, because
You know
we
what I
wouldn't
mean?
get it, we wouldn't get it for 3 years.
that's without a
But
tax
that
increase.
actually,
So
I don't think that's actually in this budget. Am I right?
it's page 88.
We wanted
Well,
to put a number in there so
So,
we knew what it was.
yeah, but I don't know that it's
They're not going to pay it for
in-
4
3 years, right?
I don't know that it's actually in.
They'll pay it.
That's the hazard.
Okay.
This one was kind of hard because I wanted to show it as you funded it.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to buy it.
Okay. Yeah, because it says.
But I didn't put it in the budget because I knew that ongoing cost wouldn't happen until
For 3 years.
for 3 years. So it's really not.
Okay.
Sorry, so that 131 is not.
It's sometimes a puzzle.
It wouldn't be a savings because we wanted to put it in there so you knew what it was going to be, but it's not going to be there for 3 years.
So in all reality, that's $131,000 in savings.
But if we don't plan
No, we're
for
saying
it,
it's
it's
not
it's
accurate.
not. 'cause
It's not actually accurately in there.
It's not in this. It's on this sheet, but it's not in.
Oh, I
It's
see
not
what
in
you're
the
saying.
budget. So if you didn't want to, if you said.
I think the idea was if you wanted to buy the apparatus, these are the numbers that it would take, and you could authorize it now, but it doesn't affect the budget for
3 to 4 years.
I will verify that that's what we did. I think we talked
I
about
remember
it.
talking about that.
I knew it was going to confuse.
Well, but then if you don't put anything and buy it, it's
And
confusing.
then we get bit with that. 3 years. And not the 103.
Question for you, Dean, on the health reserve fund. Where are those, the 600,000?
Where is it?
Where's it coming from?
Just capital reserves. I think it's coming from the
It's the
4.7
one-time capital,
million.
okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure. It's 3 years in a row, but it's 3 one-time
Yeah.
expenses.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, something that's not on here, but the council had consensus on 2 weeks ago, was the $300K one time for the 81, Station 81. Redo or reno, whatever we want to call it.
I mean, hopefully it's not 300K, but maybe it is. I don't really know.
I
It
think
seems-
that's what.
It was for architect and design. Is that
Yeah,
what
so
it
one
was?
time.
Can Steve talk to that real quick?
So, if it's what I'm thinking about on that, the 300,000, are you talking about the bringing the court over?
No.
Yes.
Well,
Or are you talking about
Bring-
design work
Yeah.
just for
what
that?
I've been told
No, yeah,
by
well, I was,
Chief Kraft, right? So I'm just here
Oh.
saying what was said to me is that when they designed Station 84, that's the cost of architectural
Okay.
drawings and design.
That-
It's not the cost impact of moving the court or anything like that.
and that
But
was,
in order
that's
for
what
us
I was
to
hoping
know-
that you were telling me.
Yeah, in order for us to know the cost of 81 and then be able to make a decision, which down the line would impact the court, we need the design drawings to know the cost of that building. That's why it's step one.
And just so that you guys are all, I've already talked to somebody, they're giving me a price to do an analysis to see what it would take to move the court over here.
Cool.
But we won't have that for some time. But,
Awesome.
yeah.
Thank you.
And, well, that leads to the other one-time expense of, was it 200K?
Yeah, it's 200K.
To,
Renovate.
for renovations there, but are we sure that's what we're trying to do, right?
Yeah, and maybe what we do is we do the study first, because we don't want to throw good money after bad, do the study first, and then we decide how we want to spend the other 200,000 or
Well,
whatever.
and you could always just allocate that.
Yeah. We can do it as a budget
It's a
amendment too.
one-time, because it's a one-time.
It's just
Yeah.
there. It's-
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I told Emily, I told people this, I'm like, I've had these plans and like, all these different iterations of how to make the justice court work over there, so, yeah.
And, I mean, we do have some retirements coming up this year, right? So,
Yeah.
and they're more seniors, so I think it could potentially save 6 figures in that.
Maybe.
Right.
I think all the positions that we're looking at, just about all of them will be backfilled, so we'll save some, but certainly not as much as we didn't backfill it, but I don't think we have any plans to not backfill.
But there will be a gap between
Sure.
someone retiring versus the new hire coming in, right? And that will be savings.
I mean, like, yeah, how long did it take us to replace our traffic engineer? 5 months?
Yeah, a while.
If
Yeah,
we're
some of these positions do
hiring
go
from
unfilled for a
within.
while. That's a good point.
But even if we hire from within, we're still going to be a replacement.
Yeah.
We have to go out for, so.
One question I had on the, where is it? The 10-wheeler versus the bed and sander. So it was one or the other. I think in the budget proposed, we chose the more expensive option, which the ongoing cost would be $50,000 for the 10-wheeler, whereas the ongoing cost for the bed and sander would be $13,400.
And Jeremy's, he spoke on that today, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as the operational difference, I think that's a BJ question, and if I remember correctly, and feel free to chime in if I'm getting this wrong, but the 10-wheeler I think was more usable as a plow as well, right? So
It's a double plow.
yeah, as a double plow, and then it can also be used for dumping into
All
some
the
cars. So,
We can plow 2 lanes.
yeah. So yes, it is more, but he also got more utilization out of it. Was kind of our thought.
I guess some of these, and I'll kind of defer to you, Jason, and Dean, after this meeting. I think how many of these can we truly wait a year, or can we push a little bit versus what's in dire need this year that we have to have?
Sure.
Yeah.
Were we doing that out of PNC?
No.
No. Is the budding sander truck broken?
No. He was rusted. His 19-year-old road, not him.
Just a little off.
It's just the old rusted
It's just
stuff.
really old.
Well, that goes back to, do you put a $57,000 mechanism on the back of a 19-year-old truck that's going to go away? Or do you take that $57,000, put it in the new truck that's going to go for 10, 12 years? You don't have that expenditure again. So that, I mean, that's the flip side to it is, do we manage that out or do we eat it again for another year and see where we land?
Yeah, I mean, we're fortunate not to have a lot of plowing this year, right?
And that truck, just so you know, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that's like a 6 to 8 month order. It's an ordered truck. And that's part of the issue.
I think it's
with
more
it.
than that even, because
I think maybe it was a
I think
year
what
out.
BJ was saying that if we did the new truck, he wouldn't have it for next.
It would take
year.
almost a full year to get that truck.
But, you know,
in.
it is, that's just my, with these vehicles. It's just,
I want to go out of
Please. We're going to go buy you a Corvette at Walmart.
So the only things I've written down on one time is 81's design and then Legacy Center study. So far, I just want to make sure I was following.
The
Is
what
that what you
study?
guys
The what?
wrote? The Legacy Center study.
Legacy.
And I wrote 150 because as an estimate for when they include the
Well, I
Curtis
think
Center
it's
and the
a
outdoor pool.
recreation
Yeah.
Yeah.
study.
But,
Yeah.
but I think there may be that opportunity I was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
That we may be able to get it at no cost. So I think maybe we can wait just a couple weeks and see if that's possible.
And again, these one-time expenditures, they're easy to do as budget amendments if the
The
council.
ongoing is what we really need
Ongoing
to
is
be
the
worried
issue.
about, right?
We already maxed it out.
Like, we got to go back now, I think. Anything else? Well, I'll let you keep going. But I think the ongoing, I think you're right, is the
We're done.
ongoing is, I think we have is there anything else that we need to make sure that we have in there that we protect?
Well, so we have, yeah, because with what is talked about, we would have to go back to the table. and
Right,
Pull
and
out
pull
some funded ongoing,
update
either off of
numbers.
this or.
There's a
something
lot of
else.
numbers to be updated because of the park tax issues. So there's a lot of things that necessarily need to be updated into that too. So
Well,
that it's
sorry, Mayor, maybe we start there, and we kind of get
You update it?
another version, and then we can start talking to the council individually and kind of see how they feel about it, and make sure we're meeting.
So then what we've been tasked to do then is to go forward with no increase and to budget out that. Everyone's on that. Sounds like we're on that page.
You know, I guess to open up the merit COLA discussion, I mean, I was a federal employee. I get it, and I have enormous respect for our city employees and the hard work they do. It's just a matter of we're looking at everything holistically, and we're trying, and nothing. I don't think, you know, like you talked about over the years. Sometimes it was 7%, sometimes it was 3%. Like it just depends on the year and the budget and what we're going through at the moment. I guess the principle for me is, for me, cost of living is a dollar amount, whether you're, you know, trimming trees at the park or you're an admin or attorney, whatever, right? Like typically the cost of living, you know, a family of 3, for example, is spending the same amount of increase in inflation that regardless of salary, right? And so for me, I just want to figure out and maybe hear from you guys on your thoughts, whether it's now or later, how we can adjust that. And then on the merit side, again, you know, 95%, it's high, and I think I kind of get it. We lump it all together and it's 4%, right? But for me, definitions matter, and I think there's ways we can incentivize employees that are high performing that you want to stay. There's ways to reward employees for doing their job well, and there's ways to not give bonuses to low performers. And I think 95%. I mean, I was in the federal government. I was working with people who were screened, background check, top secret security clearances, and I guarantee you 95% were high performers, and that was a very high perform, in my opinion, very high-performing part of the government. And so I would like to see that, and I think, you know, to have some sort of system, and I know David Kitchen's not here, and there he is. He just right on cue. Wow.
It's almost like he was listening.
Just said your name, David. But I think we just started the merit COLA discussion, David, but
perfect timing.
He's leaving, actually.
Yeah. He's like, okay, I'm out. But yeah, so COLA's one thing, merit's another thing. I would just like clear definition. I think if there's a way that we can have true like annual bonuses as opposed to an increase in base, I would like to see that, because that saves us, I mean, over 10 years, even if you do a conservative annual bonus versus a base increase, it's saving like multi-million dollars in savings over.
My only concern, and I get all that, I mean, the math makes sense. My only concern is a lot of city employees, if they are compensated with bonuses, it won't help their retirement. A lot of them, that's a big concern for them. And my concern there is the money that we save worth the heartache or heartburn that we're going to cause the employees? What's that going to do to morale? And I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't care.
Well, I mean, I think and we've covered it. Like it's a weird, distorted market of competition among cities and counties. And I've talked to other cities and counties, and they're all like, "Yeah, this is a problem. We just we don't know what to do about it." Right?
Yeah. To that point, I mean, the state, in all their infinite wisdom, decided to make the state transparency website because they wanted to hold everybody accountable to the taxpayers and say, "Oh, public employees, they need to have their salaries blasted out there." Well, guess who frequents those sites more than anyone else? It's the public employees, benchmarking themselves against the other cities. So,
and there are
things
errors
like
in there too.
What's that?
There are errors on that website.
Yeah,
too.
there are. Yeah,
I've double checked.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, those numbers are way off.
Exactly. So, again, I think, though well intended, that policy has backfired. Right? And it's contributed to this problem. You also have COVID, when we had all these COVID dollars come in, and there was a bidding war for cops and firefighters, and it hasn't slowed down. It's really kept that momentum going. And like I said earlier, there's cities that in their policies they say we're going to be the highest paid department. Period. That's their philosophy. And competing with that is tricky. But
yeah.
Anyway, I'm rambling on, but yeah, I think your point's well taken. I wish I had a silver bullet solution to that. I don't. I do, though, have concerns about annual bonuses. Again, employees do care about their retirement. That's why a lot of them are in this sector, because they worry about their pension rather than working in the private sector and making money up front. They rather have it on the back end. So.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, retirement's unique. Like, private companies just don't have pensions anymore.
Yeah.
And I think the culture that has been created in Lehi City has been very positive.
Sure.
I mean, I met a retired employee that was singing your praises, Jason, and like, I mean, the culture within the departments within the city, that's important. The healthcare benefits, the more flexible schedules, things like that. Obviously, I think there's people that want to work in Lehi because of that, and so that's a great thing. So I guess the principle that I'm trying to express is how can we, and we can't solve it right now, but how can we make a better system of rewarding performance, showing real incentive, while also not giving poor performers the same incentive or same reward as a high performer, right?
That's, absolutely, 100% agree.
And, sorry.
I just want to clarify, 2 weeks ago, I brought up KPIs, and it was in no way to say that our staff don't have them or they don't. What, I was just trying to narrow in on, like, to James's concern of how is this 4% being given, and I thought, okay, well, if I can narrow in on getting standardized KPIs that are reportable and create data demonstrating the merit making sense, maybe that would help. That was my intention. It's not that I believe our employees aren't performing. I was just trying to maybe find some common ground there. And maybe because, if I am not an expert in public employee retirement benefit and wages, and I don't think anyone who's elected at this table is. So before we make any changes to how our employees are compensated, I think we should study the issue with professionals who know this. And if we want to fund a study like that and bring in consultants who do something like that to work with David, who is an expert in this, great. But I'm not comfortable making a massive change to the way we value our employees without the issue being studied for more than 5 months by us. And we need experts involved. Like, this is not something we have the expertise in.
I agree, but I also think that we've been given the opportunity to represent the residents of Lehi and to make some of these financial decisions. I mean, I've worked in the public sector for a large city. You have. James has for longer than any of us. I think we have some experience to draw on and to see how we were treated, what our experience was. I mean, I used I had retirement. I used those benefits. I withdrew them early so that I could go to graduate school. That's what I decided to do. So, like, I've experienced some of that. It was in a different state, but yeah. So, I mean, I think, again, with what James said, like, does a gallon of milk cost more for someone who makes $200,000 than it does for $20,000? Someone who makes $20,000? No. Like, is it the best way to quantify things as a percentage? Maybe not, because look, if we're looking at cost of living, how much is the average family spending per year on necessities? Like, that's something that you could look at and you could quantify. That's an amount, and it's not going to change if you make $60,000 versus like $160,000. And I think we'd find that it might be different percentages for different people, and I do think that there's something to be said for just having the bonus structure versus the just compounded annually, because on whose back is that paid? That's the taxpayers that's paid on, and they're not getting a 4% annual increase compounded. So
that's not always necessarily true, though. You could say that, but you don't. As a business owner, my employees get raises every year, and far more than 4%. So don't be careful how you compare private sector and, because there are private sectors where there is jobbing, where there is increase, right? So I don't want to get lost in this thing of, well, the private sector doesn't do it, so therefore we shouldn't, because that's not necessarily the case.
It's a different,
So
but
you got to be careful in that comparison, because it's not an equal comparison.
Well, and I think you're right, because in my previous private sector job, there was no base increase annually, right? And then in the federal government, their COLA this year is 1%, period. Like, that's 1% across the board. And then there's private companies that have 6-7% base increase.
At the state of Utah, it's 2.8. So, I mean, and that's the other thing. We can go around and compare federal and state and all this other stuff, and it's all going to be different based on where it sits. So, you have to then go back and go, what is Lehi City? Because ultimately, I can take a federal example, which you're right at 1%. I can take the state of Utah at 2.8%. I can take the city of Orem at 5%. I can take Saratoga Springs at 5%, but it equals about 3.8 over time. I mean, we can massage this a million ways to Sunday. The deal is how do we collectively take care of those who work here and provide services and work and earn their keep. And so I get real nervous when we start having this discussion of what is and what's not, because we got to make sure we're talking about what's, and I'm not saying we're not and we're missing that, but you got to be careful. I think we have to be very careful in how that goes. Now, with that said, again, we go to a budget line item at $2.25 million and go, is that enough? Nope, it might be too much. Jason, you get 1.8. Good luck to you. Figure it out. I mean, we have professionals sitting at the table. That's what they do. And so whether it's 2.225, because that's what's in the budget currently, or we drop it down to $2 million and say, here's what you have. Go to your departments, but empower the people that can go to the bottom performer and say, hey, here's your 1% this year.
You didn't take your car for oil changes. You let your car idle too long, whatever that may be. But empower the people to say, okay, you get 1%. And you know what? You were so good, Emily, you get 7%.
Thank you.
Because you took your car was never late for oil changes. But I think as a council, our job is to, what is the number? How does it equate?
Well, and that's why I wanted, like, we're talking about like this year's budget, right? Which is, we're talking about the numbers and making sure the budget works. And then we're also talking about kind of the long-term policy that I want to defer to you guys and present to us on true merit, because even if we were just overflowing with cash and we could afford to give everybody a 20% base raise, I still wouldn't do it if it's called a merit increase, because you know what I mean.
And I don't think anyone at the table would disagree with you. Well, at least I wouldn't. But anyway, I think that's maybe, and I think that tasks us at the table, Mayor, Jason, admin, to look at that and say, hey, how are we going to do this to maintain some of those things across the board? So, but I think you're right. I think it's definitely something that can be looked at and massaged over time. So.
But do we feel like we can make that call I mean, before we build a building, we're going to do a feasibility study on the Legacy Center, right? Before we get studies to show us the pros and cons and impacts before we make massive changes. This year, for this budget cycle, I don't have the information to make a change like that. We don't have experts in public employees coming to us and saying, here are the pros, here are the cons, this is what the cost of this is. Like, we need that information before
we have David and we have Dean and
they haven't been able to study the information. We haven't given them money to say, hey, he needs an HR specialist this year that we're not going to fund because we won't raise taxes. Right? Like, he's overworked. That's why I'm like, before we go and mess with people's livelihoods and retirement planning, we should have a study telling us what the cost-benefit analysis is. This is their livelihoods. We don't have the information we need.
I think that to say we're messing with people, like that's kind of charged. I think that to give the employees and empower the experts here to be able to look and see what their recommendations are also.
But that's why I said fund a study.
David, is there such a study? I know you're probably our top studier of said
Okay, I'll share
information.
my background. You know, I've been in this position for 13 years. I've been in public sector HR for 15, state level, local level. I do my job that other cities ask me for my opinion too, that I have websites that are more accurate than the state transparency website and wages and benefits. My take on this is twofold. Well, I have lots of different thoughts. Let's see if I can organize them. I don't remember who said it 2 or 3 weeks ago whenever we last met, that you guys wanted feedback from employees. Maybe it was Michelle. Maybe it was Rachel. I can't remember. They're talking already. And what they're saying is they don't feel appreciated. That if we are employees of the city, you guys want a great place for the city, you want your employees, if we're a private business and you're asking your employees to do more, but you're taking away their pay, that's a concern of theirs. That is loud and clear, and I've had department heads already start to apply and leave because of the conversations that are happening. That's important to understand. Is that the kind of leadership that you as a council want to have? That's my question to you. So yes, it comes at a cost, and yes, there are options on the table that we are doing our best to evaluate, right? But I guess I just want to share that message from the employees that they are very concerned about that. They would like to provide feedback. They don't know how the best way to do that is. And so we'll talk about options, right? The second part of this is whether we like it or not, the reality is we are competing with other cities and towns for very similar jobs. And if we hold back benefits, our employees have opportunities to get similar or better benefits right next door. And whether it's retirement, whether it's insurance, they weigh the pros and cons to that, right? And they love Lehi. But if this makes a 10% difference on their retirement benefit, they've got to make hard choices, just like the council has to make hard choices for the budget of the city. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm just letting you know the impact of our discussion so far, right? So on those two remarks, and then I guess I have a question for the council, if that's appropriate.
Sure.
Some of the questions from the employees are, and James, I'll direct this at you if that's okay. Yesterday's Facebook post, you made a public comment that stating your position on the budget, and we're trying to make things work, right? And I believe there was a line in there that said you were not in favor of increasing property taxes. You didn't want property taxes to be inflationary just because other cities are doing it. Is that fair representation? I think some employees have already read that and have questions for you. And the question is, what does that mean exactly? What does that mean that the city's budget should not increase to cover inflationary costs? Is that all inflationary costs? Is that some inflationary costs? Could you clarify that for this?
Yeah, sure. So I think there's a narrative going around in Utah, especially among different cities, that it's reckless not to raise taxes. Because inflation goes up, costs go up, then we should be raising taxes, right? My issue is that at no point in this process have we ever been proposed any information or recommendations on how to cut costs. We were given proposals for increased, we had all the budget requests, right? Increase, but like Michelle was talking about earlier, where is the fat? I know there is fat, but where is it?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, where can we cut costs that haven't been looked at, haven't been examined for a while? Like, are there? I mean, if there isn't any, that's awesome. Okay. But I can't confidently go to residents and say, I've looked through everything along with all of my colleagues, and we have found every bit where we're spending too much on that, or we don't need that at this time, so we can save those and save the residents from a property tax increase. Okay. Because, like I've said before, like I love the city employees, right? Like, I feel like these discussions can be construed as, we don't appreciate you, right? And I hate that. I really, really do, because I've been in public service before, and I've had times where you don't get anything that year, right? Right. And so I think that's, I don't think that's a very fair representation. Sure. But I don't think there's any power or authority that the city council has that's more important and critical than taxing. Taxing authority is number one, right? Mm-hmm. And I take that more seriously than anything that I do. Mm-hmm. And I believe that when you raise taxes, it affects every citizen, and it could be $35 a year, it could be $1,000 a year. And I take that, and to me, it's not about the dollar amount. It's about the act of doing it without all the due diligence of where can we save and find efficiencies. Okay. And to this point, even though I've gone through all the budget, I'm not quite there yet to say we have found every possible savings that's fair and reasonable, and here we are, right? I'm not there yet.
Yeah, and I would just invite openness and thought. Like, if we've gone through the whole budget and studied every line item and haven't found that fat, then I would ask for your support for a property tax increase. Are you open to that?
From what I've seen, I think there is still enough to do to where we won't have to do a property tax increase. And whether that includes at least a small portion of the annual increase in wages, or if it has to do with other line items on equipment or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Like, I am very confident that I will not get to a point this year where I'll raise taxes, or I'll vote for it. Now, maybe the majority of the council would. I just, again, like, I come into City Hall representing the people of Lehi. I don't come into City Hall thinking about how can I tell the citizens what we're going to do, right? Mm-hmm. And I mean, most of the Lehi employees are residents. I get that. Mm-hmm.
60% of our employees live here.
And I love that. Like, it's great that they live here. But the other 100,000, 99,000 aren't city employees, and so I'm trying to think of them, especially those that are on fixed income,
Right.
People who are retired who are living in a home they paid off 30 years ago, but
Right.
they don't own it
Sure.
because for some reason in this country you never own your home, right? Because try not paying taxes, it's taken away from you, so you never truly own it. And so for me, it really is a moral issue of taxation.
Okay.
And it's always a very, very last resort, not a convenience.
Appreciate that. I guess two other questions. What do you want the message to be to city employees?
Asking me or everyone?
The whole council.
I mean,
Can I jump in on some, like, kind of pushback? You hear a lot about, like, we're here to represent the residents, but we all kind of have our small little tunnel worldview. Because I have residents who think it's ridiculous we're not doing a tax increase. They're like, I can't believe that you're not going to take care of your employees. I can't believe that you're going to cut services. So there are people out there who are like, yeah, I like living in Lehi, and who understand truth in taxation and how it works. So yeah, there's going to be some pushback. I mean, we have a new mayor who's spent more time with the employees and going through what the city needs, and he's the one who proposed the tax increase. So to say that, that nobody out there is thinking that we want this, yeah, people want more police officers. They want more fire. They want people to be paid well. The other thing I have a really hard time with, too, is the idea that that 95% merit increase is bad. I've loved what David said. We have really great employees. Somebody should hear that and say, wow, we've got really great employees because 95% of them are getting their full merit. So that needs to be the messaging rather than, why aren't we finding more employees who are doing bad things that we can cut their pay? So, I don't know, this is a really tough thing, also being in a position where I have a lot of employees who report to me. And I cannot imagine trying to fund things on their backs and knowing that, like, it's not like, oh, well, how much is a gallon of milk? Well, that's how much we're going to increase it by. It's like, no, it's their value. And I appreciate Paul that has the same kind of mindset. You go out there and you look at people who work in the city, who work for private companies, and they are getting way more than 4%. They are getting bonuses. They are getting stock. They are getting huge things for their retirement, too. And so to think, like, that Lehi employees are just swimming in it when you look and compare it to other cities, and we're right at the bottom as far as, like, the merit proposal. And to me, it doesn't matter if it's COLA or merit, just combine it all together. But yeah, I'm really sad about the messaging out there and how employees are feeling, because that's where we're going to get hurt, is because the morale tanks. And then we have our employees who are already expected to work 110%, and they're not going to give 110%. So, I mean, I wouldn't, if I, had people above me thinking that I'm not worth and I'm not valued. So.
Well, I don't think, and again, the last thing you said, I'm not of worth or not of value. Like, I don't like that language, and I think it feeds into a narrative that's completely false. Nobody at this table believes that. And just
but
because
your actions are showing it. You're saying this, but
my
your
actions
are
are trying to have a very responsible budget and understand everything in it to find savings in order to stop tax increases on the residents. That's what I'm trying to do. And those residents include the city staff, right? So what I'm trying to, like, nobody here understands the budget and every expense. I mean, we've been sitting here for hours. We could sit here for more hours, right, to try to keep understanding. And we have questions about things, and Jason's asking Dean, and Dean's, like, it's hard for all of us to understand. And I would be lying to myself and everybody in the city to say that I'm gonna raise your taxes, and they'll say, well, where are all the cuts happening? And I'll say, well, I have a little bit of an idea. And they come to me and say, well, what about this, this, and this? Like, I can't honestly do that. And I again, like, I think to your question, David, the message I'm sending is I am trying my absolute best to treat public funds and taxpayer money at the threat of going to prison if you don't pay your taxes as, like, sacred funds. And, for being in public service, it's hard, right? Like, I mentioned this, like, 12 years in federal government, my base salary, especially when you're living in D.C., was less than, it was barely over 100,000, right? And I didn't do it for money, obviously. And I left government not because I wasn't getting paid enough, but because the culture shifted and I wanted to explore different stuff in the private sector. It wasn't because I didn't believe in the mission. And I love that job, and it was a great experience. So I think we need to be careful about the narrative, about pushing, you may not agree with me or you may not agree with me on how I'm trying to avoid the tax increase, but the narrative that I don't care about our employees or that I don't value them is
false.
Absolutely false.
I agree.
And,
it's false.
And I think if any employee of this, 750 regular full-time-ish? 450 plus 750 and seasonal, right? I think any one of them sitting in our seats looking at these same numbers would have would agree or at least see the problem, right? And it's not just about numbers. If we could automate this with AI, then it would be easy. We wouldn't have to be elected. But we elect people based on what do you believe government does? How do you think government should spend money or shouldn't spend money? And that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing is, I think we're looking at policy, role of government, what are core services, what are not. We haven't even really talked about that, and that's probably a future, next year's budget thing, but should we fund this building and have an entity in it? I don't know, just stuff like that. But I think that I can see how James's messaging on Facebook could be misconstrued, but I have seen him. He has been here. He's put in the work. He's lost sleep over it. I know he's had conversations probably with all of us, and I've had my same loss of sleep. I think Vince has had the same loss of sleep about this and about, we're here because we care. We're here because we ran for office because we cared about the people of Lehi. I hope that that's translated into that we also care about the employees here, and that I value people and I value their work, and I try to do everything that I can to work. Transparency in budgeting, you can see how much we get paid and how much work and how much effort we're putting in, and I think that we're trying to make the numbers work. I hope that we can find a way to reward employees and that they feel valued, and also to come together with this budget in a way that we're also being fair to those people that elected us.
Yeah, I think all answers could be true, right? It's not either one or the other. That's the awesome. I know that you all appreciate city employees. I know that they matter to the city and to the residents, right? And so I will continue to represent that to employees and tell them it is a very difficult budget year and we're trying our best to make it work. Everybody's doing their best.
And again, one year may not be reflective of another year, right? Maybe next year, and if you look 6 years down the road, I was talking to Jason about this, it's we have RDAs expiring, which means more property tax increases. We have some really cool commercial things coming up that will increase the sales tax, which that gives us more funds to do things where it's maybe we're increasing merit pay down the road or COLA or whatever it is, right? It's a strange year. We're dealing with the consequences of not only the last council, but 2 or 3 councils before, right? We're making the best of what we can with the people that elected us and everybody in the city, not just those who elected us. So I really do appreciate all of the work, and if employees want to meet with me, meet with me. I like to put out things in the public and explain my positions and feedback and stuff, and the residents really like that, and maybe they disagree with me, maybe they agree, but they want that information to know how city government works, because it's a black hole, kind of, at least it was before this new council. It was you really had to dig and invest a ton of time to really understand what was going on in the city. And so I'll continue to do that, and hopefully it brings more engagement. But with city employees, I'm happy to meet with them, and my mind can be changed about certain things. Other things maybe not, but I'm an open
I just want to say, I like that I think it's been brought up several times. It's not always an either or situation, right? So I got to talk to a prior deputy mayor Provo, and he said, "Oh, we haven't raised taxes in 8 years." I'm like, how did you do it? Tell me your secrets. And I said, what about employee benefits and wages? Oh, we kept them up. We did the merit and the COLA and that. Then how did you do it? We found other things to cut. So I'm a problem solver. I think most of us are. And again, that's kind of why we want more data, is to look and figure out what we can do to make this work. And you talked about cutting fat. And again, this is why understanding what happened in the past will help us going forward. Because there's just, and again, it's probably 10,000 here, 10,000 there, but I'm thinking of, there was an ask to increase winter events, right? So we had the tree lighting thing, we had boutiques, which was fun, but we gave out free hot chocolate, we had a reindeer. Do we really need to do all that stuff versus a tax, to have a tax increase? Or I'm going to throw out youth council, which is a great program, but again, $10,000 more there, and we're comparing to other cities, but we forgot to, when we compared to other cities, recognize they have a cap on how many kids they let into that program, and they have a significant fee, so the kids have skin in the game. They spend this much, but they also collect some revenue. So that's what I hope that we look at, and we can, again, reevaluate some of the things that we approved in the past going forward. Was it good? Is that a good use of money? And again, I think, maybe I'm optimistic, but I think there is a way going forward to take good care of our employees. I do want to recognize, or I guess reward those that are more outstanding, and not just have it a given. And it doesn't really mean much, but yeah, and I don't think we necessarily have to cut services. Maybe expand less, but not necessarily make cuts. So we're in a time crunch, so that makes me nervous, but I think there's ways going forward. We don't have to do this every 2 years. Maybe it could be more like Provo. But
I think
in some ways, in a good way. So. Anyway, my 2 cents.
I have a question about the every 2 years.
Yeah.
Isn't it just an option that you have every 2 years? It's not like a given that you're
right.
going
It's
to.
become
Yeah.
a given.
Okay, but it's just like it gives the city an option to do it.
So I will.
Well, you can do it every year. It's just a policy that we
Okay.
will evaluate
That's
it
what-
2
yeah,
years.
but I'm
it's-
saying that's
you could do it
kind
every
of
year
like-
if you want it.
And I'll be the one that says I've always pushed for every 2 years, just because if we understand property taxes and that they don't increase with inflation, right? We understand that. As a resident, I'd rather pay, 2% increase every 2 years than 8% increase every 10 years or something. I guess that's all I'm getting at. So.
And again, I fully admit, maybe what we're talking about, there's a financially responsible route and a politically responsible route, right? And they may feel different. Because bond rating agencies do look favorably on cities that do periodic tax increases, but again, politically that might not be palatable. The problem is you might paint yourself into a corner at some point where you have to make a large increase.
But I want to throw this out there.
Sure.
It's a little too easy to do small increases every couple of years. Because you're not, when you do a tax increase, I think it should be a serious thing. Like James said, you have to look at everything before you raise the taxes on people.
Well, ideally,
When you just do it little by little, it's easy to just say, yeah, we need it for police and fire. Who doesn't love police and fire? Let's just do it. If you keep that direction, we're never going to dive deep and say, really, let's think about these things, what we're spending money on. So
yeah, that's a fair point. And in a perfect world, we do that anyway, right? Regardless of a tax increase. We should strive to do that anyway. But let me put it this way. So Kay Christopherson's bill this last year, he wanted to cap tax increases at 5%. And what was the reason he gave for that?
Because he wanted to avoid the large tax.
Yeah, he
increases.
wanted to avoid large increases that people weren't ready for. So
He wanted to encourage incremental.
yeah, so it's kind of, we can't have it both ways. We have to have, at the very least, somewhere in the middle, right? Where it's not these huge increases, but it can't always be zero, because then you run into a situation like the Utah County or Orem, where they go years and decades without raising taxes, and then they get to this point where it's like, oh man, we have to have this huge tax increase. We don't know what else to do.
That's fine. I'm just thinking it should be last resort.
No argument there. No argument.
Well, and then
there.
there's another, Salt Lake County, they just went over their budget and they found that they were funding like daycares and stuff, right? And I mean, I'm not going to make any cuts now, but I'm looking and we fund 2 preschools,
Sure.
right? So I'm not going to get in the weeds, but I'm just saying there are things that I didn't realize until this year when I did
Sure.
dig deeper,
Yeah.
right? And this proposed tax increase forced me to do so.
Sure.
I guess.
And I mean, to that point, the Curtis Center, that's a contractually obligated expense that we have. We can't spend less than what we spend there. But there are other services that we provide that we could cut out. Now, if we do...
we could increase our revenue using the Curtis Center or something like
get rid
that.
of the Curtis Center all in all.
Or that, yeah.
Or
I
we
mean,
could do
there's-
economic development and find sales tax opportunities, but this council doesn't love to do that.
Well, in 20 years, we need the money now.
Sure.
What do you mean this council doesn't like to do economic?
Are you talking about
I just
RDAs?
heard you guys say that you don't want to incentivize businesses to come, but you get the sales tax immediately, right? So it's like, it's just, I think what I'm hearing is just this, like, I'm hearing a conflict of values without clear direction on solution. And feel free to chime in.
There's other solutions.
Let me know. What are
Target
they?
came without an RDA, so we can get it here without giving away tax dollars.
Well, Target came because of who's co-locating with them, though.
Correct.
So I
That's
think
why.
that's who's co-locating with them, though. I think that's a little, we have to look at it holistically.
Well, and I think there will be
Yeah.
other commercial opportunities and sales tax revenue,
Sure.
revenue
It's coming.
generating things that will not require an RDA that
It's coming,
us
just not
already know
tomorrow.
about.
Yeah.
Takes a little bit of time.
I think it would just be helpful to know the solutions that you're proposing.
Can I get into the weeds then? Do you want, I mean, that was what the direction we were told not to.
We have
get
10
into,
minutes.
To leave
You
it
have
to
10 minutes.
So, I mean, I've dug into the budget. I know Rachel has, and Jane.
Michelle,
looked into
that's
it.
not fair. We all have.
Okay, well, what do you have? I have some suggestions, and I'm sure I'll be emailing those out.
Yeah, I was in the police department meeting where I suggested the AI tool. That's how I helped. That cut off 2
I'm not
officers
saying you
from our
didn't,
budget.
but the direction we get given, meaning you're suggesting I don't, but I do, and I'm willing to share those.
Please do.
Probably through emails, but, I mean, I feel we can do it. I feel there's some solutions.
So Dean and Jason, you're good. Let's go back. Ladies, we're good. Let's go back. We'll approach this as a no increase. Let's pull and update our numbers. Dean, what do you think timeline-wise? What'll that? Not that now. Let me defend Dean for a second. Dean and his staff have not worked efficiently lately because they are answering thousands of emails. So, which is good, as they should. But what timeline-wise, what do you need to make some updates?
We probably need to meet at least us 4, not the whole budget committee, and you.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Like tomorrow.
Okay, and then
I would say if council member, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but if council members have ideas I would like to hear them, even if it's in email form.
So maybe what we do
Well,
is,
why aren't we doing it now?
and Michelle, if you've got some ideas, throw them in. Let's see, and then
10
maybe
minutes.
within a week,
Yeah, I think
let's
email's
meet
fine.
and push that out.
I think we could come up with a framework,
There's no solutions.
and so tomorrow's the public hearing on the budget, right?
And that's
Which
on
we
this.
which we will still continue.
Right.
Let's read it.
And then we'd have 2 weeks. Yeah, get the city.
I mean, we really only have a week because we have to get it to them a week before
Well,
on the timeline we're given to give
yeah,
it to
yeah,
them.
yeah. But we could also roll this in June. Like we could adopt it the first one in June too, right?
So let's do that. Give us. Counselor, are you good if you had a week to send us some emails of thoughts?
Well, I actually,
Or like,
Wednesday?
we ought to meet tomorrow.
We'll meet tomorrow, and we'll set the
If they have
framework.
other things they want to throw
yeah, we
in
can
there,
try
I'd
to
like
send
those.
tonight.
Yeah,
Tomorrow,
I mean, we've
like
talked
tomorrow.
about
Like within-
slashing the double trips
By
to
tomorrow.
DC and the mayor's special funds budget. Feel free to capture those.
So you've got a little, we'll close here at 6, but if you guys have in the next 48 hours, let's.
They need your ideas now.
Like even
Tomorrow.
tonight.
I don't
Yeah,
know if you
tonight.
have.
Well, I
you have, like,
guarantee you,
Tonight.
Dean knows my ideas and Rachel's.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot already.
Guaranteed.
Hey, I haven't sent 1,000 emails. I only sent 20.
It would be nice.
20 with 40 questions each.
Yeah, with 20 questions.
We have time to meet tomorrow.
Mayor,
Yes.
I don't know what.
before we.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
But I'd like those before.
Can we, do you want to
It'd be nice to have those, yeah, like tonight, because then we could have them tomorrow.
to talk about it in our meeting.
Can we recap what in the proposed tax increase we want to keep?
Well, what I had is you added a court clerk.
Well, we
Well,
took
I
that
think-
back.
I think we took
one.
that back
just-
to
just
one.
one.
You took that back to
majority
one.
of it is
Okay,
one,
and
yeah.
then the records clerk, I don't know if it is a
Change it
consensus
to
to
a
do a half.
Part-time in the police department.
And then.
Or was that records for Tisha?
Police
Part-time
records,
part-time
clerks,
recorder,
part-time.
Tisha,
And a part-time clerk in the
and a full-time
PD.
clerk, was my understanding.
For
One
the-
full-time.
For justice.
For the
For
justice.
justice.
Yeah.
So nothing for PD, because I
I thought it was
understood
a
that it's the-
part-time record clerk
for PD. That's what I understood.
I don't know, is that?
So, and you wanted to fund the recorder position then? Because we didn't
I
fund
think
it.
it
That's,
was
see, I didn't get that
part-time.
either.
Yeah, if I could suggest, if we could meet, maybe we can come up with a report and said, we've altered it this way, and if there's something you say, oh no, we talked about this, you can tell us.
But I had
Like
one
whatever we give
officer
out
and then-
in a week is not the final. So you could
So what I'm
have
saying, if
changed
we, if taking things out, we're reducing that, our target.
that. Yeah, I think we'll have a schedule that will show how we.
So you want us to send things tonight? Is that?
Love that.
Mine are already on the
I
record.
think I have.
Oh, you
If
guys
it's already
have
been
mine?
sent.
They're on the
Yeah,
record?
I think Dean's pretty good with, simply based on, I know the emails that I've been included on. I know I haven't been.
Yeah,
included
if there's
on
something that you haven't brought up.
You should have most of my ideas. I'll go back and make sure, but I'll send you if I left anything out.
And again, if we miss something, it's not final until we vote on it, so.
Okay, with that, I will take a motion
Sherry
to
left.
adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
I would like to have.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And probably Darren.
Tomorrow, we are meeting at 5. Did you
Well,
see the change? It is at 5.